All right, hello guys. We should be currently live here. We are going to be tracking this major tornado outbreak that we're expecting to take place here. I'm just going to try to refresh my computer to make sure we are in fact live here so we can see you guys' comments and everything. Yep, there we go. It looks like it is up. We have Brendan with us again. If you want to say hi, Brendan.
Hello, hello. Glad to be back.
You guys should be able to hear him. Make sure to let us know. We're here. We started 10 minutes early, guys. We just had to hop on here. There's a ton to talk about, and the crazy thing is we actually have a ton to talk about before stuff even starts. So that's why we've started so early. But by the time we're talking about 12 p.m., 1 p.m., we should already begin to see some pretty significant thunderstorms beginning by that point. So we're going to be watching for that very, very closely here in the coming hours. One thing I want to remind you of as you guys are pouring in here, I'm sure a lot of you have set that reminder in there as I've kind of told you guys to go ahead and do. Please like the stream as it just helps the algorithm reach out to more people. This is a very serious situation underway, and we're really looking forward to being able to walk through people and inform people on some of the things that are underway here throughout the day today. And also share this stream to your Facebook, social medias, text it to people that live in these regions. Let's get the word out, and let's just make sure everybody's well aware of the situation that's going to be underway throughout the day today, throughout the night tonight, and tomorrow, and through the night tomorrow, basically, as that reaches the East Coast. So we're taking a look now at the radar, and you can see that there is a line of thunderstorms out here way west that is now entering into portions of Texas. It's now reaching into Arkansas and now finally crossed over into Louisiana. Right now, this is pretty much, with a few exceptions, this is pretty much a non-tornadic threat for now. We're going to be watching as it reaches the more favorable regions. It could become more tornadic as time moves forward. We're mostly worried here about this pocket you can see that's heading from the south. Eventually, we're expecting some thunderstorms to develop out in front here, and those could become supercells with very large and damaging tornadoes. Okay, so people are saying they can't hear me very loud here. I was kind of facing the left, so let me turn that up a tiny bit here. Let me make sure that's the right microphone too. Let's see. Because it could be the wrong one. I don't think it would do that, but Brendan, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, before I do though, can you guys hear me okay? Because I'm also on Discord, so let me know and let us know, really, if you guys can hear both myself and Ashton. Ashton's gonna fix his mic, but can you guys hear me?
They should be.
Says you're a little
Yours
bit
is
low.
coming in pretty loud here, so mine,
It is? Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to see if, yeah, it's definitely coming in the right microphone, so I have no idea why it's not coming in very loud. Let me see if there's a way for me to.
Okay, so I believe they're saying they can hear me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm loud and clear. Okay.
I can see that yours is coming in loud and clear.
All right, so then you know what, Ashton? Why don't you go ahead and fix yours? I'll give you a second to do that.
All right.
Let me just kind of start by saying this is the first high risk since 2019. And also, if this is the first high risk for Alabama and Mississippi, you'd have to go all the way back for March, by the way, to 2007. So the SPC does not issue high risk very often. That's a well-known fact for the weather community and meteorologists alike. They are very, very conservative, and they only issue high risks if they feel that the conditions and the parameters are pretty much 1 in every 5-year events. So what we're seeing right now is not a lot of severe weather. All right, it's still the morning. We did have that line of thunderstorms move across Texas and into Louisiana. As far as any tornado reports, I know there was quite a bit of shear at one point late last night. Not a lot in the way of reports yesterday evening. There was, I think, one tornado report, looks like in Oklahoma, right around where we saw that supercell take place just a few days ago. So that said, we actually do have a couple of tornado watches that I want to get to. We have a tornado watch. This is going to be for Shreveport, Monroe, Louisiana, and then extending all the way into extreme east central Texas. This is mainly a wind threat. There is still a risk of tornadoes. What I'm seeing at the moment is there is a little bit of shear in that area, but it looks to be that the main threat should be damaging wind gusts. So at this time, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's right in that tornado watch vicinity. This is going to be for areas Logansport, Tanaha, Timpson, Joaquin, Shelbyville. So areas in extreme east central Texas into extreme west central Louisiana. This line should be a damaging wind threat mainly. We might start to see a couple of tornado warnings pop up within the next hour or two as that shear starts to slowly become more amplified. All those tornado parameters start to increase. That said, again, I do expect this to be more of a wind threat as we get into the next hour or so. That said, once we get around 1 to 3 o'clock Central, that's the time frame that me and Ashton are really looking towards. There's going to be high amounts of shear, high amounts of helicity, and those storms are going to start out discrete. We do expect that cloud cover that is currently present across Mississippi and Alabama to eventually clear out. And as a result, we'll start to see those cells pop up and become more and more discrete, a lot more organized. And then eventually throughout the evening, we'll actually see that front catch up with all those storms out ahead of it. And the biggest concern there is not damaging winds that we're seeing right now with this line across Texas. Not only are we going to see damaging winds, but we actually might see a whole bunch of rotational kinks within that squall line. And that's because the shear that we start to see increase throughout the day today is actually going to continue to ramp up throughout the night. So the SPC actually highlights that in their outlook. One of the reasons why there's a high risk is not just because of that warm sector, but also because of that line that we see in Texas eventually racing across Mississippi in an area that is very amplified and juiced up with high shear, high helicity, high lapse rates, and everything in between. The only thing that's going to decrease once that line moves through is the cape. And that's what we talk about when we think about energy in the atmosphere. But don't let that deter you, because everything else with tornadic parameters that we look for is going to be incredibly high throughout the day. This is not a 2-3 hour event. This could go well into the night and even into the pre-dawn hours. So if you're in places like Georgia, the Carolinas, and even out in eastern Alabama, you need to stay tuned and be prepared, because you will be impacted. Even though there's a high risk just for Mississippi and even Alabama, that doesn't mean that if you're in the moderate or the enhanced or slight, it doesn't matter. You are still going to be impacted by these storms in some capacity. Again, for those who are tuning in, like Ashton said, be sure to like the stream. We did that last time. We got 1.2 thousand likes. That gets the word out. And today is just as important. We had a severe event in the Texas Panhandle just a few days ago, right? But this time around, we have a much denser population and a topography that is very hard and difficult to locate tornadoes. So stay tuned to the stream. Stay tuned to the Weather Service offices as well, local media outlets for continued coverage. And of course, stay here as well, because we're going to be tracking this thing throughout the day and even throughout the late night hours. So let me take a second. Ashton, are you with us? Do you want to go ahead and check your mic and give it a test?
I want to check this out. So I have no idea why it's being so quiet. I'm like right next to the mic here, and it's still is a little bit quieter. I have the maximum volume set here. So I want to see what they say about where my volume's at now. If that doesn't work, I'm going to consider trying to switch over to my computer's microphone and see if that fixes it, or if see where that quality's at. But we're just going to keep trying different things. But hopefully it's just, better by now.
Okay. Let's take a second. Chat, can you guys, how's the volume on Ashton's end? Can you guys hear him okay? Is it a little better? Give us an idea of how he sounds. It's a bit better.
They said, I'm getting one that says it's a bit better. Better.
Okay. A little better, but still quiet. Okay.
There is no gain on the mic. The one thing I know is I started up the program and then it plugged in the computer, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it. So I'm going to try to see. Let's see if I can do anything in here.
Okay. And if not, just go back to how you have it there, and then I'll just try not to talk over you while you try to troubleshoot. I want to just get to a quick comment because this was actually a really important point. Since we have the time, and right now there's only one severe thunderstorm warning, so I want to kind of address something in chat that somebody had mentioned. I forgot who it was, so I apologize. Somebody mentioned about 2011. I've seen a lot of chatter about, is this April 27, 2011? I want to be very clear, and me and Ashton talked a lot about this off stream. Who knows, right? Every event is different. Keep in mind, April 27th had close to 300 tornado reports. And just to give you an idea, last year, if anybody remembers the moderate that impacted this very same area, there were about 50 tornado reports. It remains to be seen if that's the case, guys. I don't want to say either way. We're not going to say on here that this is the next April 27th, because the only way you know that is if, what happens after the fact. We don't know. So again, we're going to talk about this event in particular, and the way I look at things is every event is unique in its own right. There's always little comparisons you can make. For example, the 500 millibar jet with this particular system is pretty similar to April 27, 2011. But does that mean we're going to get 300 tornado reports? Probably not. But that is not to underscore the severity of this event. We still can expect several strong tornadoes to impact areas like Alabama and Mississippi. The sheer, like I've been saying, is so high. It's going to get even higher as we get to the mid afternoon and evening. And every parameter is there, Ashton. I mean, you can't underscore that. But at the same time, we're not going to be here to make comparisons or hype this event higher than what it needs to be. We're going to stress that the conditions are very favorable for several strong and long track tornadoes. But in no way today are you going to hear us make any sort of comparisons until really the event is over and done with.
Right. And then, so by the way, guys, I think I just fixed the problem. So let me know. I think it was using my computer's microphone already, and now I've gone ahead and switched it to my actual external microphone. So that should have fixed the problem there. I apologize about that. If anything, it might be too loud now. Hopefully not. That should be a lot better though. So let's see. I want to hear what they say though. So yeah, we're going to be watching this very closely. Me and Brendan earlier actually were having a conversation about that very topic, the comparing it to other things. And we just feel like it just makes more sense to hold off on doing that type of thing. Even quieter. Oh, boy. Yeah,
Really? Oh, somebody said much better.
Okay.
Still quiet. Still low. Turn the mic up a bit. Was it better the first time, chat? Like the first time you fixed it, or is the second time better?
Yeah, I have it maxed out right now, so I can try to...
Not much of a change. Very low. Never mind, it just got better. Okay, we'll give everybody a second just to come to a consent.
We want to get this figured out, guys. Okay, I'm getting very mixed opinions here. Somebody just said it just got better.
Okay.
It's bad. Let me try to listen in.
That is why we started early, right? Just to get the troubleshooting out of the way. The last thing we wanted to do is to troubleshoot at 1 o'clock when stuff's hitting the fan. So this is a good time. This is not a bad thing at all. So, totally fine. A little bit of a back echo there. Are you listening back to the stream? Okay. Great volume for both of you. Good. Okay.
It doesn't sound that bad
to
me. Yeah,
it doesn't.
Okay. It sounds pretty even.
I'll try not to cut you off as much as I did last stream, so that way they can hear you. Let's see.
Sometimes what I do is I end up, since I'm looking at the comments, I end up tilting my head a little bit away from the microphone, so I can try to keep it more right in front of me, like this. Yeah, we'll just roll with this, and we're just getting too many mixed opinions right now. I don't know what else to do at this point.
What if you lower your mic a bit and they'll be equal? Just an idea. I could try. I mean,
I can lower your input. Don't worry about it. I'll try that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, try talking.
Hello.
Okay, that should be a little more even. So
that should be a little bit.
Yeah, if the volume's a tiny bit low, I was just listening on my phone, guys, I can hear it. So just max out your volume and make sure to turn it down before you click onto something else.
Sure, sure.
Or you can fix that problem by
Well,
just sticking around with us. Then you won't have to worry about that.
there you go.
So yeah, I apologize
Now
for
it's
these
good. Okay,
issues.
better feedback. That's better. Okay, good, good, good.
People are saying worse now, good now. Guys, come on now. I think some people are probably trolling at this point, but okay.
Tristan just said it was good, and then he said it was bad.
Okay, guys. Okay. We're gonna try our best here to just keep the volume good. Um, so we have this line of storms as we mentioned earlier. I guess what I should do is I should probably just break down the HRRR model. Like we can break down some things like not current radar. Um, we'll just talk about some upcoming things here for a little bit. Let me turn
Sure.
off those severe thunderstorm warnings so they're not kind of all over the place here. First off, obviously our convective outlook here. Um, the most notable one is, well, already notable is our moderate risk, very large moderate risk, much larger than we had the other day. Probably even within there, we have a higher risk in that moderate risk. Would you agree there, Brendan, that most of those moderate
Yeah,
risk areas have a higher risk than we did the other day? Um,
absolutely, no question.
so this high risk though, this purple area is where we're starting to talk about, very rare. I think some people here, like, by the way, thank you for the donation there, Electric Edge, $5. I live in Williamsburg, Virginia. Do you think we will have any big storms Thursday? By the way, love the videos. Yeah, I do think there is a chance. I think you're probably under enhanced risk. Sorry to jump around, guys, but whenever somebody does a super chat, I like to make sure to answer those. Yeah, so in Williamsburg, you are kind of right on that edge of being an enhanced risk or that slight risk. So you're going to want to watch for some potential storminess going on, especially tomorrow morning, late morning into the early afternoon. Um, those storms are going to generally be offshore already by about like 1 or 2 p.m., and then the threat will be over by that point. But this is just a continuation of what's happening today. I mean, overnight, Brendan, they're not even going to end. They're just going to keep going straight into tomorrow afternoon. Uh, there's not going to be a single hour where this is going to really slow down completely. So this is going to just continue straight on through tomorrow. So yeah, even areas up here in the East Coast aren't completely away from this risk by the time we're talking about tomorrow. But here for this high risk, we have areas like Birmingham, and then we have areas like Jackson, Mississippi. That's our two biggest cities that are included there. We're going to be watching very closely because this is some highly populated areas, as Brendan alluded to earlier. Um, and the biggest risk here, the reason we have a high risk is actually for tornadoes, which WSV3 does not do a good job with these individual risks. So you can't really see it, but this inner circle is where we have a 30% chance of tornadoes within 25 miles of a given location. And we have a hatched area as well, which the hatched area means, and I'll show that on screen real quick. Uh, Anywhere within here means that the Storm Prediction Center is seeing that there's a pretty elevated risk of some stronger tornadoes, specifically EF2 to EF5s within that area occurring. So that's what that hatch risk area indicates. We're going to be watching this entire area and all the surrounding areas very closely throughout the day today. We really expect the heat of it to be mostly from about, I would say, 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. Do you kind of agree there, Brendan?
Uh, yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said in the beginning of the stream, the shear as well. Really, you got to think about it. The low is actually going to deepen. Right now, it's at about 1,000 millibars. We actually expect that to get as low as 994. That usually means that a lot is going to be there with that jet. If the low gets that low,
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be strong wind shear, strong helicity. So remember, guys, helicity is that corkscrew motion of an air parcel with height. Our wind shear is the turning of the winds with height at 500 millibars. So that's right around the mid level of the troposphere. We're seeing that around 86 to close to 90 knots. That's well over 100 miles per hour up at the mid level. So not only are we going to be seeing really strong tornadic supercells, these storms are going to be racing. That's one of the reasons why we started early, because as soon as these storms form right around Jackson and that warm sector, they're going to just fly and race northeast. And not only that, but those same areas are going to then be impacted, like I talked about before, that squall line that is right along that cold front. And that's going to sweep through, as you alluded to, right around nighttime. And that's when the shear and the helicity and all those tornadic parameters are going to be even higher than what we're going to see during the warm sector right around that 1 to 3 o'clock time frame. So
Yes.
It's so early to start the stream as quickly as possible, and also to go as long as possible because we really have to cover this wall to wall. And Ashton said it perfectly. We're going to be streaming probably throughout the night tonight, just to be aware of that. If you don't mind, one thing I want to just get to as well. A lot of people had asked about Georgia and the Carolinas, if that's going to
Yes.
go high. Um, Honestly, I will look at that later on in the stream just to give you a more concrete idea. But the reason why that's a moderate is because that same squall line that we're going to see later on tonight is going to continue into the early morning hours across Georgia and eventually make its way into the Carolinas. So that's one of the reasons why they have a moderate, because again, those same parameters that we see today are going to exist across those areas, and it's going to be possibly embedded rotation and maybe some cells that form out ahead of it. So if you're in any of these areas, whether it's today or tomorrow, you need to stay tuned to our stream. Also, too, please do not chase. I mean, there's a lot of people chasing today. The topography is incredibly bad. There's a lot of trees, very terrible terrain. Try to stay off the roads if you can. If you got to go to work, go to work. But just really keep your eye to the sky and take every precaution that you can, and stay tuned to us, and we'll give you as much up to date information as we possibly can.
Right. Absolutely. So right now, actually, what I have on screen here, Brendan, I don't know if you can see what I'm sharing here, but we're watching the Cape come in here from WSV3, and it is absolutely just exploding over the past few hours with that sun that was able to make its way in. Currently, as it stands, and I'm watching on my other monitor as well, that we do have some showers developing and some thunderstorms already for Louisiana and southern Mississippi here in this area that I'm going to go ahead and circle for you guys here in this very southernmost high Cape sector here. Did I say sheer earlier? If I did, I apologize.
You did. You got it. Yep, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
But I'm meaning to say Cape and convective available potential energy here. So we have some higher amounts in here. More specifically, anywhere from about 2,000 to 2,000, let's call it 600, being picked up in here, and it's only increasing as we speak. So we're kind of watching for areas in there. I mean, obviously, we both know that that's very sufficient for severe weather, first off. But we're going to watch for even more increasing in there, see if we can get 3,000 amounts and how far north that goes. Because as it stands, as I turn on that base reflectivity, there's still some showers up there for northern Mississippi, portions of Arkansas. And you can see that that's causing that Cape to be way low, like 200, under 1,000. Under 1,000 typically is generally considered not very good for severe weather development. I mean, it's possible, but typically you're looking for 1,000 plus within that region. So we're going to be watching for all of these things, obviously, as the whole stream goes on. As far as actual temperatures, we're well up into the 70s, except for the northern portions of those states where the showers are still going on. Let's see, dew points. I'm just catching us up on everything going on, and we're all the way into the 60s for the entire state of Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana. There, even some 70s being picked up in the southern regions, Alabama. Michelle donated $5 for a new mic or sound card. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hey, there you go. This is gonna be for a new mic. There you go.
You know, I almost ordered a new mic the other day too. I think it's something going on with my computer or the stream actually, not the mic, because I record videos with this mic every single day, and it's typically fine. I can try messing around with the cord a little bit without destroying people's eardrums here. I don't know if it's because I started the stream after I before I plugged the mic in. I plugged the mic in and opened the software that I do the streaming through, and I think that has a large part to do with what's going on here. Let me make sure that's on the right microphone now.
No worries.
Yeah, no, it seems good, so we should be doing good here. I'm just gonna stay very close to the mic and do the best we can here. So yeah, high Cape is making its way in. We're gonna keep you guys updated, obviously, with that as we watch that increase throughout the day today. Hey, Lucas Celesti is here. Tony H is here. Welcome. We have a few mods in here. So, yep. Drunk Robot is here. So you guys know the drill. Once we start getting those tornado warnings, you can help out, obviously. Guys, if you can't hear me properly, I'm looking at the audio and I've played it on my computer. It should be enough to where if you turn that volume a little bit like to the maximum, um, it should sound good enough. Otherwise, we're gonna have to do something about that, obviously.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey,
but
Ashton, I wanted to point something out too,
yeah,
just to kind of go off of what you said. Um, a lot of people don't really talk about this, and I had mentioned this to you off stream as well, and we had talked about it a little bit. The lifted index. I know we always focus on CAPE, and you're going to hear a
yeah,
lot of us
yeah,
talk about Jeter and helicity. Lifted index is really a measurement of the difference in temperature between an air parcel and its surrounding environment with height. So notice how a lot of these parameters relate to height because that we're really trying to track an air parcel as that is updrafted or uplifted, I should say, in the atmosphere. And what I'm seeing with lifted index, it's around negative 10 Celsius in places where we're going to see that warm sector erupt today, right across south central Mississippi. Typically, when it's a stable atmosphere, you want those to be like positive values. But when you see it a higher and higher negative value, like in the negative 9, 10, 11 range, that just stresses how incredibly unstable this atmosphere is going to be later on in the day. And when you see those numbers, those aren't numbers that we typically see in slight risk days or enhanced risk. We usually might see those around on a typical severe weather day, maybe -3, -4, maybe a -5. But to see it amplified and double that, that's really what sticks out to me, along with everything else that we see on these soundings. So I just want to kind of jump in there and talk about that because it just really stresses what Ashton's gone over. I mean, the every parameter that you can think of is amplified today. There's not one thing that's weak. The only thing that's a little bit lower is the critical angle, but that's really just the only variable, and that's what should concern a lot of people in these areas is just how elevated the values are with shear, helicity, CAPE, lifted index, even saturation. We could even have a flash flooding threat later on today with
absolutely.
a lot of influence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even already, I think we do have some flooding warnings going on up there to the north of Mississippi up there. I wanted to walk through real quick here the HRRR model, just to give us like a simulated radar walkthrough of kind of the time frame of everything going on. So this is approximately, an hour ago. This is a model that came out just about an hour or two ago. And then by the time we're reaching 12, you can see that those thunderstorms get worse from 11 to 12. So we should begin to see these develop here in the southern halves of Mississippi, Alabama, and even a little bit of Louisiana there as well. Meanwhile, this line that we've been referring to as well throughout the stream so far is going to be crawling eastward, and that is going to become more and more tornadic as time goes on. Not to cut myself off here, but Carlos Planos Jr. just donated $5. He said, "What's up, guys? What about the desktop audio and or the sound control panel or something of that sort in Windows?" Um, right now I feel like I might try some of that stuff a little bit later on if it's too big of a problem, but I'm going to continue to listen in on my phone and stuff from time to time and make sure it's doing good. So I want to continue working through this, but thank you, Carlos, sorry, for the donation there. So let's work it towards about 1 p.m. here, and you can see those thunderstorms begin to build. And these are going to quickly, the Storm Prediction Center has alluded to the fact that these are going to quickly become tornadic supercells very fast. So these could already be dangerous right out of the gate, and that's not even our biggest concern today, actually. As these continue to build in by 2 p.m., obviously these are becoming significant storms by this point. We're picking up 70 dBz here on the model. These tend to sometimes overdo things like that by 5 or 10 dBz, but still, regardless, very high dBz storms in here, likely supercells. 3 p.m. Working it through even further. Still eastern Mississippi there, seeing some of those. Western Alabama, even making their way there towards the central cities, Montgomery, Birmingham, not out of the question for you guys to be included in those earlier supercells that are going to be going on this afternoon that we're going to be covering here live. So be sure to stick around with us here. These storms out here west with this more linear storm mode, it's more linear. It's not completely linear by this point, according to this model. These are going to be embedded supercells potentially, and we're already going to have a tornado threat back west as well. Very clearly, this model is calling for supercells, as you can almost make out the shape of a hook echo there from what this is showing. This is calling for multiple supercells here. We have to have our fingers crossed that this does not occur this way, because this would mean multiple tornadic supercells all at once by the time we're reaching 4 p.m. today. 5 p.m., it's the same exact story, if not worse. 6 p.m., still going on. This is classic for what a high risk system would look like, guys. I think, honestly, in my opinion, the Storm Prediction Center, their categories, it doesn't put an emphasis on how bad it's going to be enough, in my opinion. Because I think people hear high risk and they're like thinking like Weather Channel, oh, there's going to be a 70% chance of thunderstorms when they hear high risk. I don't think that it really, I don't think it really connects to a lot of people who don't know enough about severe weather, how bad it could potentially be. Because in a high risk event, and me and Brendan both know this obviously, we're looking at widespread, long-lived severe weather with major implications. This isn't, you know, scattered in severe weather potentially. This is, we're talking about 50-50 chance of seeing severe weather for like your house if you're in there, literally. So we're talking about high probabilities of severe weather occurring. It's going to be widespread throughout that region. So let's continue to move this forward here. By the time we're reaching 7 p.m., you can see this becomes a little bit more of like a multicellular. I don't even know what to call this, but it's all just embedded in there according to this model. That may or may not be the case. Here, somebody is completely spamming the chat. I want to take care of that real quick. We have another line of thunderstorms, still that back end one building in through Louisiana and Mississippi here. Multiple supercells likely by this point, still 7 p.m. 8 p.m., same story. We have these, by this point, in my opinion, what's happening is these back end ones are becoming the more concerning area of thunderstorms than the front end ones by this point. I don't know if Brendan agrees there. That's obviously just my interpretation of what I'm seeing from the models. But it seems like at some point that's going to transition where these front ones are going to begin to die down, and those back ones, as you can see by 9 p.m., are going to be strengthening even further, eating up some of that cape that's still left over. But regardless, there's going to be, potentially life-threatening weather happening throughout the entire area, basically, by this point. 11 p.m., 12 a.m., still taking a look at those significant storms, especially Mississippi, Alabama. 2 a.m., so overnight. I mentioned this earlier, overnight, the entire night, we're going to be taking a look at severe weather, basically. There's going to be a risk all the way through the night. I'm going to try to take this even further, so let's move this towards about 7 a.m. We're going to take bigger jumps here. Obviously, we won't be live by 7 a.m. I wish I could be, but I sleep. So 7 a.m., now we're talking Atlanta, Georgia. And even though you guys don't have the high risk, I don't want anybody to underestimate, these systems, because me and Brendan, we were talking yesterday, and we were watching a supercell with a tornado warning in a marginal risk here. But Atlanta, you're right on the edge of seeing an enhanced risk or a slight risk. So you are not out of the risk zone at all. Just because you're not in the high risk doesn't mean that you're not going to see a tornado at all. And it is very common to see, the lower risk areas get a lot of severe weather as well. And they're not always perfect with these risks either. A lot of this, the worst severe weather could happen a little bit outside of this high risk area as well. Many different things can play out today. And that's why it's so important to just keep up to date with what we would call the nowcast. Not a forecast, but a nowcast. What is going on right now? So you're going to want to have your warnings turned on your iPhones if you have iPhones. Your NOAA radios ready to go. All of that stuff just completely ready to take cover if need be. And you're going to want to definitely make sure that when you sleep tonight, you have a way of knowing if a tornado warning occurs, because we're expecting life-threatening tornadoes to be possible today. And just to close this out real quick, and I'm going to give Brendan a chance to talk because I've been talking a while here.
Oh, you're good.
We see by the time we're reaching 10 a.m., I wanted to talk about this because I touched on what's going to be happening on the East Coast day 2 a little bit here. We have obviously a moderate risk here for Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Those storms are going to be still in the storm mode of potentially supercells here with tornadoes possible. And these are eventually, as you can see, embedded supercells there. By time of reaching the late afternoon, early evening, these are going to be reaching the East Coast, and that threat will be finished by the time these storms move offshore here. So for the most part, for most of the Carolinas, that threat is going to be coming to an end by tomorrow evening. And then that's when, all the storms will finally be done as far as this, terrible severe weather event we've been tracking here. for days now. Those should become general thunderstorms for southern Florida there, with very very small amount of severe weather risk, but still a risk. So let's go ahead and switch it back to what's going on now. I think we did a really good job there of just updating everybody on what's still to come, which is pretty much everything because we're just getting started here. Um, Let me just turn on that national radar again. I want to turn back on the
Yeah,
severe
and listen,
thunderstorm
while
alerts.
you do that,
Yes.
real quickly, I just want to jump in. This really stresses kind of the gravity of what could come in the next few hours. Mississippi, there are already several school districts, and I know we got to acknowledge, there is still COVID, but many schools have already gone back to personal learning in person. A lot of districts, there's actually a few right now in Mississippi, Amory School District, if I said that correctly, Alcorn, and then Aberdeen. This is actually right in that warm sector, a lot of these towns. They have opted to close school today and go to virtual learning in preparation for this severe event. And, it makes sense because a lot of these areas do not have proper shelter, let alone a basement. And that goes for homes too. So we're already seeing that with school districts. This is not the first time that something like this has happened. If you guys think back to Moore, Oklahoma, that comes to mind for me. Prior to that tornado, there were many schools across Moore and even into places like Norman and Oklahoma City that had closed schools in anticipation for a possible severe weather event. So we're already starting to see that. I was also trying to look up and see if there's been any shelters opened up. I had researched around this morning and I did see something along the lines of either the state of Alabama or Mississippi opening up shelters. I don't have a confirmation on that, but it would make sense. That's typically their protocol in events like these, for people to have a shelter in the event of a, disaster, God forbid. So again, we're already seeing preparations out ahead of this storm. And whenever we see a populated area such as Jackson or Birmingham or Montgomery be under the gun for strong long track tornadoes, we never hope for things like this. And my hope is that it doesn't happen the way we think it's going to happen. But nonetheless, we got to, of course, stay on top of it and continue to track it. But, again, a lot of preparations already in place for today.
Right. I wanted to touch on one thing here. That was really good points made there. It's interesting how they handle these situations. Um, that's life saving decisions being made there. By your local government. So I'm very curious how as a there's so many communities involved here today with this event, but how they handle that. There's no The one thing I wanted to touch on here is there's no particularly dangerous situation tornado watches so far out of all three. They're all a no on that particularly dangerous situation. Does that mean that there won't be a dangerous situation? Absolutely not. But that is something we watch for just to see, how the National Weather Service is feeling and the Storm Prediction Center as far as these areas. But I guess as we look at that day one categorical outlook, that doesn't even, well, this northern one kind of does, but that's not our high risk area yet. And I'm sure once we get to this high risk, without a doubt, I think there will be a PDS tornado watch, obviously. Um, it, this is about this is on the upper end of how high of a risk you can get for severe weather and just like how good the setup can be. I like Brendan alluded to earlier, there is a few things that have it was just the absolute perfect setup for severe weather. You could tweak a couple of things, but this is on the upper end of how favorable things can get um, for just tornadoes and severe weather in general here. Um, Definitely an interesting start to the severe weather season that we've had. It feels like, honestly, Brendan, that we had almost no severe weather over the winter and even like the final weeks of February, and then just something like a light switch turned on. And now we've been seeing activity. We've seen, I guess the past week is really when it's turned on, and it just has not stopped yet. Hopefully it's not a sign of things
Yeah.
to come.
Yeah, and we've seen seasons where we've had early starts to tornado seasons, and sometimes it doesn't pan out later on.
Yeah.
Things start to kind of quiet down a bit. So the way I look at it is it could be. I hope not, but it just remains to be seen how the pattern sets up into the summer.
Yeah, I mean, even last year, through April, we were really ahead of the average as far as tornadoes and everything. But obviously, we know how May and June went, and it really died down after that point. You know what I mean? We really slowed down that tornado season. Um,
Diane asked, by the way, is Central Arkansas basically done, or will there be more later today? By the way, guys, as we get later on the stream, we'll probably have chat flying as it already is, even faster. So we may not be able to get to every comment, but I did want to talk about that. Ashton, what's your thoughts on that? I think we're still under the gun for Arkansas, are we not?
yeah,
Looks like
it
we are.
obviously depends on your location here, but we still have an enhanced risk and a moderate risk depending on what half of the state you're in at this point. So it is not done. As a matter of fact, you're under a tornado watch right now. Unless you're in northern Arkansas there. So it is certainly not done. Um, the fat lady is not singing yet. Um, we're we're still awaiting to see the National Weather Service obviously lower those risks, because that's what they do on the back end of these is they'll eventually go down to a marginal risk and lower that gradually throughout the day as this event unfolds. What I will do for you here, what was her name, Diane? Um, was that correct, Brendan? I'm not
No,
looking.
yeah. It was
Okay,
done.
okay.
Yeah, you're
So
good.
I'm gonna go ahead and look through this simulated radar for you here, just so we can break this down for Central Arkansas. Um, so by 12 p.m., it looks like there's gonna be some storms that develop here on the back end, as that line kind of dissipates, and we're gonna definitely see some supercells developing, especially in the southern half of the state. But it looks like even the northern state. So it is not done for you yet. And honestly, through the afternoon and evening, it still looks like some severe storms are going to be around. Your threat looks to end potentially around 10 or 11 p.m. That's the time frame I'm saying for you guys. Luckily, it appears you guys won't have that overnight threat. You're obviously going to want to stay tuned to the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center on their updates as far as the timing there. And I would also watch. You probably have some sort of advisories going on, so you can go to the National Weather Service .gov and you can click your county and it'll tell you what your advisories are right now. But they probably will let you know when that's supposed to end for your local county. Um, so yeah, hopefully that's helpful information for you. Let's see here.
Two things I want to address in chat real quick. First one, somebody said, actually, a couple people have said that a lot of the Alabama schools are on spring break. The districts that I went over was just for Mississippi. Keep in mind, there's some districts that are on spring break right now, some that aren't. So those were just the ones that are not on spring break that are back in session right now. Of course, the ones that are on spring break, obviously, they're not in school. So I wouldn't be referring to them there. Just wanted to clear that up because, yes, there are actually quite a few districts in Alabama. I guess if there's any good news, it's that they're not in school right now.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to get to though is somebody had brought up is the rain showers right there. You see how we're? I know I'm a little bit of a delay while watching your stream, Ashton, but right around that high risk. See how there's some showers right
Right.
out ahead of that line. Somebody asked a really good question. Is that going to stabilize the environment out ahead of it? That's something that me and Ashton had debated quite a bit leading up to this event. Anytime that we talk about Dixie Alley, let's keep note. There have been times where we would have a moderate risk, and I can't unfortunately point out the year, but I know there has been times in the past where severe weather just hasn't panned out due to the saturated nature of the atmosphere. However, the models actually project that that will clear out as that warm sector lifts more north. We're slowly starting to see that within the last about 15, 20 minutes. But again, the models aren't showing that taking place right now. They actually want to clear a lot of that cloud cover and precipitation out right around the 1 to 3 o'clock time frame, exactly when we do expect that warm sector to amplify. So it's always something that, and Ashton can totally agree with me here. You always have to consider that because we even saw soundings of saturation of precipitable water being close to 2 inches in some spots. That means that in the atmosphere, it is so saturated that it's pretty much a water equivalent of anywhere between 1.5 to 2 inches of precipitable water. So that's typically very common in an area like Alabama, Mississippi, especially Dixie Alley. They're right on the Gulf. So the air is always saturated 95% of the time. So it was definitely something that we took a look at, but we do expect that to clear out later on this afternoon.
Absolutely. And I have the satellite on screen now too, just to add to your point there. So as you can see, this morning, very early this morning, I had texted Brendan. We did have a very big area of clearing, which probably really led to some heating within there. Just those few hours as the sun was coming up was enough to really help a lot to obviously get things underway. The Cape, the temperatures, the dew points, just a little bit higher, just a tiny bit, but that could make the difference, you know. But yeah, to add to your point, we do see some clearing. These cells are a lot more discrete, and we're honestly seeing some sunny conditions for spots in between these cells. And like you said, by the time we're talking about one, two, three, we should see a lot of these break up the areas in between of clouds, but some of these will actually become supercells potentially as well in that area. Um, so it's going to be an interesting situation that unfolds there. If not these, obviously they could break up a little bit earlier. We're expecting supercells to develop within this warm sector uh, afternoon time frame. Um, there was one other thing I wanted to look at here, and that was our Cape. I wanted to get an update on what we're looking at as far as Cape. Um, just to show you that even though these showers are here, it's not really hindering the Cape at all. Our Cape is still increasing very rapidly here as the heat of the day approaches. So the time you would be concerned about the storms potentially eating away at that potential later on is if they were using up that Cape and causing those temperatures to stay lower. But as we can see here, that Cape continues to rise, and so far that has not hindered that development of the Cape too much at all. Um, so we're gonna watch this closely as those supercells develop out in front of this. That's when we should start to see that Cape get eaten away at a little bit as those thunderstorms use up that Cape. It's just like fuel; they burn through it. They really do. And then we're going to see that second line come through. If the front line is much stronger than anticipated, we could see it eat away at a lot of that Cape, and the second one that comes through could be a little bit of an underperformer. That's my biggest. I guess if there is something that could bust about the forecast, I would say that's probably the biggest thing at this point is that we're expecting kind of a 1-2 punch, and if that front end one eats away at a lot of that Cape dew point temperature, we could see a little bit of a lower back end potential there. Regardless, there's going to be tornadoes, there's going to be life threatening hazards, and you're not going to want to ease up at all throughout the night tonight at all. Um, if I lived in this region, I would be very prepared. I would say it's better to be over prepared at this point for sure than under prepared. And here you can see a perfect example of what I was just describing where storms just eat away at that Cape. Look at this line just eating all that Cape out in front of it. Um, Look at all that Cape there, and then as this cell comes through, there's nothing left behind. So it is absolutely tearing away at all that Cape out ahead of it. And then we're seeing this develop out front. So that's actually a perfect example there of what I was just describing. Let's see.
Wanted to go ahead and give a quick severe weather update, our first one of the day, believe it or not. The severe thunderstorm warning that we had been watching pretty much throughout the morning, right across east central Texas and Louisiana, has been allowed to expire. The winds that were at near 60 miles per hour wind gusts, it has weakened below those severe limits. So we'll still keep an eye on that line. That's something that we'll have to watch, obviously, throughout the day, because that's where our second round of severe weather is going to come from. But so far, not anything severe at this time. So we got a little bit of downtime. Let me go ahead and check chat here. Staying prepared here in Tennessee. Still have PTSD from 2011. Yeah, I'll never forget 2011. That was, I don't think any of us will. That's actually the year, I think how old was I? Like 14, 15? And that really got me interested in meteorology, and here I am studying it. So 10 years later. That was a really significant event for me. That hit home for me, and I'm in Illinois, but just watching it was just unbelievable.
That whole year, was you saw weird things happen. The severe weather throughout the country that year. I mean, obviously we had the one event that was the huge one, but just many different events in 2011 were absolutely crazy. I know we had the Dixie Alley very active, but I believe there was actually a tornado event in New England as well that year, if I'm remembering correctly, where Massachusetts got a tornado that was pretty significant. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, you're
But
researchers, Chad. Let us know.
yeah, our fact checkers down there. I don't want to be saying anything that's wrong, but I'm pretty sure that I recall that correctly there.
I think there was, Ashton. I'm not doubting you because I remember there was. I just don't remember a time. Um, but that said, I think for me the biggest tornado event that I personally remember, I mean 2011 was just unbelievable in of itself. I mean, you want to talk about snow? Who could forget the Groundhog's Day blizzard 2011 in Chicago, 22, 23 inches? But on the severe weather side, to me, what stands out the most is the Joplin tornado. I'll never forget turning on the Weather Channel, seeing Mike Bettis stand in front of that hospital. It looked like a bomb went off. I mean, that to me will always be etched in my memory. And I know, Ashton, you talked about just the Dixie Alley outbreak, April 27th. That was infamous as well. So, chat, here's a question for you guys. We've kind of given our input. Is there a particular tornado outbreak or tornado event that is the most infamous to you, for lack of a better term? Is there a tornado event that stands out in your mind throughout your life? I know people that are older, and that's not a bad thing. I know there's quite a few people in here that are in their 40s and 50s, right? They remember the tri-state tornado outbreak. I believe that was in the 70s. So there's a lot to pick from. To me, it's Joplin. And also, I would even say Fairdale 2015. I think it was April 9th. That tore through Fairdale, Illinois. I'll never forget that. That was in EF4, really close to home. We had a lot of responses. Let's see, Ashton. Easter 2020.
They did confirm that that tornado did happen in Massachusetts in 2011, by the way.
Really? Okay.
June 1st, 2011. So.
Most infamous Joplin. Yeah, and infamous, I mean, I'm really trying to say, because again, it was still a devastating event. You don't want to say famous, because it's not. It killed people, so infamous is a way to describe it. That's the way I'll describe it. It was definitely it was a terrible event, but one that sticks out in my memory. Ashton, somebody said here, April 27th, this is from Logan, Georgia, cried my eyes out taking shelter in a mobile home, then waking up to screams outside, so scary. Yeah, and actually, if I can, Ashton, I got a quick story on the Joplin thing. I used to work for a call center, believe it or not. I know I have the voice for the phones and the stream, but yeah, I actually did work at a call center. And one of our clients actually was the Petland in Joplin. And I remember talking to the owner right before I left the company a couple years ago. And I had to ask him, because I've always been interested in meteorology. I said, what was it like? I mean, where were you on that day? And what do you remember? And he told me he was on the south side of town, and he just remembers, he doesn't remember really seeing anything. He didn't see the tornado, but the smell of gas is what is so vivid in his memory. And his daughter was on the other side of town. If you guys remember that gas station that got hit, that famous video, she was actually just a couple blocks away from that. And he didn't even know if his daughter was dead or alive. And just that and the smell of gas, he'll never forget that. And to me, that was just, I had to know somebody's perspective from Joplin, because it's just, I mean, those events like that, there's ones that sometimes, unfortunately, you do forget about. But there's ones like that just live on forever, unfortunately. But thankfully, that town has really rebuilt itself, Ashton. I mean, it's coming up on 10 years since that event. And we've seen a lot of these communities rebuild. So it's good news, but just a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we talked about yesterday. I mean, there's been situations like that where you see I mean, Joplin, I think, is the best example of a larger population area getting hit. But we've dodged so many bullets throughout the years as well. It's crazy when you think about it. Me and Brendan were just talking about this yesterday, but like how possible it is for larger areas to get hit by tornadoes, and there's nothing stopping a city from getting hit by a tornado. What is stopping that from happening? I don't really know, but it just we've dodged bullets. We really have in years past. So we're gonna hope for that streak to continue of no larger areas getting hit by tornadoes. Obviously, here I'm gonna.
Yeah, I want to get to Eric's comment real quickly while you.
All right.
Yeah. By the way, guys, Ashton's still in the process of fixing his mic. We got plenty of time. He sounds definitely better from what I've heard, but of course a little bit quiet. So we'll get that fixed as soon as we can. Eric says, I lived in Tuscaloosa, and that was probably the worst one that I encountered in 2011. April 27th, around 2:33, and ended up losing my mother and father and wife. Oh my gosh, I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, and that's that's why I got into meteorology, guys. And that's why Ashton does what he does. Because, I mean, we try to do our best to provide coverage and give everybody a heads up. But unfortunately, these things these things happen. I can't think of a better term other than to say that. And as meteorologists, we try to do our best to do everything possible to get people prepared and have a plan. But like we've seen in these tornado events, sometimes uh, unfortunately these tornadoes become incredibly strong and tragically lives are taken. So you know that's why I like doing the stream, and I'm glad Ashton brought me on because in days like today, hey, listen, I hope it busts. I really do. I never hope for anything or an outbreak to happen. But if things do go south like we project them to, then we want to be here and give everybody as much heads up as possible. Speaking of that, be sure to like the stream because that gets our name out there. If you know anybody that lives in the South, especially those that live there right now, if you know any friends or family, send them a link to the stream. Even like the stream because this gets words out to those who you may not be friends with or know. People that live in the South too. So be sure to like the stream. Be sure to share the stream, not just to our benefit. We're really doing this because we want to make sure that people are aware of what's going on around the clock. So that's why we're here, and we will be here throughout the entire day. Let me real quickly, and then I'm going to have Ashton jump back in here. I want to get to a couple more comments. I'm way too young to be alive for the 1999 tornado, but me and my family are from Clarksville, Tennessee, and they've told me lots of stuff about it. 1999. I saw a few people mention 2015 Fairdale. Yeah, the video of the old man on the second floor of his house. He actually survived. Unfortunately, his wife passed away, and she was in the basement. That is some of the scariest tornado footage I've ever seen. I would probably compare that to the Joplin in 2011 in terms of footage. It was just unbelievable. Charles Lee with the $10 donation. Good luck today, fellas. Thank you, Charles, so much for supporting the stream. We really do appreciate it. And we are very glad to have you. And thank you again for the donation. One more comment here, and then I'm going to have Ashton jump in and try his mic out again. Miguel says, I have family in New Orleans. I heard it's an enhanced risk, not fully sure. I believe it is. Let me just quickly double check for you. You know what? Yes, correct. It is an enhanced at this time and just right on the cusp of a moderate. So right in between there. Ashton, do you want to go ahead and check out or try your mic real quick?
Yeah, so actually what I've done is I'm chatting with one of the mods on Facebook because I've actually turned you down because I think what's going on too is people can't turn their volume up too much because I have you set so loud that like it's like really loud when they're hearing you, but then they can't hear me because they have to have their volume a little lower. So I'm just trying to balance it out right now a little bit better. Um, because your microphone sounds very good, obviously. So I'm trying to get it just balanced here,
Sure.
so people can turn their volume all the way up and just work with whatever's going on with my microphone. Although from what I'm seeing here on this little audio, I don't even know what you'd call that thing. The thing that measures the amount of audio coming through, it doesn't look lower than it doesn't look much lower than it typically does. So I think it's just a balance issue here. Um,
Okay.
so okay. So I'm sorry, I wasn't really listening much at all as I was trying to kind of chat over
Totally
there.
fine. Totally fine.
Repair all the issues.
We were just going through chat. I was just talking with people about kind of their what tornadoes that they remember. And let me get to actually one more here. Like we hear stories about the Worcester, Massachusetts tornado in June 1950. This killed something like 200 people. Meteorologists did not think it's possible for a tornado to strike New England. It's a common misconception. Ashton, if you want to touch on this, actually, what's your thoughts? I mean, I hear all the time, oh, Chicago can't get hit by tornadoes, but yet just August 10th with that derecho event, we saw a couple of tornadoes, actually 15 to 20 across the Chicago metro. I mean, what's your take on that?
I think it's tough to say. In my opinion, and I think this is pretty clear. I I go from the mindset. I've always said this. When I'm talking about the possibilities with weather, it's snowed in the Bahamas before. And that's what I always remind myself of with weather. It has snowed in Miami. It has snowed in the Bahamas before. You can search it up. It happened in the 70s. Um, so, and chat can confirm that for me. But But these anything is possible. Anything is possible with the weather. So yes, Chicago could get hit by a tornado. Chicago could get hit by an EF5 tornado. Anything is possible. We have to remember that. There's nobody that's in control of what's happening here. The weather is constantly just working in cycles. This is we have such a small sample size, as like modern humans, of just really good recorded data of weather. Uh, who knows if back in like the before America was even like settled, who knows what kind of a weather events happened over here back then, that we don't even know about. I always think about that stuff. So I really hate to
Absolutely.
say when people say that things are impossible with weather. Nothing is impossible.
Yeah,
That's
and
all I have to say about
play,
that.
I'm biased towards Illinois, Ashton, as you know, and we already had
Right.
two people mention just now, Plainfield tornado of 1990. Yeah, that tornado. And I'm trying not to bore you guys because I know some of you are not from Illinois, and many of you are like, whatever, Illinois. What about my state? Totally understandable. Um, One thing I want to touch on too. This is so important. The Plainfield tornado had CAPE. So remember, CAPE is convective available potential energy. How much energy is in our atmosphere at the surface, at the mixed layer, etc. At the surface, CAPE that day was 7,000 joules per kilogram. And Ashton, as you know, that's really high. That's not what we're seeing today. Meanwhile, during the Fairdale tornado, which was an EF4, there was only CAPE around, I think it was 1,000 to 1,500. So I know there's such a misconception in meteorology. Not necessarily those who have degrees or even those who are studying it, but just generally amongst the community that CAPE is the driving force behind tornadic development. It is, but we have seen tornadoes form in low CAPE environments. And by the way, another example of a low CAPE environment, you can go back to the last high risk in Illinois. I think there was one after it, but the last major high risk in Illinois, November 17th, 2013, that produced over 150 tornado reports, and that was in November. It was not in the 80s and 90s, so we didn't see high CAPE. So it's really, really important to stress that CAPE is just one variable, but whenever we look at a specific situation, it's about analyzing all the variables that are on the table and making your best judgment on what's going to happen given the circumstances.
Couldn't have said it better myself there. Um, as we continue to track these storms, we have a quieter moment here, which is obviously good news that there's nothing bad going on currently. I want to remind all of you we have 782 people watching right now. Thank you so much for being here. If you want to do your part to help in any way, um, like the stream. It absolutely helps the algorithm. We proved that the last time we streamed. Everybody knows this. This isn't a secret. But in the last stream, the more the likes went up, the more we were reaching new people that might not even know about this weather going on. I know you're probably thinking, like, who doesn't know that there's a high risk of severe weather? But there's got to be people here. I mean, of the population of Mississippi and Alabama, of all of these areas, we're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of people. There's got to be a handful of people that just don't even know that this is going on. So if we can even help one person today, that makes it worth it. So the higher our reach goes, the better, honestly. So like the stream, do your part, and share this. If you live in this local area, share the stream over text to your Facebook, to your social medias, and just really get the word out to people, so we can just increase awareness here of this situation that's going on. So I have a little bit of a question for you guys. Let us know, what state are you watching from? I'm curious how many of you are from the area that we're viewing here in this event. So we'll do a little comment of the stream, not a comment of the day, comment of the stream. 815 viewers. Welcome in, folks. We're getting more and more people in here. Uh, Absolute pleasure to be speaking with so many of you today. We're hoping to go. Okay, we got Alabama. Seeing a lot of you from here, actually.
Yeah, Massachusetts.
We're gonna be with you guys a long time today. As much as my throat won't like it, we're gonna we're gonna be streaming for we're going to be streaming for hours today, many hours. This will be probably my longest stream of actually talking in channel history. Because it's probably the biggest thing I've ever had to make a stream about in channel history, in my opinion.
Yeah, we got East Coast, Illinois, but hoping it's less than what expected. Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope. We're gonna track it nonetheless. Probably North
Louisiana,
Carolina, New York. Yeah,
Oklahoma.
Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois.
Oh, that's cool.
Very
Carlos
good.
Planos Jr. just posted a kind of statistic: tornadoes in major cities. Nashville has had two, 1998, and then 2020, obviously. Salt Lake City, 1999. Tuscaloosa, 2000, and then 2011. Atlanta, 2008. Louisville, 1974. Kalamazoo. Is that a? I've never heard
Yep,
of
you
that
got
one.
it. You
Where's
got it.
that
Is
at?
that Michigan, right? I think it's Michigan.
1980. Mobile, 2012. Detroit, 1997. Fort Worth, 2000. What's interesting is it seems like there's only been 2 or 3 of those in kind of like recent weather times since like 2010. And that's Tuscaloosa, Nashville, and then Mobile. But outside of that, they're all 20 years ago. So we have been spared if you think about if we're just thinking about odds here. I think we've dodged some bullets for sure during some of these events.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I talked off stream about Chicago. A lot of times we don't get tornadoes close into the city because you got to take the lake into effect as a factor. So sometimes that can deter and weaken a lot of those storms before they reach into Chicago. But a lot of tornadoes do happen outside the Chicago metro and places like DeKalb County, even into central Illinois. But they can still hit cities, honestly. I want to get to one question here. Somebody asked, what's the difference between a derecho and a squall line? Really, a squall line is simply, this is going to sound really basic, guys. You ready? It's a line of thunderstorms. That's it. I mean, that's like, that's the best way to dumb it down. It's just a line of thunderstorms, a line of severe thunderstorms. Sometimes in a squall line, which we'll probably see later tonight, we could see some embedded rotation. Most of the time, they're very wind and hail based. Derechos are a long duration wind event. So think about August 10th. That was a derecho. It's also known as a bow echo, but the difference between the two is a bow echo is, of course, a storm, a line of thunderstorms that has its own established gust front. So remember, cold air is rushing down towards the surface and then basically flushing out of it in the form of damaging winds. Whereas a derecho is the same concept, but it's over a long period of time. So August 10th, that thing went from Iowa all the way across Illinois and I think even into Indiana. So that's a span of several hundred miles. That's when it would be classified as derecho. We usually don't classify derechos as they're happening. We classify them after the fact in order to get a better idea of how long in terms of time that storm lasted, as well as what coverage, what distance. So they're both the same thing, but if a bow echo was happening, you just call it a bow echo. But after the fact, you would classify it as a derecho.
Right, and I guess a good comparison there is kind of like a tropical storm, Category 1, Category 2 hurricane. It's just a man-made kind of category, and that's what a derecho is. It isn't actually like a different thing. We've just made a different name for a different category of storm there. Uh,
Right.
and the requirements there is it must have winds of at least 58 miles per hour throughout the storm, and it must be 240 miles wide. So you can see there's kind of like requirements to be considered a derecho. Interesting stuff there.
Ashton, do you want to take a look at some of those storms that are firing? I don't think those are supposed to be severe right now. I think they're just going to be general thunderstorms. But do you want to just kind of give an update on that for those who live in that area?
In
Those
particular,
storms right in that warm sector.
okay. Yeah.
Right
So
around I-20, should be like I-20, I-59. Those showers that are forming.
okay. So what we'll do here is we'll just turn off all these tornado watches just to clear up the screen, lower the RAM usage, lower the odds of crashing here. And we will go ahead and move down to southern Mississippi here on our high resolution level 2 radar data. Really nerdy stuff going on here, guys. Let's see. As we give that a second to load in, we're going to get some high resolution radar data here on screen. We do have these thunderstorms that are building in. I'm watching them on my other um, screen over here, so I do have access to that. Yeah, so here in southern Mississippi, we do have these storms that have been building in. We're going to begin to get more and more frames here. But they've been intensifying to this point. They have been intensifying. So as we've alluded to, these could a little bit later on begin to become more like supercells. A lot of those sprinkles in between are going to break up, and we're going to see some more organized areas of thunderstorms. Let's move up to a more northern radar site here, up here near Jackson, Mississippi. Here we go. So we can visualize some more storms going on throughout the state here of Mississippi. Look at those ones in the bottom just really build in here.
Yeah.
That really shows.
I bring that up, Ashton, because look at, I mean, just at the models, and not to cut you off there.
Yeah.
I was looking at the mesoanalysis page on the SPC, and the HRRR and the RAP do have those developing within the next, couple hour time frame. So right around, again, 1 o'clock, we will start to begin to see those really start to strengthen. So that area is the developing warm sector. So you're going to see us refer to this particular spot a lot today. And we're going to have to monitor it closely. Remember, guys, I mean, we said 1 to 3 o'clock. Sometimes models do underestimate initiation time frame. Sometimes storms can form a little bit earlier. That warm sector can initiate a little bit earlier. That's really the biggest reason why we started super early today, is just to prepare ourselves in case that happens. So these storms, we're going to continue to monitor. I'm also, Ashton, monitoring the SPC for any new mesoscale discussions. That's going to be the biggest thing to watch today, too. I know you had alluded to potentially a PDS tornado watch. We have not seen that yet. We have not seen a mesoscale discussion yet, but based on these conditions and how they'll amplify today, we may possibly see something like that take place. It's really going to be the SPC's call, but I will continue to track that. And Ashton, I know you and I will continue to track these developing thunderstorms and see if anything initiates in the next couple hours with these.
For sure. And I got to give credit here to the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center here. As you can see, the location here of their high risk area, which to my knowledge they have not shifted at all since initially going ahead and placing that there. Look at the storms to the south. They've perfectly placed this in the area that's seeing less of those storms and just more of that clearing, as you can see, of no precipitation. Our radar site is in the high risk, but here on this western edge of that high risk area, there's no precipitation to be found. Kind of near the western edge there of Mississippi, you can see some of that going on, but mostly it's down here in this moderate risk where we're seeing a lot of those thunderstorms developing earlier on, which is giving this higher risk area a better opportunity and a longer time to really just build in those good atmospheric conditions for those thunderstorms that are going to be rolling through later. So just a great placement there of the high risk, in my opinion, so far. And it's looking like that's been a really excellent placement. Also, to the north, you can see some showers right on the northern edge there of that high risk. So you couldn't have placed it any better than this, to tell you the truth, really. So let's see. That's our high risk area. We will obviously touch on that multiple times throughout the day today, talking about the risk areas, things of that nature. I want to try seeing. Let's go and see what's going on in northern Mississippi here.
They did, Ashton, I think, if I remember correctly, somebody said in chat too, they actually did expand that high risk a little bit farther east. It's really hard to tell because I also thought the same way as you. But they've actually extended that, I think, to go a little bit east of Birmingham.
Okay.
Not by much. So really, I mean, you're absolutely right. They haven't really changed that whatsoever, just by a little bit. But they've kept it pretty consistent.
Gotcha. So it kind of maybe before, I'm gonna put it on screen here, maybe stopped about there, something like that, and they might have added that very eastern corner there of that. There should be some lag in the stream also, actually, so you'll see it in a sec what I just drew, but yeah, kind of that eastern front there is probably where that extension happened. I mean, I couldn't tell from just like the naked eye. I definitely could not tell that had occurred at all.
No, totally fine. I didn't know either. And as a matter of fact, that update actually came out when I talked to you early this morning. Like 13 minutes after I got off the phone with you, they had actually made that very slight adjustment.
Gotcha.
Very early this morning. One thing that I want to jump on. Hey, Ashton, do you remember last night? You and I we weren't streaming. We were actually tracking that supercell thunderstorm in Mississippi. Do you remember that went tornado warned?
Yes.
Remember that one? Yeah, we actually have, speaking of giving credit to the National Weather Service, even out ahead of this main event, they actually took the time to squeak in a damage survey, which that's incredible because that's a very short turnaround time considering it happened at night. That one was rated an EF1, and thank you, Carlos, for sharing the public information statement. Estimated peak winds 100 miles per hour. It was a brief tornado, just uprooted some trees, limbs broken, power lines down as well. So yesterday wasn't even a high risk. I don't even think it was really a substantial risk in Mississippi. I think they had a slight or maybe an enhanced,
Marginal.
if I can remember. Marginal.
Oh, marginal.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it was an EF1 tornado. So, and by the way, that was out ahead of this front in that warm sector that wasn't even as established as it is right now. So I don't know if that's a sign of things to come itself, but again, just hats off to the Weather Service in Jackson. I mean, they're going to have a lot on their plate today. I know that just like with the National Weather Service in Amarillo a couple days ago, these Weather Service offices always have a procedure and a game plan. And I am just so impressed that they got a damage survey in such a short time frame while also trying to manage what's ahead for today. So just already, shouts out to them. That's a fantastic job.
Absolutely. So Healing V1 Scion, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, that is very complicated. Said, what is Atlanta looking like in 10 hours? Donated $5 as well. Thank you so much for that donation. So here is in 10 hours at about 10 p.m. That's Eastern time, by the way, Brendan, because I know you're Central time.
Yes, sir.
We're going to be dealing with the thunderstorms just approaching your area. But around 9 and 8, there could be some scattered in thunderstorms as well ahead of that. But this main area is going to be reaching your region there between 10 and 12. But the risk for your area is going to continue on overnight. So, but that generally is going to begin during the evening hours as we approach 5, 6, 7. That's when some thunderstorms could get underway there for Atlanta. I just wanted to go ahead and mention that. Unfortunately, guys, I'm not going to be able to do that for every single person who comments, but always when somebody does the super chat, I'm going to go ahead and break that down.
Ashton, I want to jump in a second,
Gotcha.
real quickly. Or do you want to? You go ahead and finish up, then I'll jump in.
Well, I was just gonna say, if you do want to leave a super chat, of course we're gonna make sure to touch on all of those for sure. Yeah. So what were you gonna say, Brendan?
So we just got breaking news out of the SPC. We have our first mesoscale discussion of this afternoon or this morning. Environment is becoming increasingly favorable for tornadic supercells. A PDS watch will likely be needed around 17Z. That's going to be within the hour. Probability of wash insurance, 95%. I'm going to read through as much as I can here. There's a lot to dissect with this discussion, so I'm only going to go over some of the key details. Of course, if you guys have any questions, let us know.
And I have it on screen too. Yeah.
You do? Okay. So the environment is becoming increasingly favorable for tornadic supercells, and a PDS tornado watch will likely be needed within the next hour or two. Regional radar and satellite imagery continue to show deepening convection within the broad and robust warm air advection regime across much of Mississippi and Alabama. Some modest clearing occurred briefly ahead of the leading showers over Mississippi, which is what you and I just touched on just within the last hour. Across much of central and southern Mississippi are now in the mid-70s, their temperatures. Slightly cooler surface temperatures exist across central and southern Alabama. Dew points exhibit a similar trend. Let's see here. Thermodynamic conditions have eroded much of the convective inhibition. So remember, that's talking about cap. So that's a bad sign. If the cap is already eroding, then we may see some early initiation here, like we're kind of already seeing at this time. Although forecast soundings do suggest some minimal, looks like Milson likely remains in place at the top of the boundary layer. So all in all, it just says here, overall environment is expected to become increasingly favorable for discrete supercells capable of all severe hazards, including intense tornadoes. They're saying 17 to 19Z time frames, so that's going to be, like I said, within the next hour or two. A prolonged threat for tornadoes is anticipated across the region. So Yeah, we're already seeing the SPC jump out ahead of this thing, and we could see a wash within the hour here as we continue to keep an eye on that warm sector.
So we will be watching for that. Thank you, Brendan, for breaking that down for us here. It's really interesting to be able to watch that, see that mezzo discussion there on screen, and then also see the storms building in there. Another thing I love about WSV3, I swear, guys, they don't pay me. Some people don't believe me sometimes, but I make sure to give them some serious shout outs. We haven't had any crashes today, so far, today we're doing a little bit better. So yeah, I just want to remind you guys as we're about to hit 1,000 viewers potentially. We're creeping on that number. You guys are doing an awesome job of liking the stream, guys. Continue to like that stream. There's 900 of you in here, and there is less than 900 likes. That tells me that I know there's got to be some of you that have not liked the stream. You can do your part. Just click that button. It takes 5 seconds, and it helps get that algorithm to share this with more people, especially in this region, based on the way I've set up the tags and the description. It's going to specifically target people that are going to be potentially impacted by this event. So we want to reach as many people as possible. Do that, and then also if you live in this region or know anybody that does, be sure to share this with folks around here, whether that's on your social media or via texting or a messenger app or whatever you're going to do. Thank you very much for listening to all that. So we have our area of thunderstorms that we're going to be watching very closely in here, because it sounds like these could get pretty bad pretty soon, Brendan, from what you've just kind of informed us on there, that the Storm Prediction Center is letting us know. And we're crossing towards 12 p.m. here, and we were expecting storms to kind of get underway around 1 or 2 p.m. in this region. So we're getting very close to when we're expecting that type of activity to begin for this region. So that seems to be the first thing we're going to need to talk about in this stream coming up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get us off of our high resolution radar and just give us kind of a more national view here, or not like a national, more like a regional view here, so we can see everything that's going on. And look, you can just see these storms pushing into this region, really just pushing into this region, and building in. So we could begin to see some severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings eventually within this region as these storms build up. So what I want to try to do here is get us to a model view here for the model guidance in this region to see what the latest HRRR model is thinking as far as when these storms could begin in here. Or actually, to get the latest run, I would need to refresh the app, which I don't want to do right now. So once we eventually inevitably crash and then reload the program, we will get the latest HRRR model. But for now, we're going to stick with the one we have. There's going to be very slight differences there as far as like a 1 or 2 model run difference with the HRRR model. Christy W donated $5. How does Valdosta, Georgia look for tomorrow? Thank you. I'll have to find where that is first. I apologize.
I'll check for it.
Oh, I see it down here, southern Georgia. Okay.
Yeah.
So throughout the day tomorrow, and by the way, guys, if you're looking for that super chat button, if you want to leave a message there that we will for sure see, and you're wondering how to do that, that's going to be on the bottom right-hand corner there of the chat button. That's that super chat button, and it'll let you leave a custom message there that we will be sure to try to answer as many questions as possible in there. Let's see. I want to bring us towards about the morning hour there for Valdosta. Yeah, so you're still going to be clear by the mid-morning. It appears, according to this model, that around 11 a.m., I'm just going to give you a rough range because this model could be an hour off or so, but around 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. maybe, let's call it 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., somewhere in that late morning, early afternoon time frame, is when those severe storms, and really this does look very severe from what I'm seeing here, potentially, are going to roll through your area. It should be quite brief, hopefully, and then they will eventually push through and be out of your area. So I hope that answers your question there, Christy W. Yeah, Christy W. there. Thank you so much for the kind donation as well. So we're going to go ahead and backtrack and go back to the model we were trying to look at here. I want to see what this model does with these storms that are in this region, and you can see by 12 p.m. it did have those storms around, so it's done a good job, so far, in my opinion. But by 1 p.m., look at how intense these are, Brendan. Here we're seeing some
Yeah.
blues, which is indicating around 60 dBz to 65 dBz being picked up in that little white dot there. And we have multiple cells that look of that, um, you know, severity. And then by 2, we have multiple potential. So to me, this looks like supercells, and then we're going to kind of get underway here. I don't know if you disagree there, but between 1 and 3 and 4, we're going to see these really build into this area, it appears.
Yeah, and Ashton, you know what? Like I just mentioned, and the SPC even said it. We could even see early initiation as soon as 12 Central. And this
Yeah,
would be those same clusters of thunderstorms that we have talked about all morning long. And I think you and I both just pointed out that it originally started as showers. Now it's started to kind of elevate into thunderstorms. And those are going to continue to strengthen within the next hour or two. This is the area to watch. And it's not to say that we can't even have additional formation of thunderstorms, even to the south and to the west of those initial cells. So this is going to be the area, the target zone for additional development here. And just something that I wanted to stress as well, just looking at the SPC and the current conditions, we're already seeing CAPE above 3,000 at the surface. And we may projected might even get as high as 4,000. That's uptrended. If that does happen, that would be higher than what the models have initially anticipated.
correct.
So us
Yeah.
already seeing CAPE of 3,000, that just signals that we could see early initiation within the hour or two.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain point with that cape, you and me both know, where storms can't help but develop. You know what I mean? If we reach a certain
Yeah.
point, and you mentioned some of those outbreaks that have happened in years past where that early convection really messes up, what's to come, and it really eats up that potential. A lot of times that's too high of cape. It's just too much. And it develops too early, and we see those showers and thunderstorms build in before the shear and everything else can work its way in and come together properly. So I think we're in that sweet spot below 5,000, above 2,000, where that's going to be the, um, kind of not too much, but also it's enough as well. Right in that sweet spot.
Yeah.
So we had a super chat donation there from Will Hutton. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. He donated $5. We appreciate it a lot. And he said, "How does Cincinnati look overnight?" And I wanted to let you know you're in a general thunderstorm risk tonight, which is good news, by the way. You still want to pay a little bit of attention, but it seems like you're in pretty good shape compared to some other folks. It's tomorrow when you get that marginal risk, and I'm pretty sure that could be pretty early in the morning. So we're going to walk through the simulated radar here right for your area in Cincinnati here. So it looks like you get some showers and maybe some thunderstorms by 7 p.m. this evening. So very minimal. Again, general thunderstorms is what the Storm Prediction Center is expecting for your region there. And then by the time we're reaching 4 a.m., it seems like those thunderstorms just want to stay a little bit south of you there. It really does. And there's more showers making their way up. I would still be paying attention. That's always going to be the way to go, just in case some unpredicted things happen. But for now, it does not seem like your area is going to be too badly impacted. By the time we're talking 6, 8, 9 a.m., you could see some worse thunderstorms. This is that marginal risk that we saw for day 2 for you. By the time we're talking 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and even beyond 12 p.m., 1 p.m., there could be some thunderstorms with possibly some smallish hail, some minimal wind damage there, potentially, and maybe an isolated tornado. But you seem to be in a good spot here where I would say as long as you pay attention, you should be just fine there overnight, especially there in Cincinnati. Hopefully that answers your question there. We're getting some super chats here again.
Yep.
Uh,
Matthew.
Yeah, I just saw that. I feel like I've heard that somewhere, honestly.
I think I hear that every day.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact.
More times than I want to, really. So I think thanks for the laugh there, Matthew. Good comment there.
Thanks for the 5.
Guys, if to our mods in here, I know Tony's here and maybe some other mods. Let us know if you're here and you're a mod, by the way. But you can always time people out if they're spamming or doing anything that's generally disruptive. You have my permission. somebody just said, I don't know if this is the case. Somebody just said they think that they upgraded it to 45% chance tornado, but I
I was
haven't
just
seen
about
that.
to touch on that. I was just about to touch on that. The answer is no. They kept the tornado at a 30 sig. That was just updated 6 minutes ago. Wind is at a 30 sig, and a hail. We do have a 30 sig. It looks like they've now moved the 30 sig hail. If somebody in chat or mod can correct me on that, I remember that the sig hail was right around Arkansas. They've actually shifted that south into that warm sector. That would include east central Louisiana, Mississippi, and just central Alabama. Um, that would probably be the only change that they made, but I'm trying to figure out if there was really any major changes. They did not upgrade the tornado to a 45. They're keeping it at a 30. The wind is staying the same at a 30. The only thing that has changed, it looks like, within these last couple outlooks is the SIG hail and possibly an extension of the SIG wind, but there has been no upgrade on the tornado. They're going to keep it at a 30.
All right, thank you for that update. PSI Loda donated $5. When is Monroe, Louisiana going to get hit, and how bad are the storms looking to grow by then? I'm trying to move to San Antonio today. U-Haul pickup at 2. Oh boy. Well, let's try to walk you through this here. It sounds like you got a lot on your plate for sure. Good luck with all that, by the way. I hope everything goes well for you. Let's try to break this down. Monroe. Let's see. Okay, so we got northern Louisiana here. Unless you're in a different Monroe, Louisiana. Let's see.
That should be right. Yeah.
There should only be one. If I was the person making towns in a state, I would only make one of each. Let's see. So, well, first off, just to break down your day one risk, you're right on the fringe of being near that high risk area. You're in a moderate risk. Treat it like you're in a high risk area. Really, you're not like at your house. You're not going to be able to tell a difference. Tornadoes can happen in and outside of that high risk area. So generally, you are in our highest risk region that I'm watching the closest, in my opinion. So let's just go ahead and break down your simulated radar quickly here. You should be getting storms a little bit earlier on. The good news is this model for you doesn't have a lot of storms developing until after 2. So you might be able to get all that stuff done. Here's 3 p.m. and this model is saying, you're still just showers. This can be off. I'm just going to give you that warning now. This can be pretty far off, this model here. It's just a model. Okay, a lot of people are saying 45 now.
Yeah, so, I don't see it on my end. I guess it may have been delayed here. I still see 30.
Can anybody link us to that and try to give us any sort of confirmation? So yeah, your storms, you can see those general thunderstorms arrive by 4 p.m. and then 5 p.m. they get a little bit worse. So 5 p.m. the storm should be underway. But I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, you might have a good clearing where it might be drizzling, but let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying. Can you check on your end? Because it's still stuck at 30, and I'm looking at the latest
on
one.
The actual. I want to see. I'm gonna go to Twitter, NWS or Storm Prediction Center. That'll give us, All right. Let's see. Yeah, so at this point, I am not seeing. Welcome back, Brendan. By the way, I don't know what happened.
Sorry, I'm good. Yep.
I'm not seeing on their Twitter any word of a 45% chance upgrade.
Yeah, there hasn't. I know there's a couple people on Twitter that are putting 45. But as far as the SPC, the official confirmation is 30. I have not seen a change on the SPC side, and if there is, then we'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm on the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. Yeah,
there's a couple people on Twitter. Those are unofficial Twitter accounts that are saying 45, but the SPC has not changed it, so it's still 30.
Yeah, so we want to be careful and make sure we filter through these obviously fake weather people that are trying to kind of creep in there and possibly give false information there, which is obviously very dangerous and should be against the law. To try to make a joke like that, I don't get the point of that. Is it to go viral? I don't get it.
But in essence, I mean, here's the thing: some people will, YouTubers, not necessarily. Well, YouTubers sometimes can do it. But many times people on Twitter will put an outlook of their own. Those are considered unofficial, right? We want to make that very clear. The official ones are we go through SPC, the National Weather Service, and it could be delayed, right?
Right.
Sometimes it
I
doesn't
mean,
sync all the way through.
no,
But
you know
right
what?
now,
I'm
at this
getting it.
time of
I'm getting
recording,
it. It is real.
oh, it says 45.
I have a 45 here now.
Oh, I do too. Yeah, that's. Oh, you want to show that area? That's a really
Well, I
tiny area.
apologize. I apologize, guys. But
Yeah,
we have to go based off of what we're seeing. So I apologize there. But that has happened in the past where people provide fake information. So I'm seeing it now. I apologize. But we want to make sure we're getting legit information out. So let's go ahead. That's very bad news, by the way, guys. I want to add. That is um, very just, yeah, you don't like to see that. So let me see.
upgraded the wind to a 45 as well.
Yeah, so we're here now on this. We should be able to see it on screen. But yes, we have a 45% hatched area. Tuscaloosa is in there. We have a 456,000 population in that 45% chance of tornadoes. So this is huge, obviously, for many reasons. We also have a 45% chance of wind now upgraded there in that hatched region for Birmingham, Jackson, Tuscaloosa. So we've gotten 2 upgrades there, as well as a second 30% chance hail area up there for southern Missouri as well. So yes, a 45% chance tornado. Can anybody? This would be an interesting thing. Can anybody go find us the last time there was a 45% chance of tornadoes?
I would really like to know.
I don't think 2019 was.
Let us know. You guys are fact checkers here. You guys have been pretty good at that. Also, just to stress what Ashton said as well. Hey mods, if we ever, your job today, and you guys did a great job a couple days ago. Fact check. Make sure that everything it checks out. The SPC sometimes, guys, what happens is it gets delayed. They'll post it, and sometimes all that doesn't sink in correctly. So that's why we have to really, really be careful initially. But yeah, now we do have confirmation, 45%. Sig Tor. That's something you do not see every day. That's it's been
Absolutely.
Yeah, shocking.
Yeah. Gosh.
Some people are saying May 20th, 2019. Okay.
So it was that 2019 did have a 45% chance. If I'm that event definitely busted, correct?
Gosh,
I think from what I remember, it was very minimal compared to what was expected.
Yeah, I think there was still quite a bit of tornado reports though, if I remember correctly, if I have the right situation.
Okay.
But in comparison to like 2011, where we saw close to 300, it was nowhere near that. But it still produced tornadoes.
Yeah, Blue Silver said May 20th, 2019 had a 45% chance in Texas and Oklahoma. The strongest was an EF3 big bust, which caused the Storm Prediction Center to be more picky with choosing their high risks.
Great point. Great point.
So another question, has that 60% chance ever been used? And if so, when was the last time? I've never seen a 60% chance of tornadoes. I wouldn't like it if there's a more odds than not that a tornado is going to hit within 25 miles of a given location. That doesn't sound good at all. Let's see.
Yeah, and the other thing, guys, again, the chat's moving fast, so I apologize if I don't remember who exactly said this, but such a great point, right? We said this at the very top of the stream. The SPC is very picky about high risks. They will only issue those if the conditions are nearly perfect on all parameters, as many parameters as possible. So the gravity of a high risk, I mean, you got to take it seriously. Just like a moderate, of course, just like an enhanced. But when you see a high risk, this is not something they do on a year-to-year basis. On average, you might get 1 per year. That's a very low average in comparison to moderates, enhanced, and slights. So this event in particular, we gotta really keep an eye on this. But gosh, I mean, 45 stake. I didn't think that it would come to this today, but then again, I'm not surprised, Ashton, because we've been tracking this for the last few days, and it just seems that the models continue to uptrend this very slowly over the last few days up until today. Where, like I said, right now, just to put in perspective, we already had Cape at 3,000. I mean, we really weren't supposed to have that till the warm sector really got itself together. But we're already seeing these storms fire off right now. Thankfully, below severe limits, but we got a long day ahead of us.
So from what I'm seeing from Carlos Planos Jr., who's a mod, uh, is that there's only been a 45% chance 3 other times, and that was 2011, 2019, and 2012. But I'm not sure about that. That would be like within like I was 10 in 2010, so I would only remember any events after that point, basically, roughly. And then obviously, more recent years I remember more. Like I remember 2019 clearly. But yeah,
Yeah.
we had it in 2011, 2012, 2019. So I hope that shows people how rare this is too. I mean, if we're talking about the past 10 years, if it's only happened 4 times in 10 years, this isn't just your everyday severe weather event that we're talking about today.
No.
This is absolutely just a very serious situation. And we are watching real quick, not to get off topic here. These storms are really increasing here in intensity. So I'm going to switch to our high resolution radar, and I'm really going to draw our attention mostly to this higher or our meso discussion region. I think that should be our first area we pay mostly attention to. But we're going to be
Hey, Ashton,
watching.
let me just real quickly. Sorry to cut you off. Let me just
No,
real
no,
quickly
yeah.
get to a super chat, and that'll actually kind of go into what you're going to talk about.
Okay.
Can you give a shout out to Huntsville, Alabama, and update how it will likely play out today? My wife is at work till 9. Brandon, thanks for the 5, and Ashton, you're going to kind of tie that in here with what you're about to say. So go ahead, take the floor.
Okay, so before we switch over to the high resolution radar, I will take a look at the simulated radar for you then. Just to give you a little bit of an idea there of what was that? Huntsville, Alabama. Okay. So, Huntsville, Alabama, you are for today as far as a categorical outlook goes, you are right on the fringe of a moderate risk or an enhanced risk. Just treat it like you're in the high risk. I don't see any reason in under preparing for this event. Today is a big tornado potential day, and I wouldn't feel comfortable anywhere. And quite frankly, that enhanced risk comes up to my neck of the woods tomorrow, and I don't feel too comfortable. So we're in the same boat. If not, you're maybe in a little bit of a worse of a boat. So follow my lead and really just take this one seriously. I'm not saying you're not already doing that, but I'm just letting you know, just in case you aren't. Now, generally, you should have seen some thunderstorms rolling through and some showers just in the past hour or two. That's going to clear up until about maybe 3 or 4, where we're going to see some of those isolated, discrete cells move over your area. And then by overnight, I mean, we're taking a look at more chances for thunderstorms. And really, I'm most worried about you right there on the back end there, where there could be some pretty significant and substantial storms that roll through. You're not out of the risk area, and from about 2 p.m. until about maybe like 3 a.m. or beyond tomorrow morning. So you're going to want to somehow have the notifications on your phone where you can get those tornado warnings to make a noise, because you're going to be asleep. You don't want to be asleep during a tornado hitting, obviously. You're going to want to know that that's coming. So either have that set up or have your NOAA radio if you have one. And that's the way to go. So I hope that answered all your questions there. I appreciate that super chat a lot. By the way, guys, before I break down this high resolution radar, I want to remind you guys to like the stream. We're at 946 likes. I know we can hit 1,000 right now. If we all just put those efforts together, it's going to help that algorithm suggest this to more people. So let's do it, guys. Let's completely just smash that like button, destroy that like button, and get this suggested to more people that don't know how bad these storms are going to be, so we can help get that information out. That's how you can do your part. I also want to encourage you to share this if you live in this region to your social medias, and also some people that live in that region that you might know. Either text them or message them that this stream is going on, and just give them information about this event here. And if you want to use that super chat button, that is on the bottom right hand corner of that chat if you're looking for that, by the way. So what we're going to do here is we're going to break down that high resolution radar now. So I'm going to get this risk off the screen now, and we're going to turn on our high resolution radar. Let's see what site I'm set up at. Okay. Let's see if I like this site that we're on. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, we do have some pretty decent thunderstorms already going on here throughout Alabama, and even approaching Birmingham already. Some cells that are looking a little bit more like supercells here. Okay, we hit 1,000 likes, guys. We did it. We hit 1,000 likes. Way to go, everybody. Keep it going. Let's hit 1,100. Let's just keep it going. You guys don't even know how much this helps people get this information. You know, there's got to be people that don't even know, especially elderly folks, that just don't even know this event's happening. So the more we can get the word out, the better. In a situation as dangerous as this. Morwin following from Italy. Welcome to the stream. I hope you find it interesting at least. I know you're not local by any means. We're going to continue to watch each of these cells as the Storm Prediction Center has specifically noted that this area is going to get underway with some violent thunderstorms shortly, very shortly here. So we're watching very, very closely here. This is getting really bad. Honestly, it really is. So down south, Jackson, Meridian, we could see these storms get underway, but Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, all of these regions. The thing with the like button now is we're gonna have trouble keeping track of those numbers unless we hit a different 100. Obviously, we're gonna have to hit 1,100 and beyond, which we can do that. Let's see. Adrian's weather forecast is here. Welcome to the stream. I think Brendan's on break. We just can't hear him.
No, I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Okay,
sorry,
you're here. No, you've been silent for a little bit. I didn't know. Let's see. So yeah, some of these cells. Are you watching on your radar?
Yeah, and sorry, I was on mute. I was typing a lot. I've been checking Twitter, and I didn't want to provide any sort of echo or feedback on your end.
Gotcha. We appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean, what we're seeing with these thunderstorms again, this is the area to watch. And we just within like I would say an hour, we were just talking about showers, and now they've really evolved over time. I'm just checking Twitter. I'm checking the mesoanalysis page here, continuing to keep track of the conditions as they deteriorate, which they are. The SPC has really indicated that to be, the fact. Current shear numbers out ahead of these storms. Now I'm going to start at surface to 1 kilometers. Guys, by the way, surface to 1 kilometer shear, anything, gosh, I would say, what would you say, Ashton, like 25 or higher? Is relatively high. We're already seeing values well over 30, right around 35, and even some spots. Looks like, yeah, right around 30, 35 at this time, right where those cells are. Surface to 3, I'm seeing values of 35 to 40 already. So, as far as shear is concerned, close to the surface, it's pretty high already, and it's only 11:31 in the morning. We do expect those shear numbers to probably maintain that value and may even get a little bit higher, maybe over 40 in some spots. So we're already seeing capping erode. We're seeing shear values increasing. We're seeing helicity. That's, again, the corkscrew motion of an air parcel with height. We're seeing values of 200 at the surface. We need that above like 150 from surface to 1. And then surface to 3, we want to see those around 250. Right where those cells are, Ashton, we actually have an area of anywhere between 350 to 400 helicity from surface to 3. That's very high.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get higher as we go throughout the evening. Ashton, you touched on it. That line of thunderstorms, we could see helicity far exceed 500 and maybe get close to 600 in some spots.
The back end one? Is that the back end one?
The back end, right, correct.
Later this evening. Yeah.
Later this evening. So again, guys, it's not just going to start at 1 and end at 3 and it's going to be it. This is going to go well throughout the night and even into the early morning hours. And right now, again, the SPC, I think, did a good call because we're actually seeing early eroding of a cap. We're also seeing early warm air advection take place. So it's just a matter of staying ahead of it. And I think the SPC, we could expect them to issue a watch very, very soon within the hour like they talked about.
Absolutely. And it depends a lot on these cells we're watching right now, because if these continue to obviously grow at the rate they are, we're going to see some tornadic supercells shortly here. I mean, just looking at some of these individually here. First off, I guess cell number one up here to the north. Yeah, I mean, already picking up possibly some pretty broad rotation there in that that northern most supercell there. That a young supercell. It has a long way to go here. We have our second one down here. Just checking on how the rotation looks in any of these. Yeah, so mostly that northern one there I'm eyeballing, but these already have some structure to them that are to somebody who has an eye for it and they understand these storms. Obviously, the shape they're taking on early on is already concerning. Um, what I was going to ask you to do real quick, can you check out that most recent update from the Storm Prediction Center and just get us a kind of an idea? Do they expect these initial storms, like, are they upgrading to a 45 mostly for these storms out ahead, or is it that back end system rolling through? And do they specify that in the discussion underneath their most recent update?
Yeah, so they say by late afternoon to early into tonight, a low-level jet segment will strengthen to at least 50 to 60 knots across Mississippi and Alabama as the mid-level trough approaches from the west, contributing to very strong low-level shear, which I just touched on moments ago. They project that to get in excess of 300 helicity from 0 to 1 kilometers. Buoyancy will be slow to decrease after sunset, and with eastward extent based on the prevalence of rather rich buoyant layer dew points, very favorable wind profiles with 700 millibar winds reaching 70 to 80 knots will maintain the threat for long track, intense tornadoes with both warm sector supercells as well as supercells within the broken band near and head of the surfaced wind shift. So exactly right, Ashton. I mean, these cells, even on the models, the SPC indicates it. These are ones that we have to really keep an eye on here because they, as you said, are already trying to develop an inflow notch. That's the kind of structure that myself and Ashton always look out for in situations like this. That structure that is well known with supercells, those characteristics, the inflow notch, updraft, downdraft motion. We're starting to already see that evolve at 11:30 in the morning. So they're keeping an eye on this, Ashton. But like we talked about, exactly to the T, it's this initial development, and then the back end, that front catches up, and that squall line will move through these same areas in a much more favorable environment than it is right now. Think about that. I mean, this is already a favorable environment to begin with. It's going to get even stronger throughout the evening.
Right.
And that's why we're going to get tornado watch pretty early on here and very soon within the hour for these particular.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay, PDS Tornado Watch just issued apparently for Mississippi and Alabama. So
There we go.
that's what we're getting word of. Let me try to get that on screen here, see if we have that. Yes, we do. Right in that region. Well, it does say PDS no on this.
Let me check Twitter.
Yeah, this might be a WSV3 thing because I'm seeing multiple people say PDS yes,
Yeah.
basically. So,
still waiting for an update, but we'll just hold that thought for a second. I would not be surprised. As I just talked about, because again, these storms are already firing off, and they already said it's going to be probably within the hour. SB3 is saying that, but let's check and see. I've not seen any update yet on the SPC, but it might be a little bit delayed. So let me hold off on
yeah,
that for just about.
I can check. Let me see if I'm getting anything here. Um, okay, I'm seeing where they issued that watch.
Yep. Hey, Ashton, I also have we have a mesoscale discussion also. This is going to be a new watch maybe needed south of watch 28. This is going to be for East Central. Is this right now? Let me just take a look. Hold on a second. You know what? Get back to me. You go ahead. Let me just verify this one too.
Okay, so I'm trying to see if anybody has confirmed that or not, but right now the National Weather Service page for the watch seems to be crashing whenever you click it. So I think probably too many people are clicking it or something, uh,
Okay.
or something's going on. But we're watching these cells as they're rapidly actually becoming some more dominant looking supercells here, kind of east of Tuscaloosa, west southwest of Birmingham now. We're watching these very closely. again, be sure to, if guys, if you know anybody in these regions, share it with them. Share the stream with them. There's a share button, and you can copy that link, and you can also share this to your Facebook if you live in these regions. Um, Also, I just want to urge you guys again. I know constantly the 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 stream is getting more viewers, and we're getting more people in and people leaving, and it's just a new group of viewers. So please be sure to like this stream, as it's going to help out so much. If you, it really does help the algorithm. You hear YouTubers say this all the time. It really, really does, guys. It's what's really leading this stream. YouTube is seeing the likes, seeing the interaction, and it's saying let's go ahead and show this to more and more and more people as that interaction increases. So
Yeah.
it helps so much. But also that super chat button is on the bottom right. If you do feel inclined to donate, that's where you can do that. Let's
Hey,
see.
Ashton, real quickly, I do not have anything new on the PDS Tornado Watch. I'm keeping a very close eye. And again, like Ashton said, guys, in events like this, a lot of people are flooding the SPC website. So what we've seen so far are a bit delayed. So we're going to assume that that's the case, but we'll, of course, confirm once we have official confirmation from the SPC. I do have one thing that's additional to what we're talking about. The SPC has put out a mesoscale discussion for East Central Texas in Louisiana. A new watch may be needed south of Watch 28. So they're actually going to extend that tornado watch potentially for those same areas that that line has actually begun the process of moving through. So we may even see initiation as that front moves through later today. New thunderstorm development right across East Central Texas, West Central Louisiana. I do not have a synopsis for you guys, unfortunately, because again, everything is so delayed right now and everything's just coming in. But the SPC Twitter page has just put a thumbnail indicating that a new tornado watch may be needed for East Central Louisiana and West Central Louisiana, excuse me, and East Central Texas.
All right. Well, we're going to continue to track this as things are finally getting underway here. I still have particularly dangerous no, but if anybody can link us to any sort of information, as official information as far as regarding if it's a PDS or not,
Yeah.
yeah, and to a certain extent, you don't want to take it any less seriously if it's not a PDS, because a tornado is a tornado. If it hits my point, I'm trying to drive home.
Yep.
Same thing if you're in a moderate risk instead of a high risk. Don't feel like, oh well, bad tornadoes aren't going to hit me; they're going to hit in there. That's the wrong mentality to have going into a situation like this.
Ashton, I can confirm now the SPC, it is a PDS tornado watch for the areas highlighted on your WSV3. I just want to go ahead. It's a very, very small summary. Numerous discrete supercells are expected to develop this afternoon, capable of producing strong to intense tornadoes. That's all they say. And it's going to be until 11:35 until 7 for those portions outlined on the map you guys see there. Just to go over the hazards real quick: tornadoes high, EF2 plus high. So they're saying a 90% probability of EF2 plus tornadoes in that tornado watch, a 95% probability for just general tornadoes, and a 70% chance for severe wind. Guys, that's not something we see very often. I really want to stress that. I know Ashton's done a great job at that. A 90% probability of EF2 plus tornadoes are really trying to stress right now that the conditions are amplified. We're seeing these storms on radar continuing to evolve over time. If it's not going to be these cells, it's going to be the ones directly to the south.
Right.
So we are seeing this environment just ramping up in the last hour. And again, PDS Tornado Watch has been confirmed by the SPC, and it's outlined right here on WSV3.
All right. Well, that says it all. I mean, I've never. Have you ever seen them use language like that with the percentages there? Um,
Very rarely. Very
that
rarely.
we've
You'd have to go back to those events that we talked about earlier, the high risk days
yeah,
from previous year.
guys, and we're in a La Nina. That's always something to remember. If you've been a longtime viewer, and probably a significant amount of you aren't longtime viewers, probably you're new to this channel and just saw this video. I made multiple videos talking about this year's severe weather, and I mentioned that we're in a La Nina and that this would allow for events like this to be a little bit more likely throughout the spring months. And this is just proof in the pudding right here. Really, we're just seeing more activity so far during the earlier portion of March, and I have to think that the La Nina has to be increasing that type of pattern. I know, especially the one that we had. What was it, last week or earlier? Yeah, it was last week, wasn't it? It was like Saturday when me and you were on last time. That one definitely had a lot to
Totally
do with
got that.
that La Nina because we were in more of a La Nina pattern, especially then. Um, so guys, this year we're going to continue to track and see what kind of severe weather we have moving forward. But this event alone is something that we haven't seen in a while here. Um, People are saying they see rotation. Yeah, it's these storms are rotating supercells, and that's what they're going to continue to develop into. The conditions are too good. They're just going to continue to develop. I don't see anything that can hold back these storms from just developing further and further and further, like we saw in our HRRR model. Um, let me. What I want to do here is I actually want to grab, get our surface cape on screen now too, and get an update on how that's developing. Um, and that will begin. That should begin to move, or maybe not. I don't know. But let me get that high resolution radar off screen because I think that's messing it up a little bit here. And we'll go back with our lower resolution for a little bit. But we do see a lot of that cape, obviously, that has just continued to pour into the viewing area. I mean, just watch it increase and increase, especially these northern areas have rapidly increased their cape amounts. And for those of you that don't know, by the way, I always forget to mention, convective available potential energy is what CAPE stands for, and it's thunderstorm food, thunderstorm food or thunderstorm fuel. I just said a mix of the two, but it's either or. And we're seeing this on the rise, which means these thunderstorms should have more potential energy to work with uh, overall. So what I'm going to do is, now that we've seen that, I'm going to just go right back to the high resolution radar. And I'm also watching those more southern storms on my second monitor, by the way. So if we need to look at anything down there, I have it right now. So we won't be wondering what's going on down there. I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled to that other monitor. Real quick, Brendan, if you want to talk about something, I'm going to go grab a charging cord from my phone where I'm watching the comments come in.
Sure, no worries.
I'll be back in
Yeah.
seconds.
Let me go ahead, guys, and update you on a severe thunderstorm warning. This is outside of that area that we're really focused on, right around central Mississippi. This is going to be for east central Texas going into west central Louisiana. That's actually an area that the SPC right now is looking to also add a tornado watch to, possibly within the hour. This is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. This will be affecting Angelina County, St. Augustine County, and Sabine County, in eastern Texas. So we'll keep an eye on that. But really, the main event area, as we have talked about, is right in the Birmingham radar site, just Birmingham area within this PDS tornado watch. Let me go ahead and, while we have a chance, I'm keeping track of radar while also keeping an eye on the PDS situation, I should say. Sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked there. What radar are you all using on the video? We're using WSV3. That's going to be on Ashton's end. Myself, I'm using RadarScope. But yeah, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. So just very, very quickly, the difference between a standard tornado watch and a PDS tornado watch. Tornado watch just really is saying there's a possibility of tornadoes, right? PDS tornado watch is saying not only is there a possibility of tornadoes, but also ones that could be strong and could last a long time, meaning long track. Do you think we could get long track tornadoes? It is certainly a possibility, Alec. If you're asking, how many we'll get, that just remains to be seen. We're not going to guess here. But, this definitely could get bad, as we're already seeing. Look at all these storms starting to really establish that inflow notch. A lot of those supercell characteristics. They're still kind of in the early stages of development. We got to keep a very close eye on that. Let's see. Let me go ahead and catch up with chat for those that have any questions. Don't predict EF ratings. Yeah, exactly. Remember, guys, EF scales are meant to be really specifically geared towards damage. And you can only do that once the tornadoes have already happened. So it's really hard to guess tornado strength, especially with storms that are ongoing. And you're not going to see us do that on this stream, because, again, just like we saw in Texas, a lot of people said those are EF5, those are EF4, but they ended up being EF2 because that was based on the Fujita scale. So very good point.
Right.
Let me go ahead and check. Yeah, go ahead, Ashton.
Yeah, I'm back. I just want to let you know I'm back.
You're good.
I've been listening for a little bit here. We have all these cells. I mean, we're just watching obviously the beginning of what is probably just not going to stop after these start. I mean, I don't see any quiet periods after this all gets underway here for us. It's going to be a long day. Um, we're about I think we just hit 2 hours into the stream and we're finally seeing stuff get underway. That's how serious this event is, guys. We had to get on there early and just like begin creating awareness for generally just the conditions that we have and some of the upcoming stuff. And I really do feel like we've been able to help people understand what's coming so far. So I'm glad we had that opportunity because obviously once we're taking a look at a tornado on the ground on radar, we're not going to be wanting to be looking at simulated radar for other states and stuff. So it's good to get that stuff, out of the way in the beginning
Hey,
portion.
Ashton, I want to jump in. We are seeing a storm start to establish a rotational couplet. If you can spot that on WSV3, that's going to be to the southeast of KDEGX. If you can see it, it just started to establish a couplet on velocity. It's beginning to inbound, outbound are starting to kind of ramp up a bit.
That's just
You
to
can
the
see it.
north up there, you said?
No, southeast of KDGX radar site.
Okay.
You should see it. It could be that. I think it's the bigger sized. Yeah, it's that bigger sized cell, just to the southeast of the radar site. Can you see it? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm loading up that radar site now. So we're
All right.
taking a look.
Let me see.
Let's see if I can see that.
If you just go velocity, it should pop up. It'll stand out.
Okay. Okay. Far to the southeast. I was looking a little too close there. By Hattiesburg
Yep.
and
That
Laurel.
one. You see what I'm talking about?
In between Waynesboro and Laurel. Yeah, definitely. I'm seeing that rotation building in there. Let's just put that in motion so we can watch, because oftentimes, kind of to validate, if you're ever wondering, it's good to watch it in motion because sometimes the radar can play tricks. Like this one seems to be having issues right now, but okay, well, yeah, there's some rotation in there. I definitely see it, and I actually, matter of fact, on correlation coefficient, there is a bit of a dot in there,
Okay.
but maybe not. It's far from the radar site right now. That's the difficult thing.
Yeah, I see that. It's hard to say. I don't think we can confirm a CC at this time. But what we can say is that there is beginning to establish a rotational couplet right in that inflow notch of that cell. And you said that was where exactly? That was by
Ellisville, Laurel. It's to the east
yeah.
of those towns there, Interstate 59, and then it's west of Waynesboro there. So, doesn't appear like we have any towns directly under it right now. It's in a little bit more of a looks like a more remote area there in Mississippi. So, yeah, we're gonna continue to track this one. As I was kind of busy looking at the Alabama ones, this one kind of snuck right past us a little bit, snuck up on us for sure. Let's see where we're at with the stream. I want to go ahead and read everything going on. We have 959 people watching right now. Welcome to the stream, guys. For those of you just joining, be sure to like the stream. It's going to help that algorithm out a lot. Also, be sure to share this with anybody that lives in these regions via text, Facebook, whatever it is. Get the word out. We're going to help people be informed that this severe weather event is happening today. But other than that, welcome to the stream. We're really happy to have you. Let's see. Yeah.
I'm also keeping an eye on Birmingham radar site. Somebody mentioned that those storms are also starting to establish more of those supercell characteristics. So it's going to be one of those days. That's why I'm here to help, because I know if I were in Ashton's shoes, it would suck to have to track all of these cells at once. There's just so much to cover. And even with us too, by the way, it could get to a point where we're all just kind of scrambling to find, which cell's doing what. So it's going to be that kind of day. We're going to, try to keep it as organized as we can. But yeah, we are seeing, again, these storms really starting to evolve and mature. And we are seeing that rotational couplet, at least one of them. But so far, the other ones have not really had that same signature as of right now. And we do expect that to change within the next hour.
Correct. I really think before 2 p.m. Eastern is really the time frame we're watching, where we're going to be well underway here. We've seen a significant jump already. I mean, as far as all of these storms go. We just got a new frame actually, so I'm going to check that out on the velocity for you guys here. Let's take a look. Storm relative velocity. Oh yeah, we have a strong area of rotation here actually, pretty strong developing, and it's less broad by this point. We have about 36 incoming up against 27 outgoing, so that's gonna be something that needs to be watched. If we see a little bit of an increase in that and it gets a little bit tighter, we're going to begin to get more concerned. But I wouldn't be surprised if momentarily we see a tornado warning, because at the very least there's rotation.
Exactly, and it's strengthening too.
Yeah,
It's just continuing to strengthen
yeah,
here.
definitely need to get a tornado warning right there. Apparently there's a new tornado watch as well. Oh yeah, okay,
Yeah,
south.
yeah. Is that for Louisiana?
That is for Louisiana. Louisiana and a
Okay.
bit of Texas as well. There's a bit of a hole there in between the two tornado watches, which is interesting. So this one's going to last until about 8 p.m. here. That one's 7 p.m. I want to see if any of these are about to expire. Oh, this one expires at 2 p.m. There. 2 p.m. That's Eastern, by the way. 2 p.m. So all three of those ones for Arkansas, Northern Louisiana, Mississippi are set to expire at about 2 p.m. So actually pretty soon here.
Yeah. Ashton, I'm also keeping an eye on the Birmingham radar site, like I said before. There is a cell just to the southwest of the Birmingham radar site that is very gradually trying to start a rotation.
Okay.
Again, there's a lot to track here. You'd have to go to velocity. It's going to be just directly to the south, or actually really to the west of KBMX. And
Yeah.
not as strong so far in terms of rotation as the other cell we were tracking in Mississippi. But it is starting to evolve here. So we now have actually two storms that are starting to show rotation. And I mean, just based on the scale of how these storms are firing, there's so many cells. This is definitely going to probably increase in coverage over the next, like I said, within the hour. So yeah, we do have two cells that are rotating. So far, no tornado warnings yet, but I would not be surprised if they go warn pretty soon, just based on the trends that we're seeing.
So which one was that south of Birmingham? Was it one of the top ones or one of the ones towards the bottom there?
Yeah, so if you go, and I know the stream's deleted on my end, it's going to be directly to the southwest of Birmingham. If you go to Velocity Map, you'll see it. It's not the.
It's the southernmost. This is southernmost. I see it.
Exactly. Yeah, you see it. Okay. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's a lot looser, but we have a similar intensity there. About 41 up against 22, but that's pretty far apart there. So, just to keep the people that don't know as much as we do informed here, what we're watching is basically this is the red is indicating wind moving in one direction, the green is one moving in another. And in this case, we use basically the radar site that we're using as reference. So we have incoming and outgoing, outgoing heading away from that radar site, incoming heading towards that radar site there. So based on what I just said, it would look a little bit like this here. And what that can cause is some rotation just like this. So that's what we're watching for. But what we want to see actually for this to develop further, what we don't want to see, but what would cause me to feel like this is developed further is this green and this red getting closer together. Once you see that bright green pixel right up against a bright red pixel, that's when you kind of feel like, okay, there could be a tornado about to actually touch down. Similar to what just updated, not to jinx it, but this is looking like it's developing further as we just got another frame. You see how there's some lighter green up against some lighter red? We're getting a lot closer with that. 42 up against 22. We'll continue to watch that there. We have another area of maybe some broad rotation on that very northern cell up there as well. So multiple things going on. A lot of these storms are developing some very nice structure, though, actually, as well. Um, So we will need to watch those closely.
Yeah, I mean, these Ashen are really as textbook as you can get with supercell development. These are not as clean, right? We're not at the mature stage with these, but once they are, we'll really start to see probably several of these cells may go severe or tornado warn.
Absolutely,
There's a lot
yeah.
of coverage here, a lot of increase in coverage in these thunderstorms, exponentially increasing, I should say. So gosh, I mean, this is just it's I'm gonna keep track here that Birmingham cell. I know if you want to keep track of Mississippi and mods as well. If you get any tornado warnings, I know there's somewhat of a delay. There's a lot of people trying to go on the SPC website or even the Weather Service offices. If you get anything, please just shoot it right through chat and we'll go ahead and confirm that and stay on it. But I got radar scope and also Ashton, you got WSB3, so that should be pretty up to date, correct, with those warnings as soon as they come in.
Yeah, there's obviously with these kind of like third party radar sites, you do get kind of a delay, obviously. But we are getting updates soon enough to where generally we hear about it, and then within a minute or two, we get that here on screen. But the mods do such a great job that typically we're going to be good either way. So I'm going to actually keep this on Alabama. I have my second display, kind of keeping an eye on that Mississippi one. Since we have multiple cells up here, I feel like this one's a little bit more worth keeping an eye on. Also, higher population. Unfortunately, today that brings up a discussion. We're going to need to choose sometimes which one we're going to be viewing, because there's going to be multiple, bad situations happening at once in multiple points. We do have a tornado warning on that Mississippi one, though. Actually,
okay.
So I will go take a look at that for a moment. But this one heading right for Birmingham is not looking good either. We're getting that hook right there at the end there, and I want to check on rotation because I might come right back to this one if we do begin to get some rotation, because that's obviously a very populated area. For now, I think we're good to move back down, so I'm going to go ahead and do that to this tornado warning. So our first tornado warning of the day, we're going to, which site should I go to? I'm going to try the mobile one and see if we get a better view there. This is going to actually include Waynesboro, Mississippi, and then cross over into Alabama as well, where we have Gilbertown and then Silas over there in Alabama. So that's all the towns that are included there. Wow, if that's actually the case, it looks like we do have some strong rotation in there.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I was, and like I said, we've been monitoring this particular cell for the last 10 minutes, and it's just continued to tighten up and increase in rotation. And yeah, the latest loop. What is your gate to gate that you have on your end? WSB3. I tend to like it more for velocity measurements. So what are you getting on the gate to gate there?
So I'm having some issues with the output right now, but I have potentially 95 knots against 40 knots or close to 40 knots, 38.
So miles per hour, I got 58 on 44 on
All right.
my end here. So pretty much, yes, I think the same thing.
So, but I think I'm having issues with the current view I'm at. I'm going to try that other radar site. That's pretty much an equal distance there. I was trying that one down in Mobile, so I'm going to try.
Yeah. And mods, thank you again. Give us, an idea if there's any tornado warnings that come across Twitter. I know some people, I think, Tony, you just told me in chat here that you have webhooks on. So as soon as you get it, let us know. By the way, this is radar indicated so far. We'll keep an eye to see if we get anything confirmed, but that rotation just continues to just notch upward. It's just increasing, Ashton. It's been doing that the last 10, 15 minutes. There hasn't been any loss of energy there in terms of the shear.
I'm willing to say that if this isn't having as bad of an error as it looks like we have 71 on velocity up against 44, but there is an area that seems to be having an issue in between there as well, which happens with these stronger areas of rotation. Not seeing a strong signal of a debris ball yet, so, but right now we are seeing some significant rotation at the very least in there. So we're going to continue to track this one, as that is actually a substantial amount of rotation in there, capable of putting down a tornado at any moment. So if you are in Waynesboro, there, Gilbertown, or Silas, or anywhere within this tornado warning, you're going to want to take cover now. Take this one very seriously. We're expecting the large potential for some large and damaging tornadoes throughout the day today. Any one of these could be a significant tornado in or outside of that high-risk area. It doesn't matter. So we're going to watch this very closely. I just saw somebody trying to speculate on that EF rating. I want you guys to not do that. I want to encourage you. I know some people might not know any better, but there's just no point to it. It's not It's not something that's going to be determined for a while at all. That is basically it's a rating of the damage. So it's a long, lengthy process to guess that or evaluate that, and you're not going to be able to guess it based off of looking at radar. I'm just letting you know. Um,
Ashton, those not to cut you off again. That's going to be the theme of the day, unfortunately, when we have a lot
Correct.
of news
Yep.
come in. That particular cell here, just within the last run, it's just continuing to ramp up the velocity. If you can get a reading on that, we just saw another increase in that gate to gate velocity.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know about how much, but we just saw that.
Yeah. I'm getting some. Well, it might have been having errors earlier, but I have 23 up against negative 22, very, very close together. So it is a tighter area of rotation. I think we've kind of eliminated some of those issues I was having there. Um,
Yeah.
but on our velocity here, I'm getting 57 incoming up against an area of glitching. So I can't see what the outgoing
Yeah,
is.
it's glitching on my end here. At least on radar scope, I have looks like. Let me get a good reading here. I want to say it's around 40, and then on top of 53, 56.
All right.
So a little bit of a slight increase there in velocity. And yeah, it's in kind of a tough spot in the radar, but radar scope did pick on it on my end here.
Yeah, we're right on a
And
radar hole. So
yeah. Although I will say, Ashton, I think are you which radar are you on right now?
I am looking.
KDG.
I was trying the one down there in Mobile, and now I'm up near Jackson, the KDGX.
KDGX. Yeah, that's a better one for me on my end.
I was
But we'll have to probably
yeah.
go over in a bit.
So I'm constantly zooming out here to see if we get any more tornado warnings up for Alabama. If there was one up there for Birmingham, we're obviously gonna very quickly. Uh, I obviously gonna go check that out in a moment here. Let's see. Yeah, Tony H, you can feel free to time out people if they're guessing the rating there of that EF scale. Again, makes no sense. Don't even bother. Um, if you're just joining us, like the stream. It helps the algorithm suggest us to more people that need that life-saving information. Also, share it with people that you know in this area, or if you live in this area, share it to your social media. If you are interested in using that super chat button to donate to the stream, you can do so by using that bottom right-hand button down there to use that super chat down below. We appreciate all of those donations that have come in so far. We're watching this tornado warning here down in Mississippi. Actually, our first tornado warning of the day since we've been streaming. There was one way earlier, very early in the morning, I think for northern Mississippi, I want to say. That was pretty long
Yeah.
lived. But generally, since this event has really began to take hold of the area, this is our first one so far.
Somebody asked any debris or CC on that tornado or tornado warning, excuse me. I think we already looked at that. Yeah, it's really hard to tell, and the weather service, they'll most likely, if there's any storm spotters or law enforcement in the area, they'll get a confirmation. As far as any CC drops or debris balls, we don't really see that at this time. And
Well, hold
I
on
can't
before you.
unless you have one.
Something just came in. If you're going to see a delay, but I do see a ball in there of a very strong drop in that correlation coefficient that just came in
Okay.
on the most recent frame I got. Very, very quickly that actually established itself. And it's right underneath that rotation as well, which is still very strong. I still have 60 incoming up against potentially 20 plus outcoming, outgoing, still having some issues there. But
Yeah, hey Ashton, I got on that one, and you could be right. I might be a bit delayed on the correlation, but I got 50 on 53 now, so that's still increasing.
yeah, so on correlation coefficient, I'm at like 60 1% there with the actual number, but I mean, really a deepening of that correlation coefficient, which could keyword there is could mean that is picking up some sort of damage there. So mods, we're gonna want you guys to really pay attention here to any sort of tweets being put out by official sources or some chasers that might be on the scene. Um, we also have, that's weird. Do we have 2 tornado warnings in there? I think we do.
We do. Let me check.
Observed. We have an observed tornado warning to the north of this one. I don't know how that
Okay.
happened. Unless that's just this, unless this is just having issues. But to me, it looks like 2 tornado warnings.
Yeah, mods, can you confirm that? Because on my end, again, radar scope's just a tad bit delayed. Anybody can confirm that before we go any further with that. Before we do, very, very quickly, we actually do have a brand new mesoscale discussion for this area. It's a very, very small corridor. It's right in south central Mississippi or east central Mississippi and west central Alabama. It's that corridor where that storm is moving into. They just put out a message saying a strong tornado threat will increase over the next 1 to 2 hours. That has to do with that cell that we're tracking right now, and there could be additional cells like we're already seeing move into that corridor. The SPC did highlight 300 to 400 helicity from 0 to 3, and an STP value of around 2 to 3. That's significant tornado parameter. So that was issued specifically for that cell, as well as out ahead of it and for other cells that form to the south.
All right. Well, thank you for the update there. Uh, yeah, so I'm pretty clearly seeing a debris ball there, and I have to imagine that's associated with that observed tornado warning that I'm getting here as well. So, I mean, putting
Hey,
1 and 2 together, yeah.
That one has been confirmed.
Okay.
Confirmed tornado located near Mill Creek or 13 miles west of Waynesboro, 35 miles per hour. It is now a radar confirmed tornado. So again, this is going to be for southern Clark County and east central Mississippi. If you are in the path of that, that's going to be crossing just to the northwest of Waynesboro. You need to take shelter immediately. I know a lot of these places don't have basements. If that's the case, get in a room at the lowest floor of a building and surround yourself with as many walls as possible. One more thing, Ashton, we also have a brand new tornado warning that you had just referenced. This is going to be for southwestern Choctaw County and southwestern Alabama and central Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi. It looks like that's the one directly to the north, I think. That's what the...
But I'm really thinking that's an error there. I really feel like that has to be, at least the observed one, unless my WSV3 is messing up. I'm getting 2 confirmed tornado warnings in here. I'm not seeing any rotation. Well. Yeah, I'm not seeing any rotation anywhere other than this, and I'm not seeing any correlation coefficient picking up anything other than this. So I have to imagine it's both for this, but this looks like some sort of a very strong rotation in there, at least, and I'm talking they're right up against each other, but 20 outgoing up against 50 incoming. So we have some stronger rotation, and that correlation coefficient debris ball there is actually looking quite large at this point, in my opinion, on that. So we're going to continue to track this one. This is obviously not what you want to see, but we knew this was coming. We're going to watch for new frames as they come in here. Going to make sure live scan is on there. Yeah, I just got another frame here. Yeah, so that debris ball remains there. So I'm going to go ahead and say that is a debris ball at this point. Strong rotation. We have some...
Wow.
Yeah, so very, very close together there. And I'm watching, by the way, on my other monitor, the rotation up north. So we're not going to get caught off guard up there. I am watching Alabama on my other monitor at the same exact time to make sure we're not getting caught off guard by anything. I do see one small area of very broad rotation, but nothing is ongoing yet up in Alabama, to my knowledge, so far. So we're going to continue to track this Mississippi system. Yeah, seems like everybody up there is in the clear at this point. Those storms do look nasty, though. If you're in Alabama, we're going to keep you guys up to date with what's happening as we try to keep covering this storm as well down here. I just got a new frame, so let me update you on the numbers. It looks like rotation has increased significantly. I have 74 up against 41 now. So a strong increase, a sharp increase in that rotation. Debris ball is still there. And honestly, it looks to be mostly moving roughly, and I know it's hard to speculate because it can just turn in a hurry. It almost has taken a turn north west a little bit there. It's almost heading directly north, even though that storm motion is mostly northeastward. And the interesting thing there is, they always talk about tornadoes can just turn in a hurry and to never feel safe no matter where you're at in comparison to that tornado. And this is just so true. We're seeing that debris ball just take a very sharp turn to the north. So let's just hope nobody got caught off guard there. If you're in this tornado warning, like Brendan said earlier, please take shelter now.
Yeah, Ashton, latest on that velocity too. Is it becoming more and more distorted? It might be because of the debris it's kicking up, but the velocities seem to be it's still increasing. But I'm getting like blacks on my return here, like
You
a
know what's
black
weird is
coloring.
a second ago, and we'll watch this back. I'll watch this back once the stream is over. But a second ago, I was getting clear red and green readings with no distortion at all, very clear, and everybody that watched the stream could confirm that for me right now. But it suddenly added that kind of glitched, like extension of the incoming at maxed out values. Basically, is what I'm getting here. I'm
Yeah.
getting like 125 mph incoming, like a strip of that extends for like 2 miles. It's not a legitimate reading we're getting there. It's having some sort of very weird glitch. We're getting a second tornado warning. This one's for central Alabama. So I'm going to move over that in my second monitor. We're going to continue to watch this one since this one is on the ground. But I am going to go try to check that one out on my other monitor so that we can be making sure that that's not a bigger one right now. You know what? And actually, it's on base velocity. It's actually picking up normal. That's what it is.
Okay.
So on base velocity, you should be able to see that. But I'm seeing 48 up against 56 very clearly. And I'm going to go look for that tornado warning on my other monitor here real quick.
Oh, that's just to the south of the Birmingham Area. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that one, Ashton. That's something to watch as well. That cell is very rapidly trying to tighten up its rotation and establish itself.
Yeah, south of Selma there. Yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to keep an eye on that on my other monitor here. I'm sorry, guys, that it's going to be so kind of split like this. Obviously, when there's multiple ongoing tornado warnings, it's very difficult to keep an update available on all of them. I mean, we're only at 2 right now, but God forbid if we have multiple 3 or 4 going on later on, which is possible. It's going to be tough to keep an update on all of those. Now, I want to update you guys on the velocity, or what? Actually, it has not updated. It looked like it did there for a second, but I guess it didn't. But correlation coefficient, I still have a pretty strong indication that there is still a debris ball pretty clearly there. It looks to have widened, but less intense there. So
Hey, Ashton, let me just real quickly let's I want to get to Alabama. This is the tornado warning that we just talked about. This is going to be just south of Selma. This is again radar indicated severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is located over Old Cahaba Park or near Selmont, West Selmont, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is one that I've been watching, and Ashton just hopped on it as well. It is really starting to tighten up its inflow, that rotation. We're starting to see very slowly a couplet established. This is still radar indicated, and this is going to be in areas such as Selmont, West Selmont, Gardner Island, Tyler, Old Cahaba Park, Memorial Stadium, Burnsville, and Dallas County Horse Arena as just some locations to name. But again, in terms of population, this is going to be just to the south of Selma, and I would say probably moving into eastern Selma. So if you are in Selma or you know somebody that lives there or any of those areas outlined, you need to take shelter. There's not a lot of basements like we talked about in many of these homes and buildings. So just get to the lowest floor and stay away from windows. Surround yourself with as many walls as possible. Ashton, I know we didn't talk about this yet, but even if you have some sort of helmet to put on your head or pillow, do so. These storms are strengthening very quickly, and I would much rather anybody in the path of these storms be over-prepared than under-prepared. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But Ashton, do you want to go back to that tornado warning in Mississippi?
yeah, so we do have a little bit of an update there. We have gotten a second, or I guess just an update here on our radar information. So we're seeing 52 up against 38 on that velocity. That's miles per hour, folks, there. So we are seeing that strong rotation as we do have a tornado on the ground. So obviously there is pretty strong rotation. That debris ball there, again, comes in a little bit less intense again, but still just broadening, which, but we just got another one, and it does look pretty deep there again, potentially 2 areas of some debris there being picked up. That could just be an error. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it looks like the rotation has broadened a bit. We're seeing that rotation separate. So hopefully that's some good news coming there out of Mississippi. Hopefully that's some good news.
By the way, chat, specifically mods, I should say, if you guys get any photos on Twitter of any damage from these areas, please send them to us. Also, make sure that they are like not, they don't have a thing on the photo saying like copywritten. Make sure that they are able to be accessed by us, so we don't get any sort of copyright strike for that. We want to be careful. Also, very quickly, as we're watching the tornado warnings, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the SPC. Threat for tornadic supercells is increasing, and a PDS tornado watch will be needed by 18Z. This would be for the Mississippi River Valley, east central Arkansas, northwestern Mississippi, even into east central Louisiana. So it looks like we're going to eventually have 2 PDS tornado watches that are going to cover pretty much the entire state of Mississippi and extend all the way into Louisiana and east central Arkansas, very, very close to Memphis, mind you. I don't know if Memphis is going to get under it exactly, but very close to more heavily populated areas. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Ashton, any updates as far as these storms here? Let's get right back to that.
So for now, we have not gotten another frame here on our Mississippi tornado that is ongoing. So we're gonna await that very closely. So that okay, so that mezzo discussion you just mentioned, that was one for. I'm seeing 2 right now. I see a very small one. There
Right.
for Mississippi and Alabama. Okay, because that looks like that's something for a little bit more of a short range type of update. Let me get this. We're getting another frame here, so let me get the latest here. Yeah, so that
mesoscale discussion, that's going to be to the west of all these storms. It's actually going to be that Mississippi River Valley region that doesn't have a watch yet. So that's the area that they're talking about.
okay. So we're talking about something different then. We're talking about something different because on the stream I have showing basically from our tornado warning now, just a little bit into Alabama, we have a small mezzo discussion there,
Yep.
very small area, and I'm kind of wondering if that's something about a little bit more in the short range, something coming up in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's so. And then yeah, that one. See how there's that empty space? You actually talked about it earlier. You're like, man, there's an empty kind of void between these watches. It's gonna fill that. That's what they're gonna do. Most likely within the hour, fill that space.
So by the way, we still have a debris ball with our most recent radar update. And if anything, that has re-intensified a little bit. It is heading straight for Shabuda, Mississippi. Straight for Shabuda, Mississippi. So if you are in that area, we want you guys to take cover for sure if you're anywhere within this tornado warning, obviously. But also just let anybody know that, text them, send them a link to this. You can share this to your Facebook page. It doesn't really matter as long as you're getting the word out to these people that might not know that this stuff is going on right now. I'm watching now. I'm looking at my other monitor. So we still have a radar indicated tornado warning there for Selma. Is that in Alabama? Yeah. So Selma, Alabama. That's going to be just to the west of Montgomery. So those are our 2 current tornado warnings that we have going on. Electric Edge donated $2. Thank you very much. I wonder if my school tomorrow will get canceled. Well, it depends on where you're at, first off, and what your school decides to do. But I think there's a possibility if you are anywhere affected by this. So that debris ball there is still heading straight for Shabuda, if not maybe on the western edge there. Still some strong rotation.
Yeah, I'm still seeing that too. Yep, I still see that. I can confirm that. And then just it looks like they haven't updated this as far as the warning text is concerned. It's still saying confirmed tornado. So it looks like Ashton, can you concur that? It looks like we still have it on the ground. If it is.
Yes, it's still coming up as observed for me. And we are seeing potentially an area of rotation developing just to the north, where I would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning here in just a moment. I just saw that for a split second. If you look at just north, it's south of Quitman and Pashuta, Mississippi, north of Shabuda. This stuff is just going to be total tongue twister here. But we do have two very good areas of rotation here. This one to the north is looking actually stronger than the one we're looking at now. I'm seeing 45 right up against 51. Um, I'm not seeing a debris ball at this point, and there is no. Okay, so we just got a tornado warning for that one I was just talking about. So there we go. Now Quitman, Mississippi, and that's going to extend north, pretty much directly north, and that's going to eventually be heading towards Interstate 59 if it is to last that long. So now we have. It appears possibly if that one down there is separate for sure. We have 4 tornado warnings underway at this point. So I'm still seeing a radar indicated tornado warning up there to the north for Alabama. Sweet. Damo 4RMD757 donated $10. What makes this area so bad as an OTR truck driver and my experienced driver driving through Mississippi and Alabama? A lot of people won't see the tornado coming due to a lot of wilderness. Please be safe. That is definitely one of the contributing factors here in our Dixie Alley, is visibility and just the type of terrain that we're dealing with. And Brendan alluded to this earlier when he was talking about really urging people not to chase today. It's a whole different ballgame. It really, really is when we're talking about the Dixie Alley versus, let's say, the Panhandle of Texas, where you can see everything. Completely different. But thank you for the donation. We appreciate it a lot.
Hey, Ashton, real quickly, there is just a broad area of rotation by so obviously not as strong as the other two to the east, but that's another cell we'll keep an eye on. There is a severe thunderstorm warning well to the north that is not tour possible. I don't see a lot of rotation with that, so I think we should be okay for now. We'll keep an eye there. But again, we got a few tornado warnings that we're watching, especially the observed one just about to cross into Mississippi, that Alabama-Mississippi border. And then that cell that is still radar indicated just crossing Selma, Alabama.
Right. And that debris ball is very broad on that southern one right now. Rotation is strong. It's actually intensifying a little bit, it appears. 31 up against 38 mile per hour. And that debris ball is getting larger, as I mentioned before, which isn't always an indication of a large tornado, but it could mean that we do see something going on. But that's going to be just to the west of Shibuda, by the way. Shibuda, Mississippi. I want to keep just plugging that name in so you guys know exactly where this is that we're talking about. But we're seeing a very large debris ball with an observed tornado there for Shibuda. And that's moving pretty quickly at 36 miles per hour is what I'm seeing here. No debris ball in that second one up to the north yet. Like I said, that's going to be heading towards Quitman, but still no observed tornado on that one at this point. The Selma one for Alabama, I'm going to watch this one closely. Still seems radar indicated. So it appears we have only this one actually ongoing at this point. So I'm actually going to, there's a lot going on the screen here, so I'm going to turn off those tornado watches for a second. But if we get an update, we will put that on the screen there. Okay.
Yeah, Ashton, I'm specifically going to keep a close eye on the Selma one here. So I know there's a lot to cover, so I'm going to really kind of hone in on that. And you've done a great job at covering this one that has moved through Shibuda. So we can kind of keep a close eye on both of those as well as other cells. We'll try to do our best here as we can.
Right, we're gonna go ahead and just prioritize the tornadoes that are on the ground while still keeping you updated on those other potential tornado warnings going on also around the viewing area here. Let's see. So I want to see if we're getting any updates here from the radar. I do have live sweep on. The rotation is still pretty strong in there. Are you seeing that CC on the Selma one?
Yeah, I'm checking Twitter. I'm checking to see if there's any tornado touchdowns or anything from chasers right now. So I'm really, I don't have anything confirmed just yet, but yeah, I am seeing some very strong rotation on that cell.
Okay, keep us updated.
Nothing at this time, though. Yeah.
Yeah. We've jumped to, well, now it wants to jump back and forth. For a second there, I was seeing 48 mile per hour velocity being picked up, but it wanted to jump back and forth here. Come on, WSV3. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up to. I'm trying to update my radar as we speak as well. Yes, that Selma one's really looking interesting though. Still a radar
yeah,
indicated.
yep, yep. I'm sure if there was a tornado on the ground, we would get that report very quickly in a populated area like that. So
Absolutely.
obviously, we have our fingers crossed that it does not occur at all. There's strong rotation. It just has not come together, as I've mentioned multiple times throughout this stream so far. Um, I'm watching to see if that northern Mississippi one here, or the northernmost one, gets confirmed or not, because there is still very strong rotation in that one as well.
Yeah, have they, Ashton, quick question for you. Have they updated that Shibuda one at all? I'm still seeing 1219, or did they update it on your end? That warning text.
Uh, I'm seeing one that was issued at 12:58 Eastern, and expires at 1:45 Eastern.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, yeah, I do also see that one that updated at 1:07 Eastern, but overall, we've just had these warnings here quite a while.
Also, since we have the time too, guys, I want to stress this. I know we haven't really touched on it this stream yet, but we talked earlier about these storms being really high precip based. That means that many of these tornadoes, they're going to be rain wrapped for the most part. There's so much saturation in the air. So people that are driving or chasing, not only do you have to deal with a lot of trees, but for many people living in this area, you may not even be able to see it because there's so much saturation in our atmosphere. So that might be why we've only so far seen a confirmed out of one of these. There could, at the end of the day, we could have more than just this, but it's going to be very hard for law enforcement and storm spotters to spot these because many of these cells are going to be very rain wrapped. And we'll see more of that trend later on tonight with that second line.
Okay, this is from NWS Mobile. We're getting confirmed tornado moving through Wayne County, Mississippi. Damage confirmed to homes via EMA. That's the latest I'm getting, and I just updated, reloaded WSV3 because it didn't appear like I was getting any updates there for a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to see if we haven't gotten an update on the radar. Okay, I'm seeing it.
All
We're
right,
getting.
cool, thank you. Yeah, Tony sent that over. Thanks, Tony, for letting me know. I just saw that tweet from Mobile, and Ashton just wrote that out too. So thank you.
Yeah, I actually got it from a different mods. The mods are doing a great job today.
Oh, thank you, Drunk. Appreciate it, Drunk Robot. Thank you so much. Love that name, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not getting very frequent updates here on the velocity, unfortunately, on this radar site for some reason. I don't know if there's a high user. I don't know if that could happen to a radar site like that, but I'm not getting very frequent updates here, unfortunately. But it's the only way to see this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if
I'm also
level.
checking Twitter as well. Just trying to see if there's any update warnings because I'm having the same issue on Radar Scope. It's a bit delayed, which makes sense. There's probably a lot of people trying to use this at once here.
Yeah, I haven't gotten an update since 1:24 Eastern, and it's 1:32 right now.
Right.
So that's Let me check national. I wanna try to switch this over to a more base velocity here, or sorry, base reflectivity.
1221. Okay, I'm just checking the Weather Service office too. So far, it looks like it's aligning with what the warnings are at the moment. The latest up-to-date text. So I only see the warnings that we have right now at this time, and obviously that could change. Selma storm is really ramping. It appears. Yeah, it's definitely starting to really. It's been gradually strengthening, but again, still radar indicated. There's nothing confirmed out of that as of right now. So we're really watching the one that's crossing into Alabama, the one that just is about to wrap up moving through Shibuda. We're really taking a look at that because that had a confirmed tornado. But we're also keeping an eye on Selma as we talked about because that cell is also starting to gradually strengthen.
Well, all right. So what's weird is my other monitor did the same exact thing. It jumped from 125 all the way to 132. So we might be about to get another update on the radar here, but it's been minutes. And it is delayed too, because it says it's 1:32 p.m., but it's really actually 1:34. So, well,
Yeah.
my computer says it's 134, but it's actually 132. Huh. That's weird. Well, all right then.
All right. Just want to read a tweet from National Weather Service Birmingham. This is regarding the Selma. Still radar indicated, but they said possible tornado approaching US 80 just south of Selma at West Selmont. That was 11 minutes ago. I think it actually has now passed that area for the most part. And we just got a new refreshed tornado warning on that Selmont one. It's still radar indicated as of 12:31 Central. This is going to be just over Selma, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So the locations, same ones as earlier, but we got some new locations as well. Selma, Selmont West, Selmont, Memorial Stadium, Gardner Island, Burnsville, Edmund Pettus Bridge, and Selma University. This cell is actually, again, moving northeast. It's going to look like past to the northwest of, pardon me if I mispronounce this, Otagoville, to the northwest of that city. So again, still moving through Selma, and at this time, still radar indicated, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Ashton, I'll turn right back to you if you have any additional updates.
Yeah, I was just moving up here to Selma to see if this radar site was updating properly, and it is. So I think it actually is something to do with the KD GX radar site, actually. No idea what that's about, but we will try to see if that'll be working soon. But I'm going to move down to Mobile for a moment here, as I have to reload WSV3 back in, because he crashed. I know how to avoid it from crashing now, but I actually just did something wrong there, so.
Ashton, I'm going to step away for just like 2 minutes. I will be back very quickly.
All right. You're good. So we're going to try to get this radar site in. I apologize that it's not really updating properly. I think it might be a large amount of people really trying to view this tornado on radar here, so I think that has something to do with it. Unfortunately, we just cannot see it as good from this one. So maybe if I reload this in, we'll switch back and see if that fixes it. Providers having issues. Yeah, they can't handle all the YouTubers, yeah. For sure. Let's see if we can get that radar data back on screen here. Now I can't really even get any data. Huh.
This is from Spotter Network. Again, an unconfirmed report here. This is 5 miles southeast of York, Alabama. I'm not sure if that's referring to the Selma cell or the one that we're watching cross over into Alabama, but it is a unconfirmed report of a funnel. I haven't seen any official reports yet. We'll keep an eye on it. Tony, you sent that to me. Can you tell me what cell that was in reference to? Just go ahead and DM me. If that's referring to Selma or the one that had a confirmed tornado with it, let me know.
As I'm watching down in Mississippi, I've gotten the radar to go ahead and update. We had a huge hole from about like, I want to say like 120. It looks like maybe like 115 all the way until like 130, where it just did not want to update at all. In the meantime, the rotation has really significantly died down there near Shibuya. There still is a observed tornado warning there, so we're going to just treat it as if there still is a tornado. The good news is things seem to be weakening. Still stay in cover, obviously, as there still is some sort of potential debris ball being picked up. But again, that is also weakening, same as the rotation there. So everything seems to be correlating there pretty good with a weakening area of rotation there. Yeah, we just saw that.
Oh, what did Carlos say there? Yep.
Wayne, Mississippi, tornado confirmed. Which one is that?
Oh, that was at 12:07. That might have been earlier with that tornado.
Oh, okay. That was yeah.
Been the one. Yeah.
That was a while back. Actually, you know what? I don't have local storm reports on at all, so I should probably have that on. That's probably a good idea.
Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, let me also check reports.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't think to have that on.
no confirmed tornado reports right now from the SPC that's published yet, but that will obviously change. We'll keep it going.
For now, we can turn the lightning on. See if there's a lot of lightning happening with these storms. I'm guessing there is, and yeah, sure enough, we're picking up plenty of lightning going on over here. It's another thing you. That's another thing you can get with WSV3. They don't pay me. Always have to throw that reminder in there. I just like it. The Selma cell is intensifying once again. Somebody said.
It is definitely. Let me get on the radar site here, KBMX. Yeah, it is. It's starting to intensify, and like I said before, it's slightly starting to strengthen those inbound outbound winds and really tighten up that couplet that we tend to see with supercells. So it is starting to become more and more mature. Let me check. Let's see what. Yeah, Tony, let me know if that was the cell that we're tracking in Selma. Can you tell me real quickly? Just DM me. We'll let you guys know on that because, again, we have an unofficial report of a funnel. The National Weather Service is still having it radar indicated, but yeah, that velocity action is really starting to ramp up with that cell.
Absolutely, and I just saw an interesting comment there. John Moody said multiple accidents reported within the Selma storm, unknown if related.
Okay.
So I think that's also worth noting. Obviously. Here we got another link from Tony. I'm going to open that.
Yep, tornado warning update.
Quitman, Mississippi. Yep. Tornado radar indicated still there for that Quitman. That is the northern one that you can see on the screen above what I'm showing here. Okay, and that was at 1:30. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, we're going to continue to watch all of these. I'm mostly watching my second monitor there, as it looks like the potential. I'm seeing a little bit of a debris ball maybe being picked up there by Selma. You might want to check on that. That just came in.
I'm checking.
It just came in on my my second monitor there.
Let's see. Yeah, possibly. Not really that well defined on my end, but yeah, that looks this hook, man, looks absolutely nasty. That inflow notch is unbelievable on this cell. And again, that's going to be, it's already moved out of Selma. It's going to be just to the southeast of Valley Grande, into the northwest of Otagoville in what will be central Alabama.
All right. We're going to continue to watch all these things that are ongoing. I'm checking on the rotation here. Quitman is still seeing strong rotation there. Just still nothing has come together, it appears, from what I'm hearing. On Storm Relative.
I'm getting unconfirmed reports. Not to cut you off, I'm sorry.
Gotcha, no.
But I'm getting unconfirmed reports of either a tornado or funnel with that Selma. I'm seeing a news source claims that had went over one of their cameras nearby Selma. But again, it has not been confirmed by the Weather Service just yet. But I am starting to see more and more reports of a possible tornado that it has been on the ground or either might be on the ground at this time. Again, not officially confirmed, but it's starting to become more and more prevalent. There's been several people now across Twitter, as well as some news outlets there, that there could have possibly been a funnel or tornado within the area of Selma.
Okay, and I'm actually going to move over to Selma on the actual stream here because we just lost our observed tornado tag on that tornado warning, although we did get that confirmed tornado that finally showed up in between Laurel and Wayne's. Is that Waynesboro there in Mississippi. So that is our first tornado confirmation of the day there. We're going to move this over to Selma, where Brendan has been viewing a cell for a long time now. This has been like the second one we've been viewing here throughout the afternoon. And yeah, I am seeing the look of that storm just is a little bit concerning as we move from Mississippi to Alabama, and the rotation there as well is just strong, like you said. So this is going to continue to need to be watched here. Let's see. For those of you just joining us, be sure to share this with friends, family, and social media. Get the word out. We're trying to reach as many people as possible and let them know these dangerous storms are on the way. Also, like the streams. That really helps a lot to like the stream. It really helps the algorithm suggest this to more people in general. That super chat button is on the bottom right, by the way, as well. If you would like to donate, that's how you can do so. Let's get on with the stream and continue moving on with this Selma cell. It's about to move into a more remote area, honestly. Yeah, I'm hearing more. I
Yeah,
am.
it's really hard actually because the weather service hasn't confirmed it yet. So like I said, guys, we got to really be careful. When I say unofficial, unconfirmed, that's just really going off of some very a lot of information that's coming in quickly. So we're going to decipher through that. But again, no confirmed tornado at this time from the weather service. Ashton, I'm
Right.
continuing to check the Twitter. I know our stuff's a little bit delayed here. Let me see. Did a warning just come in on that one? Did they extend that, or did I just see
They
something?
did extend
It
that
looks like
tornado
they
warning.
just did. Okay.
Yeah, we still have radar indicated, but I am seeing a debris ball now underneath the rotation, directly underneath. I am seeing a strong indication of that debris ball, similar to what we saw earlier with our other confirmed tornado. So we're going to see if that lasts more than a frame. Usually, if you see that for 2 frames in a row, that's kind of the sign that it's legit. Sometimes things
Okay.
can pop up for a frame and really just it's a glitch. But once it's there for multiple frames, that's when something is pretty much real.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting some sort of update here from Twitter.
But you're right, Ashton. As you look at that real quickly, yeah, that debris ball, that possible debris ball, if there is one, that is starting to become a little bit more well defined on the correlation coefficient, a little bit cleaner,
Yeah,
for a lack of a better term.
absolutely. Uh, okay, we're getting an update here from the National Weather Service. Birmingham, very strong indication of a tornado now along Atlanta Highway 14. Or sorry, Atlanta Highway, Alabama Highway 14. So take cover now. That's the word from the National Weather Service. We should get an update to an observed or like a radar confirmed tornado here based on the language that I just saw from them.
Yeah. By the way, gate to gate velocity just on the last run here on my end, Ash. I think you're in knots. I'm in miles per hour. Either way, is now up to 110 gate to gate.
Okay,
So gate velocity values at 110 at this time.
gotcha. Let me see what I'm picking up on velocity. Yeah, so I'm seeing 48 up against 50 miles per hour. So yeah, very strong rotation close together. Very strong indication of a debris ball. I think that's the third frame where I've seen it here. Yeah, so I think we're about to get some sort of confirmed tornado warning here on that Selma storm. On my second monitor, I'm going to go ahead and move over back to some of those other cells as I zoom it out very slowly. Let's see. I'm going to keep those ones down there for Mississippi. Make sure nothing crazy is going on down there. Let's see.
Yeah,
Trying to get.
let's see. Oh yeah, Tony, you said confirmed Shibuya. Yeah, we've been tracking that one. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if that Selma one has any
I'm getting an
additional
update right
info.
now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so still a strong indication of a debris ball. Again, as you just kind of mentioned, that structure with the inflow is just not looking like super organized. I wouldn't call it the most organized cell that I've ever seen. But definitely based on velocity here and then correlation coefficient, I would say it's increasingly likely that there is a tornado of some sort.
Yeah, there's I'm just seeing the conditions with that storm just to really ramp up. I will say that inflow notch looks like it's not. The velocities have somewhat weakened a bit, but there's still a gate to gate. It's decreased just a little bit here within the last update of the radar.
Right, right. Um, I'm viewing those ones back down in Mississippi again, and it does appear like those have, for the most part, weakened down there, which again is good news.
Hey, real quickly, I want to update. I don't know if this came through. This is going to be for the tornado warning that was for Burnsville. So right on that Alabama-Mississippi border that we talked about. 12:46, a confirmed tornado was located over Burnsville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Radar confirmed a damaging tornado. This is going to be near Ottawaville, Billingsley, Booth, Millbury, Vita Junction, and Dawson Mill. Oh wait, was this Alabama? Hold on. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, I think this is the cell that we're talking about. That might be just when confirmed.
Yeah, that is
I'm sorry.
a Toggaville or whatever. Yep. Yeah, that is.
Yep, that cell that got confirmed now. So there is a confirmed tornado. We have been talking about that for the last 20, 30 minutes or so. And actually now on the latest run, it looks like it's now just re-strengthened its gate to gate. So again, if you're in these areas, tornado's already on the ground. It's going to be passing just to the northwest of Ottawaville. And please take shelter because this storm is just racing northeast into some more cities and more populated areas.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to keep our eye over here. Again, we are in a bit of a radar hole. It is getting closer to a radar site. That's the good news. We should get a more a better view of this one soon here with every frame we get. It's getting better. But it does appear to have some sort of a hook structure there now on our most recent frame we've gotten. Still a very strong indication of a debris ball, and then also still strong rotation being picked up. Matter of fact, I'm getting 62 up against potentially 30, so that's an increasing amount of rotation there. So, still appears like there is an active tornado in there.
It's actually reorganized. It's that inflow notch there. Actually, it's going through a bit of a cycle. But it is re-strengthening, sort of what you just alluded to. We did see a gate to get at one point right around 110 miles per hour. It looks like it may be even ramping up beyond that. We'll have to see on this next radar run. The other two tornado warnings that we talked about, my apologies for mixing those up earlier. This is going to be just to the northeast of Shibuya now. Those are just radar indicated at this time. If you recall, ladies and gentlemen, we did see a tornado out of that one just to the north of Shibuya, but that has now been downgraded to a radar indicated. Doesn't mean that those still can't rotate. They are still rotating, and they still have the capability of dropping more tornadoes as they move across into Alabama.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. So yeah, this one, luckily, speaking of dodging bullets, we've been talking about that throughout the morning hours and afternoon. We've been with you guys for 3 hours now, over 3 hours already here, and we're just getting underway. So thank you for choosing us, by the way, and being a part of our stream. It's been a pleasure so far, and I'm sure it will be the whole time. But we dodged a bullet here a bit because there wasn't that debris ball signature over Selma, and that really developed after we crossed over that town. So I think we dodged a bit of a bullet there, for sure. We avoided seeing a direct hit there over a more populated region. All right. Yeah, so now we're seeing, I just got another update here. It looks like the rotation has broadened a bit here in this one.
Hey, Ashton, not to cut you off, we got a new tornado warning. This is going to be all the way back in Mississippi. Let me go ahead and update everybody on what I see. This is going to be in around Brookhaven. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Beau Chateau, or 8 miles south of Brookhaven, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Tornado in quarter-size hail. This is going to be around Brookhaven at 110 Central, Wesson around 120, Sontag and Wanilla around 135, and Oma around 145. So radar indicated. Ashton, do you want to go to that cell just really quickly and just show everybody kind of what we're talking about in terms of the velocity and what we're seeing?
Absolutely.
Take a
So
look.
let me go ahead and transition over here. Let me figure out which site. Yeah, definitely that Jackson. I keep wanting to say Jacksonville instead of Jackson.
Right, right.
Um, yeah, we just got a new frame too, so that's loading in currently as we speak. All right. So yes. Again, as Brendan said, we're under a radar indicated tornado warning, which means there isn't likely a tornado on the ground yet from this system. It can happen at literally any minute. There is a pretty strong area of tight rotation here that I am picking up on that southern end. Uh, and I want to try to put this into motion, but it's not really. Okay, there we go. So this looks like it's going to cross most likely directly east of Brookhaven. There's still that chance that that does take a little bit of a turn, and we do see that directly hit Brookhaven. So if you're in this tornado warning at all, you just want to really stay updated to the latest information. I mean, don't try to speculate like, oh, it's going to go right in this box of the tornado warning. Don't do all that. If you're in that warning, definitely just take cover until that tornado warning is done with. That's going to be the best way to go. Um, so we're going to watch this. No indication there on our correlation coefficient. We just have a strong area of rotation. Would not be surprised if within the next couple of frames we do see this actually tighten up a bit, though, based on what I'm seeing right now. So I have that on my other monitor, Brendan, kind of ready to go. As literally everything just turned off. That's weird. Even my tornado warnings and everything. So
No worries. Hey, real quickly, let's also jump in. Let's get back to, and of course, you'll keep an eye on that cell. I want to just turn our attention back to that one that had moved through Selma. We got a brand new update at 12:53. Still a confirmed tornado located near Burnsville, Valley Grande, moving northeast at 25. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. This is now going to be moving through Billingsley, Vita Junction, and Dawson Mill. Tornado, guys, it's on the ground. If you know anybody there, they need to take shelter now. This rotation, it cycled a little bit within the last couple runs, but this tornado is still on the ground. And last time I checked, Ashton, the velocities are still just fantastic. I mean, they're very, very strong, really tight couplet rotation, and as mature of a supercell that I've ever seen. So again, if you know anybody in these areas, let them know. If you're even in this area, you need to cheek filter now. Remember, not a lot of these areas have basements, so get to the lowest floor of a building and surround yourself with as many walls as possible, and of course, stay away from windows.
well, good advice there, Brendan. Um, excuse me.
That time of the day, the voice starts to suffer. I'm with you, my friend. I'm with you.
Oh man, I swallowed wrong. All right, well, sorry about that, folks. I hate when that happens. Ugh. All right, well, I'm trying to drink an energy drink to stay going, but I swallowed it wrong. Um,
Um,
yeah, so I think honestly our most imminent tornado threat is this one right here. It seems like those two middle ones here are not really active tornadoes at this point. Still just heed those warnings. Keep in cover is what I would do at this point. Let's see. The latest from Brookhaven is a little bit of a decreased amount of rotation, but I do have
okay.
that on my other monitor, so we are going to be watching that very, very closely. Apparently, there's another tornado watch, is the latest.
Yes, I think that was the one that I referred to just within the hour. It's the new. Oh no, it's not. Actually, we got a smaller tornado watch. This is gonna cover East Central Tennessee.
Hmm.
This is not a PDS tornado watch. This is just a normal tornado watch. EF2 probability is at a 20%. Probability of tornadoes at a 40%. And again, this is gonna looks like it's gonna cover Memphis and areas east in Tennessee. So a pretty small tornado watch there for that area. Um, I wanted to, since we have a little bit of a break in between some of these storms, they're still going, of course, but in terms of updates, I want to just turn our attention back to that storm that had impacted I think it was Shibuya. Yeah, it was Shibuya. We have our first first tornado report of the day from that storm. That would have been in Wayne County. So if you guys remember, just within the last hour, Shibuda. Report of homes damaged near Strengthford, Cooley Road. No additional details at this time. This would be 4 miles west southwest of Whistler. This is something we'll keep track of throughout the day, guys. Any additional tornado reports that come throughout the day. But again, that would have been from a tornado earlier on within the hour.
All right. And I don't know which one it is, but apparently somebody said new tornado warned storm.
Okay.
Perhaps that's yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
I don't see it just yet. And then I think somebody also in chat mentioned. Oh, you got it? Okay, go ahead.
Well, no. I'm just saying maybe that's the Brookhaven one. Because that's semi-new.
Gotcha. Let's see here. Somebody mentioned the PDS, another PDS tornado watch. I check. I don't think so. If it might be again, guys. It might be delayed. There was a mesoscale discussion for Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. Ashton, does WSB3 do they have a watch that fills kind of that empty area that we talked about yet, or is it still empty?
In between kind of like northern Louisiana and western Mississippi there? I do have one there, and apparently that's Tornado Watch number 32, and that came in after that Tennessee one. Apparently that is a PDS Tornado Watch, this one.
Yes.
As well.
There it is.
Yeah, a second PDS Tornado Watch. So that one's going to go until 8 p.m. So is our one on the eastern end. So we're expecting most of this activity to happen within the next 6 hours here.
Gosh, I mean, Ashton, look at this area. We're talking about a very large swath of population in comparison to what we saw just a few days ago around the Texas Panhandle. So, again, guys, just to remind you, if you have anybody that lives in this area, or if you do live in any of these areas where these tornado watches are prevalent, be sure to like the stream and share it. The more likes we get, the more it goes out to more people. Last time I checked here, it looks like we have well over 1,000 at 1.3K. Let's get this up as high as possible so that way we can reach more and more people, because, again, this is a very large population swath. We're talking about Memphis, Jackson, Birmingham, just to name a few. So get this out to as many people as possible and continue to like and share the stream as we go on throughout today.
Absolutely. It really does. It does help so much, guys. It really does. And I know not everybody can donate, but if you can't donate, that's the way to really make a difference here, is just clicking a button. Think of how easy that is. I'm not even asking you to subscribe. That's a commitment right there. That's asking a lot. But a like is 5 seconds of your time to potentially help this reach people that need to know this information as it's coming out. As we're viewing that... as we're viewing this storm here, the Selma one, it still appears like we do have some rotation, but that debris ball has significantly weakened to this point. And
Ashton, we have a new tornado warning. I don't know if it came up yet in WSB3, but it's going to be. That. You see that? All right, you can go ahead. You got that.
Unfortunately, with this one, this is one of those tricky situations where we're like right in a radar hole, kind of. This one's going to be tricky to see, actually. I hate that. I hope in my lifetime that we hit a point where there is no radar holes anymore and we just put them everywhere. But for now, we're going to do the best we can to try to get a visual on this. I will have a good view there of the Selma one as well. This is north of Demopolis, if I'm saying that correctly, near Livingston, and it's heading straight for Forkland, actually. I'm going to get a visual here on what this rotation is looking like here within this cell, and it's very hard to tell because that is distorted quite a bit. It does appear there is rotation in there, and it would be nearly impossible to see if there is a debris ball as well, but that is radar indicated at this point. 12:53. Okay, that was a while back, but somebody said there was a confirmed tornado near Burnsville. I think that was our Selma one, correct?
That would be that Selma cell. Yep.
Okay,
correct.
So we should be getting a confirmation over there.
Just getting footage into on Twitter. A couple of different storm chasers. I I will have to check mods, make sure those aren't copywritten before we possibly show those maybe later on today. But man, I mean, Ashton, that just the chase videos that I've seen so far of that Selma cells that move through, unbelievable. I saw a video of somebody right on the edge of the rear flank downdraft. Very intense winds with that particular cell. I will say though, do you want to real quickly check that Selma one? Has a rotation weakened a little bit on that? I know it's still confirmed, but did we see a bit of a weakening, maybe a cycling of that cell?
Yes, right as you say that, I actually need to reload WSV3. Once a lot of things start popping up on it, the program just completely messes up with too much RAM usage there. So I'm reloading it in. Apparently, there's a new Mezzo discussion. Carlos is letting us know as well. But I'm gonna check on that Selma one. But last time I checked, there was actually lower rotation. Yes, so that was just
Yeah.
moments ago.
Yeah. By the way, this thank you for sharing that mods on the new mesoscale. It's going to be 204. This is a very small mesoscale discussion for portions of central Alabama. It's just an update saying a local expansion of Tornado Watch 29 may be needed. Um, I guess I want to just quickly read through. I know we got a lot going on here to see if there's anything new with this particular setup. It's really just in reference to the supercell that we saw move through Selma, and it's just a quick update to the tornado watch that we have now. Just saying that again, the conditions are warranted for maybe an extension of the tornado watch. So nothing new in terms of information. Just a quick little update on the watch that we have already ongoing.
All right, yeah. So the rotation over here is has lowered for sure on this Selma one, and it has been downgraded to a radar indicated tornado warning here.
Okay.
Um, Tom McDonald said he's sharing on Facebook. We appreciate that. It's definitely going to help reach more people and just get this information out. So yes, that's very useful, and I encourage as many of you as possible to do that as well. I'm trying to get a visual on this Forkland cell here.
Yeah, and I'm also just checking to see if any of these. We got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm just looking to see if there's any tour possible on these. These are just, by the way, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. So obviously, guys, we'll try to get to as many warnings as possible. But the main focus right now, unless if any of these are tour possible, are the tornado warnings. So we'll do our best. But again, the emphasis is going to be on some of these more discrete cells rather than the linear complexes that we see right now crossing the Mississippi-Alabama border. I want to just check back here on the tornado warning that had just moved to the southeast of Brookhaven in Mississippi. It looks like we have a slight update just at 101, capable of producing a tornado near Brookhaven, moving northeast at 30. Still radar indicated, but Ashton, on my end, according to Radar Scope, it looks like it's still starting to tighten up. Nothing confirmed on correlation coefficient that I see or anything in the way of spotters. But
Correct.
definitely a
Yeah.
pretty tight couplet there. And we'll have to definitely keep an eye on that while also keeping track of that tornado warning all the way back just northwest now of Montgomery,
Yeah.
Alabama.
So I'm seeing on my second monitor exactly what you're talking about with that Brookhaven one, but also now I'm looking on the stream at the Livingston Forkland one, and it seems like we have a lot tighter rotation over there. That it's really coming together here. So this one's gonna probably be our next one that really needs to be watched. And the structure seems to be getting its act together a lot more as well over here. Um, it's still radar indicated, and we're gonna have that tornado warning
Yeah,
for
it's
about an
too.
hour. So the structure on our Selma cell over here is very good. Um, that rotation had just weakened a bit, and it still hasn't fully made a comeback. But we have a very strong hook echo over there on our Selma cell.
Yeah, and if I can go back to that, again, the rotation has weakened. It's dropped off quite a bit. But one thing that I'm seeing on reflectivity is we got to be careful when we say that because it looks like even now it's really trying to recycle its rotational couplet. It
Absolutely.
may be in a recycling phase, and we'll have to keep an eye out. So if you know anybody areas just to the northeast of that tornado warning, uh, definitely keep a close eye on that cell because we may just be seeing possibly another inflow notch and a kind of rotational couplet that is just simply reconfiguring and reestablishing itself. Very common in supercell thunderstorms, by the way, for them to just kind of restart its rotation and then recalibrate and re-strengthen again, especially in an environment like this, Ashton. It's to be expected, really.
Yeah, I was looking on my second monitor too at the Brookhaven one just a moment ago, and we got an update uh, here that kind of correlates with what I was seeing from a person named Country Pride 78. NWS saying the circulation looks really good near Brookhaven tornado, possible any moment.
Hey, Ashton, if I can jump in a second, is that one you're talking about, Livingston?
The one I'm over right now.
Yeah, Livingston, Alabama. Where would that? Is that the one?
That's the one I'm not talking about right now. So I was actually I've been looking at the
Okay.
Selma one, and then on my second monitor I have the Brookhaven. But we're about to move over to the Brookhaven one.
All right. Tony had actually just sent me from MWC Chasing near Livingston, Alabama, what looks to be a confirmed wedge. Whatever that would have been just at 12:58, so about 10 minutes ago, a confirmed wedge tornado on the ground. There's a pretty clear-cut image of that. I'm just wondering which cell. Oh, is that? Yeah, wait, was that Livingston? I think you just had it right there. Yeah, it's that cell to the west. It's that one to the northwest of Demopolis or Demopolis.
Oh.
That one, it hasn't been. I don't think it's confirmed by the Weather Service, but within the last 10 minutes, there was what looked to be a wedge on the ground or nearly on the ground. It was a pretty strong CC lowering on that particular cell.
Gotcha.
Just would have passed Livingston.
Huh. All right. Well, I have a good view right now of both that Demopolis tornado warning there from this site I'm at, and then also the what was our Selma one, but now probably more like our Billingsley tornado warning. Seems to be the biggest area involved here with this one. I feel like momentarily this one's going to get its act together really, really nicely. But that one way down by Brookhaven, apparently, as I'm watching my second one, and also from what I'm hearing from people, is the next one that a lot of people are eyeballing at the National Weather Service to potentially do something here soon. I'm trying to watch here on our.
Yeah, and by the way, no confirm on that cell just yet from the Weather Service that we talked about just now by Livingston, Alabama. So we're still waiting that, but again, I'm getting some kind of reports of images coming in of a potential tornado on the ground or even that lowering of a wedge shaped like funnel slash wall cloud. So we'll have to keep an eye and make sure we get official confirmation, but unconfirmed reports of a tornado wedge just to the northeast of Livingston.
We're hearing lots of reports here in the comments. Somebody said two funnels in East Lincoln, Highway 87. I'm trying to figure out where that is at all. 87.
Yeah, give us a location, guys, too. That also kind of, again, we're trying our best to track as much as we can. So if you can give us a bit of an idea of where that would be, state even, that would help.
Oh,
as well.
84. I misread that, but I'm still not seeing 84 either. So, yeah, this cell is very rapidly intensifying. The one I've been watching here, near Billingsley. I'm waiting for a new velocity scan. Let me try to go with Storm Relative here. And yeah, still some pretty broad rotation. Let's see. Apparently,
Loudspeaker.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna kind of. I think you're kind of doing the same thing. I'm just checking through.
Yeah, I'm really just looking for anything right now.
The one cell that we talked about, the one had to move through Selma a while back. That has now been downgraded to a radar indicated. Like we just talked about before, that could be cycling. It looks like it's trying to get its act together, like we had just talked about. But at this time, nothing confirmed. It's just radar indicated. By the way, that's going to be moving through Billingsley, Vita Junction, and Dawson Mill. It's moving at 30 miles per hour. So you kind of notice that these are the same locations that are under the warning that we saw from the last refresh. So these storms are not moving fast right now in terms of, like maybe moving 60, 70 miles per hour like they usually see. But, again, uh, it has now been downgraded to radar indicated. We'll keep an eye on that. Ashton, do you have anything that you wanted to jump in on? I'm just looking at that one in particular.
Um, I'm trying to just read through the chat. It appears like we just got a new tornado warning, by the way, near Butler, Alabama. Needham, Butler, Pennington, Toxie. We have some towns in there for sure. I'm trying to read through these comments. Emergency management has pics of a tornado on the ground that became rain wrapped from Jackson NWS chat. Don't know which area of rotation that's associated with, if that is in fact true. I'm watching that Brookhaven rotation very closely here. I'm just gonna walk through all of these, make sure we don't have any. Okay, so we actually, the one north of Demopolis is confirmed right now. That's what I'm getting on my radar.
Okay, good. Okay.
All the other ones are radar indicated. Yeah, so I do see
that's
observed.
The one I had just mentioned, that we had initially a couple of unconfirmed reports of a wedge on the ground. We now do have that confirmed. This is going to be located near Bluffport, and then moving northeast at 30. This is weather spotter confirmed. So again, we had just mentioned that within the last 5 minutes that there possibly was a tornado on the ground, according to multiple storm chasers in that area. This is going to be near Forkland, Duffy's Bend, Thornhill, Walden Quarters, Tishabee, and 5 Points intersection. So again, tornado is on the ground. We have seen images of what looks to be a wedge. I cannot tell you how big that would be because again, it's behind trees. But there is now a confirmed tornado with that cell. So please, please, please seek shelter and stay away from windows.
Yeah, we're gonna do our best to keep this radar imagery as high definition as possible, but at this point, it is in a bit of a radar hole. I'm looking at Twitter real quick.
Which radar are you on with that one? Which one are you using?
So I'm watching from KBMX.
Okay.
So I'm getting.
You're right. It's really kind of hard to tell. It's because if you go over to KDGX, it's really in a bad spot. KBMX doesn't really show a lot in the way of a nice couplet. There is good inbound velocity, but as far as the couplet, it's really, really hard to tell.
Yeah, so that one that somebody earlier was referring to on Highway 84, I am getting video confirmation from Wayne County, Mississippi there of that tornado, whichever one that was. I guess that was this one way earlier. Yeah, it was this one. The one from 107, that was over an hour ago. So I'm seeing video of that one. Cool stuff there. Keep those, high quality links coming in. It's obviously very, very useful. I can't show the video. Whoever sent it to me was asking. I don't know if they want me to say their name, but I can't show it. The only time I've ever shown a video, it didn't have a watermark, didn't have anything, got completely copyrighted for showing that from the person who posted it to Twitter, and they took every single dollar from that video, and I think it was like $300 or $400. So I showed a video for a brief section of that 5-hour stream, and they got every single dollar from that stream. So I've kind of decided that I'm never going to do that again. Obviously. It'd make much more sense if they got 1% of the income that the video made that shared their thing, because really their video didn't take up but 1% or less. But it's not the way it works, unfortunately. So you have to be very careful. Malachi, we did see that PDS Tornado Watch issued in between the two other watches. Yeah, we were taking a look at that a little bit earlier on. That definitely is the case. I'm gonna watch this Billingsley one real quick, and it really does seem to be getting its act together. I want to check the rotation on this one as well.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah. Rotation's pretty broad at this point. So, again, just like we've been saying with each one, we really need to watch it uh, come together before this would be an actual tornado on the ground here. I'm getting another scan here, so I'm just going to wait for that to come in. Brookhaven, I'm not seeing any sort of confirmation. That rotation is pretty strong there. Okay, so I just got another frame here. Let's go ahead and see. I'm about to get another velocity scan. All right, yeah. I mean, the rotation in this one is not it's not there yet, but the structure is definitely looking a little bit more intense. I guess we're still looking at an observed tornado over there near Forkland, correct? North of Livingston.
Correct. Yep. That's the only one that I see right now that's confirmed. I think everything else is radar indicated. But like you said, Ashton, that one all the way back in looks like South Central Mississippi. That one is really starting to get its act together, like you said. So we'll have to. I'm just kind of frantically, I should say calmly, checking Twitter and checking with our mods to see if there's anything that's reported out of that cell that we have not yet seen, because its rotation is really tightening up. So um, we'll continue to update you on that one. But yeah, just one confirmed at this time.
Wow, Catbite donated $100. Thank you for
Wow.
your vigilance and dedication to public safety. Even those of us not in the affected areas appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that very generous donation. I sure hope you didn't mean to put $10 there. Um, if so, we can obviously work that out. But if you, I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Catbite has been a longtime viewer, patron, all sorts of other stuff. I appreciate it so much. Everything you've done to help my channel. Um, Thank you. It means the world. Really, that's the largest donation I've ever gotten here. So, um, it means the world. I'm shocked.
Yeah, awesome. That's awesome. And dude, I mean, Ashton, that money it goes towards a lot. It goes so that way we can continue to do these kind of streams for severe weather all throughout the season and even hurricane season. So it really means a lot to us and especially Ashton. So thank you so much for the donation. It really means a lot, and to all who have donated too. Um, Real quickly, Ashton, I got a quick kind of break in here on that. That tornado warning just to the north of Brookhaven has now been confirmed. Confirmed tornado is located near Sontag, 9 miles
Okay.
east of Brookhaven, moving northeast at
Yeah.
30. It's going to be a damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. This is going to be near locations Sontag around 1:30 and Oma around 1:40. So that is now on the ground. Confirmed tornado at
Okay. I'm
1:19.
I'm gonna move the radar over there. I'm gonna take like a 1 or 2 minute bathroom break here and give me some more
Sure.
water. And I will be
Sure,
back in
sure.
a moment. I'm gonna wait to make sure this loads on properly. Do you want me to have it on velocity or?
Yeah, yeah. If you can leave that on velocity, and then yeah, I can help you out for a couple minutes here. Please take a break.
Yep. I'll be back in just a moment. Just a moment.
All right, sounds good. Chat, by the way, if you do have any questions, feel free to let us know. Again, we got 1,052 viewers here, so thank you so much for tuning in. We will try to get to as many questions as possible. Obviously, when you have a lot of people watching, it's very hard to get to those, as well as even your comments too. Somebody said Reed Timmer is out there somewhere. Yeah, he is chasing this event. But just to stress, folks, I think I know Pico's Hank is doing some chasing out there. Reed Timmer is. Um, these are very experienced chasers, and even then, um, they try to be as careful as possible. So, if you are somebody that's not experienced in chasing, this is not a very good area to chase. We're not talking about places like the Midwest, or even the Central Plains for that matter. We're talking about Dixie Alley, a lot of trees, a lot of topography there. National Weather Service Jackson's confirmed tornado. Yeah, that is correct. So this particular cell, again, this is going to be to the northeast of Brookhaven. This is tornado warned and it is confirmed. I'm going to go ahead and just zoom out a bit, and I won't be able to do that on the WSV3, but I will try to do it on my end here on Radar Scope. We also do have a new tornado warning. Very quickly, let me go over to Billingsley, Alabama. If you guys remember, this is the cell that we've been keeping track of all throughout the afternoon. It moved through Selma. It had produced a tornado, possibly even a wedge. So, new tornado warning. This is going to be for locations of Clanton, Billingsley, Marbury, Higgins Ferry Park, Verbena, Mitchell Lake, Jordan Lake, Mitchell Dam, Cooper, and New Prospect. This is radar indicated. It was located over Billingsley, 14 miles south of Clanton, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So again, this is radar indicated. We had talked about this storm potentially recycling itself, and the National Weather Service over there in I think it was Birmingham. Yeah, Birmingham. Looks like they also are monitoring that as well. So that is radar indicated. So as of right now, the only confirmed tornado that we have on the ground is the one to the northeast of Brookhaven, all the way back in Mississippi.
All right, sounds good. I was kind of listening in there for a second. Um, good stream you got going here, Brennan. So
Appreciate it.
I guess it cut out there. The RAM usage keeps making the everything kind of turn off.
No worries.
Let's see. Okay, so we got this one. Is there any other confirmed tornadoes going on right now, or is this basically?
No, just that one at this. Yeah, as of right now, it's just going to be the one by Billingsley, that tornado warning.
All right, and I need to reload it in the RAM usage. I don't know. It's ever since this newest update. All right. So I guess we're just gonna draw our attention mostly to this Brookhaven one, obviously, for a little bit here, as that's our confirmed tornado. At this point, it's obviously much easier when we only have one confirmed tornado at a time to stay focused here. It might not be that easy throughout the entire day, but for now, that is making it a little bit easier to focus on the more imminent threats here. Yeah, so definitely some tight rotation in there. And looking at correlation coefficient, if it'll load in properly here, definitely maybe. Can you even say that? Definitely maybe a debris ball here. That would make sense considering it's a confirmed tornado, but I'm not quite sure if there is any longer a tornado on the ground here.
Okay.
But there was never really a strong defined area of correlation coefficient picking up a debris ball there. So maybe it's just not showing up really. Or maybe it's a smaller. There's so many things that could be going on here. But regardless, if you do happen to be in this tornado warning, which I doubt you are, there isn't really any towns in here. But if you do happen to be in there, I would definitely take cover at this point from that one. Let me get this in motion here. Try to put that in motion. So that is that one that we are watching right now. We're going to await any other further news from some of our great mods in here of anything else going on. But for now, we're just going to continue watching this one here. We did get a $20 donation as well. I think I might have missed that one while I was going to the bathroom. Normies Get Out donated $20. Why this stuff gotta pop off right in the middle of a giant radar hole? Also, shout out to my fellow weather nerds. Take a spotter class at your local NWS office. It's free. All right. That's I couldn't have said it better myself.
Just a good point there. Yeah, no, absolutely, and just a good point. A lot of weather service offices, in fact, all of them, do have Skyward spotter classes. So if you're interested in those, check your local office and see when they're scheduled, because I've taken them myself back in the day. It's very, very informative. The more spotters, the better, because a lot of these storms we can't detect on radar. We need storm spotters to safely and accurately tell us if there is, in fact, a funnel or tornado on the ground. Dalton Flandro with the $2. Thanks for the information. Thank you for donating. We appreciate you, and thank you for tuning in and supporting the stream.
Yeah, all of you. I forgot to thank Normies Get Out as well. Just thank you so much for that $20 donation. It means the world. You guys have been awesome today. It's been a lot of fun so far, just being here talking about weather with you guys, and I'm hoping everybody's staying safe here during these severe thunderstorms and tornadic storms here. We're trying to help keep the information out there as much as possible. We're trying to do our part here. I'm just confirming here to make sure all these tornado warnings are
Yeah.
still okay. We have an observed tornado actually with that one that used to be the Selma one. So I'm
Yeah,
actually
the
gonna go.
Billingsley.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look at that one here and see what's going on over there because that one did have a very strong structure. I had been watching that one quite a while. I'm very curious here what this one looks like at this point. It had a good foundation there.
Yeah, let me just go ahead real quickly while you do that. Let me just read out the warning to everybody for those who know anybody in this area or are in this area. 122, this is a confirmed tornado located over Billingsley, 13 miles south of Clanton, moving northeast at 30. Damaging tornado. This is confirmed by weather spotters. This is going to be near Clanton, Billingsley, Marbury, Higgins-Ferry Park, Verbena, Mitchell Lake, Jordan Lake, Mitchell
Oh
Dam,
wow.
Cooper, and New Prospect. So we got a lot of locations here that are in the path. Ashton, do you want to go ahead? I mean, I think you're saying wow to the velocities because they have really, really picked up again on that cell.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saving here this picture of this thunderstorm because I've been doing this all year. I'm going to continue to do that. So I'm just putting this in here. You guys will thank me at the end of the year. We're going to have a really cool compilation where we talk about everything that happened. Me and Brendan, he's invited, of course. Uh, so what we're going to do here after I save this is we're going to talk about everything going on with this storm. I'm just going to save that with some random something. So here we are taking a look at this storm, and this is, in my opinion, Brendan, you might disagree. I think this is the most classic signature of a hook echo we've seen all day so far to this point, and that is
I agree.
just to the east of Billingsley. Very strong supercell structure here that we're seeing, and the inflow is okay. We've been seeing these storms actually looking a little flat. I don't know if it's just me, but we haven't seen any with a very strong V shape at all with that structure there. But this one does appear to have some inflow. But definitely that hook echo is very signature, and we've been watching that for around an. I would say we've been watching about 30 minutes here develop, and it's been interesting watching this one recycle. I think there was an earlier confirmed tornado with this one as well, correct? Um,
This is the same cell. This is Selma
yeah,
that went
so
through Selma 45 minutes ago.
yeah, so we're just talking like 45 minutes or an hour later, seeing this one completely recycle. So this just validates your point, Brendan, you made earlier, that these storms just like to recycle and then come back, and it doesn't mean that the tornado threat is over at all because it can completely just get right back on track, or be even worse with the second or third, or there's no limit to how many times it can happen, but um, we're watching velocity here, and there is a very defined area of some rotation in there. Um, I'm trying to look at correlation coefficient as well, and it does appear there could be a debris ball. So yeah, definitely a classic signature here, and we're gonna activate that live scan and make sure we get the most up to date information on this one.
Yeah.
Um, oh, we're getting that live scan now. Actually, there's still multiple tornado warnings underway. I just want to make sure we keep all that information up to date.
By the way, just a quick update. At one point, we had two confirmed tornadoes. If you remember the one to the northeast of Brookhaven, just a quick update in the last minute that has now been downgraded to a radar indicated, is no longer confirmed. That does not mean, once again, as Ash and I alluded to, that this cannot recycle. We have already seen that with the cell over here that has passed through Selma. It's this is going to be probably the trend for a lot of these supercell thunderstorms throughout the day and into the nighttime hours. So keep in mind, even if it's radar indicated, guys, which we're starting to see with some of these other cells, it does not mean that a tornado isn't already on the ground. So you need to treat it as if one is, in fact, already spawned and on the ground. So again, that has been downgraded, but we're going to turn our attention back to the tornado warning now just outside of Alexander City to the southwest. So we're starting to get more and more and more into populated areas and just to the north of Montgomery. And I think that is still, yeah, it's still confirmed. What a notch of rotation on that thing. I
Absolutely.
mean, you're talking about supercells, man, Ashton. You go in a textbook, in the AMS textbook, and try to find supercells, that's going to be right on the front cover. It is just textbook.
Hey,
Um,
Brendan.
I'm
Real quick. Also, we have a newer tornado warning that came in within the past couple of minutes, and that's going to be between Waynesboro and Laurel, that's a very similar spot to where we had a confirmed tornado earlier. But that one looks to have strong rotation as well. So, do you want to eyeball that one while I talk about this uh,
Absolutely,
supercell up
absolutely.
here? You see it, what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do. That's
Okay.
definitely impressive too. But yeah, you
So,
go ahead. I'll keep an eye on that.
yeah, so guys, this structure right here, this supercell, we're seeing this develop even further, and this has the signature of a storm that would drop a stronger tornado here. So we're watching this very closely as there has been an observed tornado in this at some point. And we are getting a stronger debris ball now, so I would say there is a tornado on the ground at this point for sure still. Um, and that rotation in there, guys, is very strong. We have maybe two areas of rotation. Imagine if me and Brendan saw two twin tornadoes within a week. But
God.
this does appear to have two areas of rotation, actually very strong rotation. Um, so we're just going to track this and see if this sticks around for the next couple frames. Usually when there is a signal like that of two areas of rotation, that usually doesn't last too long, especially from our experience and what we've seen with that. It lasted maybe a frame or two. Um, but we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. Uh, the storm near Laurel has got a super tight cutlet. That is, I think, the one you're on right now, correct? Or,
Correct.
yeah,
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 and like you just said, it looks like there's an area of a really tight couplet of rotation, but just to the north, it's more broad. So really two areas of rotation, but the one to the south of the broad area. So this would be just to the east of. Is that Ellsville, Ashton, on your end? I think I got the right self. I'm looking at the right one.
yeah. It's
Um,
east of
Ellsville.
Ellisville, west of Waynesboro.
Yeah. So we got to definitely keep an eye on that one. Again, still confirmed tornado here, going all the way back to Billingsley. Just updated. Actually, no, it's still old. I apologize, but it's still confirmed. That storm is just tightening up that meso. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. So I'm just watching both. I'm watching the one you're on right now on my second monitor here, but also the supercell we have going on here near Billingsley. This one is absolutely taking on a classic look here. Uh, this this storm right now, I'm gonna zoom in here real quick and take a look at that rotation with our most up to date information that we have. But it appears to be getting worse at this point. 49 up
Yeah.
against perhaps about 20 outgoing, and then that debris ball is glitching right now. But a second ago, I saw a very strong debris ball signature, um, and that RAM usage is getting critically high. So we're gonna reload in here, guys. Classic,
Good old
classic, classic.
technology.
I
Good old
know, I
technology.
know, I know. New computer, good old new computer, coming in the clutch there. Um, 18 gigabytes of RAM is not enough for you, WSV3. You're just too good for that. Again, not sponsored. So here we are, finally zooming in and getting some information on this one. We're gonna look at that correlation coefficient, and yes, it does appear we do have a debris ball here. A second ago, it did look like a stronger signal of that, but uh, I'm confident there is some tornadic activity going in on right there, uh, with the level of rotation we have and just the structure of this storm. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna continue to watch this one here. Um, let's see, Brendan, on your end, what are you seeing there in that storm at this point? Have you gotten any radar scan updates there?
I think you hit it right on the head. Nothing new that you just mentioned. What I will say is, I'm so in awe by a lot of these supercell structures, Ashton. I mean, a lot of tight couplets, even the ones that are radar indicated across Alabama and Mississippi. Um, Again, if they're radar indicated, doesn't mean that they're gonna just fizzle out. As a matter of fact, what we're seeing is many of these storms recycle and strengthen. So one thing that I wanted to touch on as well, and I think you mentioned this just within the last hour. For those that are asking, hey, are you going to show any footage? We got to be really careful with that because, again, we have been copyright striked in the past. So you're not going to really see us do that on the stream. However, if you do have any photos that you see or anything on Twitter, of course, you're more than welcome to link it. That especially goes for mods, by the way. And we'll take a look at it personally to verify anything that's confirmed. But we unfortunately got to be careful with that. We don't want to show anything that could potentially get the stream striked.
Absolutely, absolutely. And like I stated before, it absolutely would mean every bit of income would go just to the person who owns the picture that we share for like a second in a 12-hour live stream. I don't know about you, but I don't like working for 12 hours and then having somebody that took a picture just get all the
That
income from that entire
yeah,
12 hours of work there. Um,
right.
it happens very often here on YouTube, unfortunately. Um, Somebody asked, does Radar Scope on Windows 10 cost money, and does it cost money per month? And I don't know the answer to that
Ooh,
question.
I am not sure. Let me get back to you on that momentarily. I'll give you a check.
Yeah, because I think a good part about our streams too is we're trying to help people be able to learn more about this stuff and get the information for themselves as well. So helping them out, answering questions about WSV3, Radar Scope, it really does help. Um, just help people gain knowledge about weather. I think weather's awesome. I think we all think weather's awesome. So, uh, okay,
So yeah, Radar Scope. Yeah, it does cost money. I'm pretty sure it might be 10.99, but you can also double check on Microsoft Store. Ashton, back to you though.
yeah, I'm hearing from Carlos, who's been doing a great job of getting us those reports. Thunderstorm wind damage emergency manager. Several trees and power lines were blown down along Highway 83, Highway 84, Highway 528, and Highway 26. At least one structure was damaged. Possible tornado. So
And Ashton, it's going to be really interesting. A lot of people talk about what are going to be the strength of the tornadoes today. What the National Weather Service is going to do with a lot of these storms, including wind damage, is treat it as if a tornado went through before either confirming that or ruling it out. So keep in mind, as of right now, that could just be wind damage. But if the National Weather Service survey team finds that there is actually tornadic signatures within that damage field, they will actually change that over to a tornado report later on. So a lot of these, as we come in, they're going to be very kind of just spotty in terms of whether or not it's damaging wind gusts or tornado related. But that will be more, I guess, the best word to say, confirmed. Once we get a survey team out there in the next couple of days.
absolutely, yeah. Um, let's see. Microsoft Store says it's $30, but I don't know if it's a
$30.
one-time purchase or monthly.
Yeah, it's going to be a one-time purchase. Awesome. It's not monthly. It's just one time.
Yeah, that would be a
So
little
if you pay
steep.
$30, yeah.
A little steep. Um, I'm just trying to get a broader view here. We just got an extension of a tornado warning down there for the one near Butler. Well, it looks like a cell behind it, so that might be worth checking out there.
Yep.
That's south of Highway 59, east of Highway 59 as well. So there you go.
Yeah,
Um,
you're exactly right. Looks like these are still radar indicated. Just a slight extension on that cell that you're referring to. I'm trying to see what the velocities are. There is a nice couplet. Velocities, the gate to gate is not nearly as strong as what we've seen in some of these other cells that have moved through Selma and other parts of Alabama, Mississippi. But nonetheless, still a very tight couplet and starting to kind of get its act together a little bit in terms of the overall supercell structure. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one along with those others just to the northeast of that one.
absolutely. This Billingsley cell, although it does have a nice structure there of that hook echo that has sort of decreased in its intensity, it appears a bit. Rico Suave donated $10 and said thank you. Well, thank you for the $10. So
Yeah,
we're
appreciate
very
it, man. Thanks so
yeah
much.
we love doing this stream. So we really appreciate that. If you're just joining us, be sure to like the stream to help the algorithm suggest this to more people. It's been doing great work so far already. We're at 1,500 likes, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it. I know we can get to 2,000 in this stream, so just keep it coming, guys. Also, be sure to share this with any friends, family, or social media if you do live in this region. That super chat button, if you've been watching these people donate and want to know how, It's that bottom right button with the dollar logo. That's our super chat button, and you can donate through there.
Yeah, also the same person, real quickly, awesome. Does it cost money to get access to the velocity or correlation coefficient? No, once you pay the $30, you get access to all of that. Correlation coefficient, velocity maps, and a whole bunch of other features. I think there's a Radar Scope Plus where you get like additional, kind of maps and data beyond that. But it's just a one-time fee. It's $30 and that's it.
right. That's usually how they go. You can get either or. I think some of the GR products as well, like some of them are one-time purchase, some of them are monthly. Like GR Earth is monthly. And then I think GR Level 3 might be a one-time purchase. So it just depends on product to product. Getting a link from Tony there. I want to read that.
Sure. Um, Latest, real quickly, the only update that I'm seeing as far as any tornado warnings are concerned is going to be that cell that's just to the north of Forkland, right here in Alabama. This is still radar indicated as of 138, located near Walden Quarters or near Tau, moving northeast at 25. This is going to be near Walden Quarters. So it looks like it's a little bit in a rural spot of Alabama. But this is going to be to the northwest of Greensboro and to the southwest of Akron. So if you know anybody in Akron or anybody near these locations, take shelter immediately. But looks to be rural at this time. The other thing, Ashton, do you want to go ahead and take a look back at that cell just to the northeast of Billingsley? That's the one that we've had a confirmed tornado. No update yet on the text, but that rotation is really maintaining itself on that particular cell.
Yeah, it kind of actually over the past, I've been watching it as you've been talking. It kind of recycled over the past, let's call it 20 minutes perhaps. But it appears like it is re-intensifying for a third time here. That rotation is getting a little bit stronger. Not surprised there isn't a confirmed tornado in there because that rotation is a little far apart. But like we've been alluding to all day, we're just waiting for that green and that red to get closer and closer together because that's when you would have a tighter area of rotation. So I am watching very, very vigilantly for that to occur. For now, we have a very strong signature of a hook echo. Correlation coefficient isn't picking up a debris ball at this point. If there is, it would be a more small one, but I don't see any clearly defined, debris ball at this point. But yeah,
Right.
the structure tells me that imminently. I mean, a storm like this could drop a tornado at any point. That crossed through Billingsley. This has been a long track supercell actually because we've been watching this one since it was in let's see, Selma. So we've been watching this one perhaps about 2 hours honestly, as this one has just matured. We just got an update on that tornado warning, so I'll tell you guys in a minute. But it's probably tracked something like this, the main area of that hook echo. So we've been watching this one for quite a while here. We just got another frame, so I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on that. Clear that. Finish. Here we go. All right. So first off, we do have an observed tornado warning now that just got placed, apparently.
Okay.
So that's been updated there. Velocity is picking up again some decent rotation. I'm about to get another frame, and I'm curious to see if this gets closer together here.
Yeah, I just got that through 144 real quickly. Confirmed tornado located over Verbena, 7 miles southeast of Clanton, moving northeast at 30. Weather spotters still confirming that tornado. Locations impacted: Clanton, Higgins Ferry Park, Verbena, Mitchell Lake, Mitchell Dam, and Cooper. That just got updated as of 144. If you're in these areas, you need to seek shelter. This thing's on the ground. Don't try to spot it. There's already been weather spotters that have confirmed it. There's no reason to do that. And this is actually, again, as I talked about, Ashton, it's going to be getting closer and closer just outside Alexander City later on. Good waters in the path, as well as Jackson's Gap and Rockford.
Absolutely. We're keeping an eye. We're trying our best to keep an eye on all of these tornado warnings here. We have multiple. I think somebody said we have 5 right now, so we're watching really closely. We got another mesoscale discussion. A mesoscale discussion 207. I'm going to go ahead and actually turn this off for a second, give my computer a break, and go ahead and give us a look at that meso discussion down there. And it hasn't even come on to WSV3 yet, but it will momentarily. But right now we have a potential tornado watch that they're going to issue for southern Louisiana. You can see there's a hole here for southeastern Louisiana there, and then southern Mississippi. We're looking likely that we're going to get a tornado watch down there within the next hour or two, is the word right now. Yeah. So Brendan,
Also, hey Ashton, I think I saw a mesoscale. Not to sorry about that. I think I
you're
saw
good.
a mesoscale discussion for as well as Arkansas and even extreme east central Oklahoma. Did you see that as well? There's
Absolutely,
also
yeah.
one
I'm
more.
I'm seeing that too. So I'm not hearing any word on that one. I can't look at the text from WSV3, but if you wanted to,
Sure.
get us the
Let me
latest on
see
that
here.
one.
This would be for a potential tornado watch, likely 80%. This would be a tornado watch potentially within the next hour. That would be for west central Arkansas into extreme east central Oklahoma, right along that cold front. That's going to be the other storyline today, folks. I mean, we're talking right now about more discrete supercells that we've been seeing for the last hour, hour and a half across Alabama, Mississippi. But there will also be a line that moves through these exact same areas later on in the next few hours into tonight. That is when we will actually see that shear and that helicity, all those tornado parameters just elevate and increase over time. They'll actually be higher towards the evening. So they're already putting watches out for that particular setup that we'll see in the next few hours into tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that. Ashton, any update on the supercells that we've been watching here across Alabama and Mississippi?
So our Billingsley one, now closer to Clanton in Alabama over there, central Alabama, is about to cross over Highway 65. It's going to be interesting to watch this situation play out. Obviously, hopefully, if there is a tornado, people are able to visualize that and not be on the road in the path of that storm. Right now, as far as a debris ball, we're not really seeing much. That tornado warning still says observed at this point, and there is a broad but strong area of rotation still as the Supercells tries to get its act together. I'm going to be curious where this lines up. So that's on the very eastern end of our high risk area, honestly, at this point. It's not where the best conditions are, but this one still obviously has potential. We've been preaching all day that, the high risk region does not mean everything.
Right. And Ashton, just to emphasize too, this is going to be. It looks like it's crossing Interstate 65,
Correct.
if I'm correct on
Yeah.
that, momentarily. So, um, what we saw a couple days ago with the Texas Oklahoma scenario, we actually saw police officers blocking off ramps to prevent people from getting on. I hate to use the word interesting because it really wouldn't be. It'd be more disturbing. Um, it'll be very, very intriguing to see if there's a debris ball that forms once it crosses over I-65, more well defined. What that would mean is it would be hitting vehicles and other objects in its way. So we may actually, unfortunately, see more of a well defined debris ball as that crosses over a major interstate in the next few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to be exact.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to get an update on some of our other tornado warnings here. It looks like our Brook, what was that town called? Brookhaven. That tornado warning has been expired. We have those two. We have one there for pretty much moving right along horizontally with Interstate 59 near Ellisville and Laurel. That is still radar indicated at this point. We have a radar indicated one just to the east of that one where that confirmed tornado was hours ago. Then we have two back to back. They seem to be pretty huddled in close together here. But we have one there near Needham and Butler, Alabama, and that extends all the way northward towards Pennington, Alabama. We also have one north of there that is also radar indicated. Sorry about that voice crack. We're hours into the stream, guys. And that's going to be east of Interstate 59. Again, radar indicated. The only one that says observed is the one we're viewing right now. Hence why we're viewing it right now. So we're going to watch this situation unfold. This could just be recycling for another time. Confirmed tornado near Wayne's borough people are saying. Waynesboro.
Okay.
Wherever that is. Let me see which one that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it as well here.
I wish I was more. Okay, so that's going to be that one near Interstate 59, the more southern ones there.
Okay, yep, I see it. Yep.
Is that confirmed on yours as well?
Uh, 1 second. Sorry, I'm also trying to refresh too. I don't.
You're 100%
Not
fine.
on my end, but again, you might be a little bit ahead here.
Okay, so that's just somebody commented that. I'm gonna look at that on my second monitor here. Keep looking at the comments here.
Yeah. I'm
Let's
also trying to
see.
check Twitter to see if there's anything.
Yeah, I mean, I do see some rotation. I'm not quite seeing like a confirmation of a tornado there at right now.
Okay. Yeah, because on my end, I still have a radar indicated.
Okay, yeah, same here. So let's see. Somebody asked, "Is there a live stream tomorrow?" I'm not quite sure, guys. This live stream is probably going to be close to 12 hours, so it might literally take everything out of me. I'm expecting there's a good chance my voice will be just gone by tomorrow. So it's going to depend on a lot. I'm unfortunately having to pick between today or tomorrow, and I picked today. Um, if it is possible at all, I'm going to go live tomorrow. I'll tell you that much. But I can't make a promise of that as of right now. Let's see. Tornado
Somebody
warning.
asked, is Louisiana going through?
I don't think
Not
there
at
is any warnings. No.
not at this time, no. Funnel cloud reported by fire department in Ellsville at Hill Street, Highway 11 per National Service Jackson. All right, let me check Twitter. Let me just go ahead and confirm that here.
Thanks. Yeah. I think that is that Highway 59 one there.
Ashton, let me just step away for just about a minute or two, if you don't mind. Heads up.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Take your time. Just to update you guys, that cell over by Ellisville, and that's going to be in Mississippi. That does have some strong rotation. Would not be surprised if there is tornadic activity with that one there. Uh, we're having multiple tornado warnings right now, so we're trying to just juggle these right now. Hopefully, you guys understand. This is a complicated situation we're in here. Yeah, okay, so our Hook Echo has crossed Interstate 65 here. We do have a weaker but tighter area of rotation in there, pretty weak. Let's see if we have anything on correlation coefficient. And it appears that we do not. Guys, everybody keeps mentioning the volume. We're trying our best here. We're having microphone issues with the volume. So just turn your volume as high as it'll go, and hopefully you're able to hear us. We're watching this one closely, and we have been for hours now. But yeah, that hook echo does seem pretty defined there, as multiple people have alluded to. Unfortunately, we just have a serious radar hole here in between Alabama and Mississippi. I mean, a serious radar hole. I hate that there's some areas in the United States that have, a serious lack of radar coverage. Let's see here, guys. We just hit 1,600 likes. We appreciate it. It means the world. You guys have done such a great job at just keeping those likes up. Again, that's going to help that algorithm suggest this to more people. So that is a way you can help out the stream. Just help us reach more people, this information. Not quite sure why there's a tornado warning there still. That should expire in 2 minutes. There's obviously nothing going on in there. Let's see. Yeah, guys,
All
the
right.
the volume.
Oh, go
We're
ahead,
just
Ashton.
gonna.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Um,
Okay.
got somebody spamming the chat. Apparently, Cape is up to 3,500. That's what we're getting word of here. So
Wow, unbelievable.
I can try to confirm that here.
Did you already cover that tornado warning in Demopolis that just got extended? It's going to be radar indicated. Did you already go over that one?
Uh, no, I have not.
Okay.
Trying to
This
figure
is
out which one that is.
located near Jefferson, near Demopolis, moving northeast at 35. This one's actually been tornado warned for a while. Still radar indicated. Locations impacted include Demopolis, Greensboro, Forkland, Greensboro Municipal Airport, Duffy's Bend. There's a lot on here. US 80, Alabama 28, as well as a bunch of other locations within that vicinity. So, once again, the basic theme for today, ladies and gentlemen, treat these tornado warnings as if a tornado is already on the ground. Get to the lowest floor of a sturdy building and surround yourself with as many walls as possible away from windows. Ashton, go right ahead, though. Back to what you're saying.
Yeah. So we do have some strong rotation in there, and that is heading straight for Demopolis. Um, honestly, this is getting some very strong rotation to it very suddenly as well. You can check that link by Tony, by the way. He just left another link
Sure.
there. Um, let me see here if we have any sort of debris ball or anything. I mean, there is. Yeah, I don't think. Let me watch this play out real quick. Yeah, I don't think we have a debris ball at this point, but definitely the rotation in that one. This one's completely located in a radar hole there, but the rotation does appear like it could, if it gets pressed a little more together, we could see a serious situation unfold here. Let's see. Reading the comments. I mean, we appreciate all of you being here. This is the biggest stream me and Brendan have had together so far, so we appreciate everybody sticking with us here. As we go back and forth between these tornadoes. Let me see here if I want to get us on this cell real quick.
Okay.
We'll go back there if we get any updates, but I haven't updated this one yet in a while. This is the one we have the best view of right now. Okay, wow. We have a very tight cutlet there. Suddenly that has gotten its act together over the past 10 minutes or so. We've seen this one really get tight. And it looks like we do have a debris ball as well. So I would say there is a very large chance that there is a tornado on the ground at this point in this supercell that is, again, east of Clanton, Alabama. There, very signature hook echo. Yeah, that is in that observed tornado warning. So I'm sure there's just been off and on a funnel trying to develop here. That's likely the situation that's been unfolding. But that rotation is increasing and becoming a lot more defined here. We have 26 up against 36. But that intensity isn't as important as it just being very close together there. So to see that cutlet that tight, that's a really key indicator that we do have a tornadic event unfolding here.
Ashton, and this one, it feels like deja vu all over again. You know, we've talked about this storm the minute it began all the way back in Selma, and it is recycled now probably a good 2-3 times now. And again, confirmed tornado and that tornado warning. This storm is just unbelievable, and I'm not trying to take away from the other cells, but it really does, in fact, have its act together. Great couplet. Very mature supercell, and we'll probably get a tornado warning extension most likely just to the northwest of Rockford, you know, within the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, if not earlier. And also, you know, Ashton, I was also taking a look. Oh, you know what? We just got a new tornado warning. This is going to be to the north of Greensboro. This is going to include east central Greene County and west central Alabama, northern Hale County and west central Alabama until 2:45. At 1:58, we got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Utah. Probably mispronounced it. I do apologize. moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Locations include Utah, Moundville, Akron, Evansville, Mound State Park, as well as Havana. So if you are in these areas, please take shelter. The general theme of the thunderstorms, guys, we have a lot of tornado warnings going on here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings right now. Many of these supercell-like structure. So even if you're under a radar indicated rotation, treat it like a tornado on the ground. I cannot express that enough and emphasize that. And then Ashton, I think there was also one storm that had really good rotation. I don't. Yeah, actually, you know what? It's that Akron cell. Do you want to go ahead and dissect that on your end? Because that looks to be really tightening up here, just to the southwest of Akron.
Yeah, let me try to find that one. Figure out exactly which one that is you're referring to.
It's going to be the tornado warning just to the
Okay,
north of
okay.
Tomato.
I see it now. Still in that radar hole. So yeah, we do have that. Obviously a classic look there. This one at this point is radar indicated. Let's take a look at that storm relative velocity. And yeah, we do have a lot of rotation. Again, guys, this one has that stronger rotation, but it's a little far apart at this point. And that's likely why we're not seeing that confirmed tornado or a tornado on the ground, as far as we know at this point. There isn't a debris ball either, but that rotation is developing stronger, and that's usually the first step towards a tornado eventually developing. Is that rotation becoming stronger and stronger and stronger, eventually tightening up, and then that's when we see it drop after that point. So I'm hearing in the comments that there is a large tornado down here
That is
east of
correct.
Clanton.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 miles east of Clinton, Alabama. Large tornado on the ground, according to Spotter Network. Just as anticipated, that tornado warning has been extended, and that's going to be extending to Mitchell Lake, 7 miles east of Clinton, moving northeast at 25. So right now, again, damaging tornado. Just locations to go over very quickly on this one. It's going to be near Lyle, Mitchell Lake, Dollar, Unity, Moriah, Higgins Ferry Park, as well as Bentleyville. Again, Spotter Network is confirming, along with other spotters and the National Weather Service, of a large tornado on the ground, and this is going to be just to the northeast of Clanton. Is there anything on correlation coefficient, Ashton, that you see at this time? I'm pulling it up right now, but you know, WSB3 can do it a lot better than RadarScope, in my opinion. Do you see anything that would indicate a debris ball with this?
I need to watch it as it unfolded here across Highway 65 there. Um, it's possible at this point. It's right on the edge there, so I can't tell for certain if that is a debris ball or not. I wouldn't be surprised if there is. Let me put it that way. But at this point,
either way,
I'm not seeing a clear cut debris ball at this point. But I know that moments ago I definitely was. Let's see.
Wow, that storm, Ashton. I mean, it feels like it's never just going to go away. It's now. I'll tell you that the rotational couplet has kind of shrunk in size a bit in terms of a radius there, but still, it's been confirmed large tornado on the ground just to the northeast of Clanton. This storm has just not given up. This is probably the third or fourth time that it's recycled. Um, this environment just out ahead of these storms and even just the west has just exploded and erupted over the last few hours. So again, for those who are tuning in at this time, we do have 7 tornado warnings that are active, and this will not be the end of it. We still have a line of thunderstorms that will move through again later on tonight, and those will be in an environment that is highly sheared and could also drop additional tornadoes over the same area that we've already seen tornadoes take place. So this is really potentially could be a 1-2 punch throughout today and into the evening.
Absolutely. So this storm is kind of the interesting thing about it is the leading edge of all of our supercells. If you look out ahead, this one is well ahead of any of the others. So this is kind of like our front runner supercell at this point. That area of thunderstorms here more towards western Alabama there. The interesting thing is it is a lot more multicellular. If you take a look, they're not as discrete there. They're kind of more just a cluster of thunderstorms, and I think that's why they're having a little bit more trouble developing as compared to this more discrete cell here. So far today, the way it's played
Ashton,
out, yes.
no, no, go ahead. Sorry, go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I was gonna say so far it appears like as far as this first punch out of the two, we've had less discrete supercells than anticipated.
Yeah, and I was so excited to jump in. You could tell I was just like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
bro.
I have to jump on that. No, because you're so right. I mean, this is the thing that we really talked about too. This area is very saturated, so it's a lot easier for these storms to sort of merge together into more of a multicellular cluster rather than being, separate and discrete. We did have that window initially across Mississippi earlier on this afternoon where they were very kind of separated and discrete. But one of the things that might potentially keep down the tornado count a bit, if there's any sort of good news out of this, is that they will start to become more and more linear. We can still see tornadic rotation when they're in a linear complex, but that does tend to hinder that because think about it, storms are feeding off of each other and their energy and their rotation, and all the shear that comes with it. So um, the hope is that it's hopefully kind of takes a lot of the wind out of these storms, but you know, this is really just going to depend on how everything plays out with shear, how the cape is affected, and all those other variables that we talk about with tornadic supercells. So, such a great point, Ashton. And in these areas like Dixie Alley, we're not talking about a dry line. We're talking about a heavily saturated environment that can hopefully cluster themselves rather than be discrete for such a long period of time.
And we have a lot of people requesting that we switch over to Oklahoma. I'm just letting you know that we are on my second monitor. I'm checking that out as Brendan was speaking, so I'm loading that in right now on my second monitor. Rest assured, I do have a visual on that one. So if that one is looking, like there is going to be a tornado on the ground, I will definitely switch over to that on the stream. Rest assured, but at this point, there is no clear area of strong rotation at this point, in my
Oh, hey,
opinion.
Ashton, we actually, not to cut you off, we got a tornado warning just to the southwest of Tulsa.
That's what I'm
That
talking
is
about.
that
That's
is
what I'm
very
talking about right
devastating.
now.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's I have that on my second monitor now because we have a lot of people asking us to talk about that one. So I do see that. Um, yeah, that storm is much further west than we anticipated for today. Obviously, for there to be a lot of tornado warnings. Luckily, this one near Clanton looks to be weakening a bit, in my opinion. Here we have
Hmm.
less of a hook to it for sure. And that area of rotation is just completely just dissipated there, as you can see. I'll let that play out again, but just completely dissipated at a certain point there. So we could see very strong rotation right after it crossed Highway 65, and that was very brief area of strong rotation, and then that completely dissipated. So we're going to switch our attention to some of these areas of some more stronger rotation at this point. That Demopolis tornado warning still seems to be especially of concern. That Akron one as well. I'm just checking to see if we have any confirmed or observed tornado warnings here. At this point, we do not. Yeah.
Yeah, that one that you just mentioned, just to the northeast of Clarendon, that has been downgraded. Tornado producing storm. They still have a hazard of a damaging tornado because it is still confirmed. A little bit of a downgrade in terms of the text language, but this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. So if it's not on the ground now, or it is on the ground, it will still recycle itself. We probably think another probably 1 to 2 times, if not more, because this is a very, very heavily sheared environment. Also, like you just pointed to, Ashton, that one just north of Akron, I've been keeping an eye on. It's just going through Akron now. Is that still? That looks like it's still radar indicated. So it looks like the only
Yeah,
one that's technically confirmed is that one just to the northwest of Rockford and Clarendon.
absolutely. So at this point, it appears like we have a lull where there is no confirmed tornadoes now. We've had 2 tornado reports so far, or sorry, 3. We had one down there for southern Mississippi. That was our one that was near Brookhaven, so we did get that confirmed tornado. We had the one much earlier on, and then we have our one that occurred near Clanton. So that's our third confirmed tornado. Um, yeah, somebody's asking why is there such a large radar gap? I've been asking these questions for years, but I think a lot of weather enthusiasts have. There's no clear-cut answer there. I think they've just decided that it's not needed at this point. Although I would argue that there's many spots in the United States where I definitely think there is a need for some more radars to be filled in there, especially some areas there in Oklahoma, especially eastern Oklahoma. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Some areas there in Missouri and Arkansas gets really thin as well in northern Louisiana. So there's many spots within the United States that really um, could use another radar. I'm hearing Demopolis could be confirmed at this point.
Really? Okay. Also, confirmed damage, by the way, Ashton. It would have been on the Clarendon cell. We do have spotters as well as law enforcement confirming damage. Again, unconfirmed reports. SPC has not published that yet, but I'm getting multiple images on Twitter of quite extensive damage near that area. Clarendon would have been in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Um, Not surprised at all. With that cell, that one had a very nice structure to it for a pretty long while there. Um, yeah, Demopolis, we're seeing a little bit of some errors there with that rotation, so it's hard to actually put an estimate on that at this point. But it does appear like, yes, we're getting multiple reports here that there could be a confirmed tornado in there.
Okay. I have
Apparently
yet to see that on my end, but of course, again, everything has been delayed. That's also been the theme of today. A lot of people using radar scope, WSB3, even the weather service offices. So bear with us, guys. And if you do get any confirmation, mods, let us know. So it might be a bit delayed on that, but we could in fact have. We just don't know.
Let's see. Confirmed damage in Clanton, Alabama. Yeah, I think we've already seen that. A news station has video of the Demopolis tornado, apparently, a wedge tornado there, apparently. So that's where that report is coming from. That rotation east of Clanton is developing again, redeveloping for probably like the 100th time here. As this storm refuses to die. It's crossing over a lake right now, so I'm curious to see how that's going to impact that one. Tornado reported on the ground and causing damage east of Clanton Highway 491.
Yep, that would have been just within the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I think that was when it kind of had that really sparked area of rotation that quickly died down. So I think we're a little bit in the clear for a couple of minutes at least here. Demopolis here. Yeah, we do have that strong rotation. Would not be surprised by any means if there was some sort of wedge in there, like people have been alluding to. But
that's a nice rotation couplet too, Ashton. Honestly, I would not be surprised too. That's heading right towards Moundville as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It is, and that might be our next one to watch here. The status on the Oklahoma one, somebody was asking, is basically still just the same. Pretty strong storm with some hail potentially, but at this point, no confirmed tornado coming out of there, or even really any strong rotation at this point. As I have to zoom back in. Let me see here. I'm gonna watch this one north of Akron, north of Akron too. That rotation seems to be quite intense as well with that cell, and pretty tight there. And I do see
Ashton,
a debris ball as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say correlation coefficient starting to show that, starting to become a little bit more well defined on a potential debris ball. That would be just the north of Akron, like you just said.
Yeah,
wouldn't surprise me. That rotation's off the chain.
So yeah, we're seeing some strong rotation develop, and there's been a debris ball developing. It appears for maybe close to potentially 8 minutes there or so. So and it does appear to have a hook echo that's in one of our radar holes there. Also a strong hook echo potentially developing, and that's going to be just basically to the west of Birmingham, and I want to check the velocity on that one as well here. And it does appear that we do have strong rotation, but still pretty broad at this point. So we're going to be watching that because that one does appear to have a very nice hook echo structure to it. But I really want to watch this one heading straight for Moundville as well. Yeah, we're going to need to really keep these updates coming in with that one.
Especially that cell, Ashton, that's going to be just to the northwest of Birmingham. So this is going to be impacting the north side of Birmingham Metro, Adamsville, probably just close to Fultondale and Gardendale. You guys are in the path of that storm. And again, it's really starting to get its act together. Nice hook echo. And yeah, latest run, Ashton, that's a really tight rotational gate to gate there. Starting to really strengthen on those velocity signatures. And again, it's going to be heading towards a high population Birmingham Metro within the next probably 10 to 15 minutes.
All right. Well, with that being said, I'm going to continue to watch all of these cells that we have going on. We do have some rotation potentially in that Oklahoma cell. I'm still watching that one on my second monitor. We did get an updated radar frame here from the Akron-Moundville tornado warning. And it still does appear to have a bit of a debris ball. Very surprised that it's still a radar indicated based on what we're seeing. I want to move back up to that one.
Also, velocities on those kind of, I think they kind of also increased a little bit too. Not by much, still maintaining that gate to gate. But yeah, it's doing pretty well, Ashton. What do you think? That's a hell of a storm.
Yeah, I mean, we have multiple going on right now. I'm getting a new frame here, so I want to take a look. First off, at our one heading just to the north of Birmingham, as you mentioned. Okay, so as I get a new frame there, that rotation is increasing, so it still hasn't tightened up entirely, but that structure is still looking obviously very high quality there. For a storm like that. Very strong hook echo developing there in between Akron and Moundville now. By the way, on my most recent scan that I just got there, I'm going to wait for that rotation to come around where I can visualize this for everybody. Or I can show this. And yeah, we're still seeing some very strong rotation being picked up there and a very clear debris ball heading straight for Moundville, Alabama. So apparently somebody's saying,
gosh, all these, Ashton, this is go ahead.
Yeah, everything's just coming together right now. I don't know if this is the confirmed tornado that everybody's been talking about. Or if it's still that one to the south that everybody's saying. But honestly, at this point, I'm tempted to say it's probably this one based on everything we're seeing on radar. I have no indication that tornado warning just to the south of it has any sort of active tornado going on within that cell. That doesn't mean that there's not, but I just don't have any indication at this point. Okay, none over there. Let's see this one come through.
You know what? That one that I think
I just got an observed.
You did. Okay, go ahead.
I got a confirmed tornado here heading straight for Moundville, Alabama. That tornado warning has been extended all the way to 4 p.m. today. We have a strong indication of a debris ball there that is intensifying actually even further. And as I get a next frame of rotation, we still have strong rotation there as well with that one. So what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, actually, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to go over that Moundville one, so thank you for doing that.
Yeah. So still radar indicated on that one north of Birmingham, although I would say with the structure of that one, it's going to be momentarily, unfortunately, until we see some sort of touchdown over there.
Yeah.
And then also, not to mention, our storm that is now east of Clanton is kind of getting its act together once more, it appears. As my RAM usage is really high right now, WSV3. Thank you.
Let me go over that real quickly. You're absolutely right. It's starting to, once again, for the probably 3,000th time today, establish a new rotational, that inflow notch new rotational couplet. This is going to be to the northwest of Rockford. This has had a history of producing tornadoes already on a few occasions. There was some in Clinton as well as Selma. And we do expect most likely this to once again start to re-amplify its rotation and re-intensify. The other storm that I'm really looking at over the last 10 minutes is just to the northwest of Birmingham as well. As Ashton just alluded to, folks, it's really starting to get its act together as well, starting to tighten up that couplet and that inflow notch. That is a mature supercell if I haven't seen one. This is going to be, again, heading just to the north of Adamsville and in the direction of Cardiff and Gardendale. These are all areas in the Birmingham metro. So we got to keep a close eye on that. And speaking of populated areas, we got an extension of the tornado warning. This is going to include the city of Tuscaloosa on the east side. Tornado producing storm is located near Knoxville, which is what you had just talked about, Ashton. This is going to be near.
Um, let's see, guys. I think we just lost Brendan potentially. Um, here, so want to make sure we didn't lose him. Sounds like we possibly did there. So he might have lost internet, possibly something. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep this going. He'll probably be back soon. There we go. Are you back, Brendan?
All right, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out. I was kind of scared I lost internet there.
Oh, okay, no worries. No, I was just saying, like I said, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham. You guys need to be mindful of these two tornado warned storms. Mountainville, Ashton, I was just going to say it's had a history of producing tornadoes and it's still on the ground. I'm very concerned. These are crossing now over major interstates and highways. So please, guys, share the stream. Continue to share it. These are now going into heavily populated areas, and people need to be aware. One of them does have a tornado on the ground by Mountainville. And the other one is still radar indicated, but could drop momentarily right outside Birmingham Metro.
Yeah, I still see that debris ball. I'm taking a look at that. In a strong signature of a hook echo there. Again, heading straight for Moundville and then hopefully south of Tuscaloosa and not straight for it. That one to the north has a very strong hook echo signature as well. Taking a look at velocity. We do have a very strong area of rotation. Again, not close together yet, which is a good sign that so far, at least for now, we're safe for the moment. But again, take cover. This can change on a second's notice. You know, the radar can't update as fast as that storm is changing. So we're just getting frames every few minutes, and things are changing faster than we can even see at this point. Now, I do want to add, I think I could be... No, I think that's an error. I was about to say, I think I could be seeing a debris ball there on our one tornado warning, but I don't think that's the case at this point. That was possibly just a error. So, yeah, actually, like just an error.
Yeah.
The rotation isn't that strong over there either. So, it's kind of there. Well, here, we're about to get another update, so let's see what's happening.
Yeah.
I want to see this next frame come through for this one, and then we'll just update all three. That's working really good. At least we're in one radar site, and we have all of these happening within one, so we don't have to keep switching. It's making it easier for us to get this information out pretty quickly. Yeah, so we still have some general rotation in here, and this could drop a tornado at any point and get more intense. But for now, this is not tornado confirmed at this point. But again, you always just want to treat these tornado warnings as if they are. That's the better way to go. Let's see.
Ashton, real quickly, the one velocity gate to gate right outside West Jefferson, we've been talking about to the northwest of Birmingham Metro. That is really, if you wanted to show the viewers, if you haven't already, it's really starting to ramp up and intensify those gate to gate velocities. It's still radar indicated, but man, is that a well-defined hook echo on that storm.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to give you guys the full rundown of what's going on with this one. Again, like Brendan just said, strong hook echo signature, and I haven't even drawn this out for you guys yet, but I'm going to go ahead and draw this out. So we're taking a look at a V structure just like this, okay? And then you're looking for that hook right here, and we have a very strong hook signature, and the tornado would be somewhere like here, uh, typically. So we're watching for that very closely, and as I watch that velocity, we want storm relative actually. You can see that's right where that rotation is located. We just got another frame actually, so I'm gonna wait for that to update real quick. Yeah, so we still have that very strong structure. Again, it's just kind of gone ahead and moved, a mile or so, or maybe a bit less there. But we are still seeing that indication that there is some rotation in there. I want to see if there is possibly a signature of a debris ball within this one. I want to make sure there's not. Apparently, the National Weather Service has observed a tornado. Yeah, this is observed now, Brennan. This is observed, this tornado warning.
It is. Okay.
So there is a tornado on the ground here as well. So it appears we have two ongoing tornadoes right now. So we're going to have to juggle this back and forth. I'm going to see Moundville, what's going on down here real quick. And yeah, we still have a very strong hook echo. Wow, guys. Yeah. So we're getting a little busier here. The rotation is actually a lot stronger here in Moundville. Again, Tuscaloosa, you're right on the edge of being in this tornado warning. I want to say downtown Tuscaloosa is in this tornado warning. So you guys probably did get that notification if you are in Tuscaloosa. Comment below if you guys are in Tuscaloosa. Let us know. We want to see how many viewers are in these regions being impacted. I'm sure there's been a influx of viewers from that region there. I'm getting like so many Tuscaloosa comments right now, so I'm pretty sure we do have a lot of people there. We're watching this one closely, guys, and we're going to track this with you. This is a very classic Supercell signature here. Again, we have that kind of V shape here, and then that hook down here. And it's right here is where that tornado is located, near Moundville. And it's generally heading in a northerly direction for the most part there. So we're watching this very closely for you guys, as this is a very serious situation. We just got another frame, so I want to go ahead and run through every single thing here once more. Again, starting with rotation. That hook echo seemed to still have a very nice structure to it. So we seem to be getting an error here. There we go. Yeah, a very strong rotation coming in now. We have 80 up against 45, which is on the upper end there of that rotation there for sure. So intensifying rotation there. We still have that debris ball being picked up. So I'm seeing very strong indications that we have a tornado still on the ground here, as we're getting more errors with the radar. So stick with us here as I try to get this thing figured out.
No worries. No worries, no worries. Ashton, just jump on that just to emphasize too, that Birmingham cell, that was law enforcement confirmed. So that is still ongoing. It's just about to cross the interstate here, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, specifically through West Jefferson. Also, going back to Moundville, as Ashton said, that is still confirmed. And that will be, again, coming very close to Tuscaloosa and the city of Coaling. Another thing that I want to go over is that cell that we've been talking about all day, along with the others, that is just to the northeast now, has already passed through Clarendon. It's trying to once again recycle, and it has established a bit of a tighter couplet. Still no confirmed tornado, just radar indicated. But this is, of course, starting to restructure and re-strengthen yet again, as that's going to be moving off towards the northeast and just eventually to the south of Oak Grove, and into some other major U.S. highways. So, one other thing I want to mention, we are at 1.7 likes. So 1.7 thousand likes, I should say, not 1.7, 1.7 thousand likes. Keep sharing, and thank you all so much for doing so. It is incredibly important because, again, these storms are moving into heavily populated areas like Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. So continue to like, continue to share, and stay tuned. And also, be sure to subscribe as well, because we'll be doing severe coverage all throughout severe weather season, not just tonight, but also throughout the next several months.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the best thing you can do right now. We appreciate the donations, but liking it and sharing it is the way to go because that's what's really gonna help us get the word out here, um, for everybody. Uh, I'm watching that one east of Birmingham, or sorry, west of Birmingham, and it appears that it still has that structure there of that really strong hook echo. The rotation has broadened up a little bit, which is good news. Yeah, that's been as I show you guys the past maybe 10 minutes or so, yeah, maybe 15 there. This rotation used to be a lot tighter and it has loosened up a little bit, which is that's really, really good news there near West Jefferson. Still take cover in that tornado warning, of course. We're about to get another update, but this one north of Moundville is just getting worse and worse actually with every frame. So we're basically getting
Yeah.
the opposite outlook here. Very strong rotation, very strong indication of a debris ball. Therefore, very strong indication that we do have a tornado on the ground here throughout. Where is this? This is western Alabama here in Moundville, Alabama. And that is if you're in Tuscaloosa and you're getting a tornado warning, that's why you're here. If you're getting that notification, you search it up. This is the tornado warning that is impacting you guys there in Tuscaloosa. Uh, let's see. Okay. Yeah, people in
Yeah.
Tuscaloosa
Hey,
saying they're
Ashton,
getting warnings.
what's the gate to gate on your end for Moundville? What do you got for the gate to gate? Just to give everybody an idea.
Gate to gate. Let's see. So there's multiple products here on WSV3. So I have gate to gate shear. So on gate to gate shear, that's where I'm
Sure.
getting the knots. By the way, whenever you're getting that knot reading, when I look at straight up velocity, I'm getting miles per hour. So I'm gonna look into seeing if I can switch that through the radar software itself. But I'm getting 20 knots up against potentially around 46 knots. Yes, 46.5. Um, on velocity though, on storm relative velocity, I am getting approximately 30 miles per hour up against around 45 miles per hour. So that's
Yeah.
pretty on par with.
Ashton, I got to jump in a second real quickly.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got to jump in. We actually do have another confirmed tornado. This is that cell that has been recycling for now the 4,000th time. That's an overestimation.
Ah, gotcha.
But this is now a tornado producing storm located over Weogufka. If I mispronounced that, I apologize.
Wow.
Moving northeast at 25. This is now a radar confirmed tornado. Goodwater, Stewartville, Parkdale, Cleveland, Crossroads, Overbrook, Hollins, as well as Mignon. If you are in these areas, you need to take shelter now. This storm, as me and Ashton have talked about throughout the entire afternoon, it seems like, has had a history of producing a very strong tornadoes, and it looks like it's trying to do that again. This is now, again, this probably the fifth or sixth time that it's recycled itself. So we now have, it looks like, two confirmed tornadoes, one over here just to the northwest of Goodwater. And as Ashton's been really following, the one that has now passed through Moundville is on a direct collision course for the Tuscaloosa Metro.
Yeah, we're watching that one too. And as we go back to oh my gosh, reflectivity. I mean, classic hook echo signature here coming in. Um, let's see. I'm gonna reload in because we have critically high RAM usage. I want to see I'm gonna talk to oh, what's his name? I feel bad. I've emailed back and forth with him, the person who made WSV3, but I want to talk to him about that, see if there's a way around that issue without having to obviously disable layers. Like, I think everything we have on screen now is like warnings, radar, and reports. So that should be like bare minimum. But I'm pretty sure it's something to do with the program and not my computer. This hook echo, guys, is very classic here. And I'm even going to screenshot that for a later date. But we have a really, really intense storm here, and it's now north of Moundville there with that hook echo. Very strong rotation still to this point. That correlation coefficient is still picking up a very uh, intense debris ball there. That has been more intense at points, but regardless, we're still seeing that signal that there is potentially a tornado on the ground. I'm watching near West Jefferson. That still is a observed tornado warning there. So at this point, I am not seeing where that tornado would be located. There's some pretty broad rotation
Yeah.
going on.
So by the way, yeah, by the way, just to confirm, I might have said two confirmed tornadoes. There's actually three, and Ashton, you just highlighted that. There's actually now three confirmed tornadoes ongoing. One in the Birmingham metro, one near Tuscaloosa metro, and then of course just near Goodwater. So I do apologize for that. There's actually three confirmed damaging tornadoes right now as well.
Right at this point, yes, at this point. So I'm hopping on here, guys. You guys are killing the like button. We're quickly approaching 2,000 likes. Again, the best thing you can do, like right now, is like the stream. It's going to help reach more people, and it's been doing that so far throughout this stream. So that is the best thing you could do for us at this point, just to help reach more people that aren't really informed with what's going on. There's got to be people in here that don't know. So if you like the stream, that's going to do the best to really help reach out to more people, and also sharing it with friends and family if you live in this area, linking them to this stream. We're just trying to help as many people as possible here. I'm gonna. Oh my gosh, guys! This one in north of Moundville, there, heading towards the general Tuscaloosa area, is looking worse and worse with every frame. I'm picking up potentially 83 miles per hour up against 54, which is a significant boost above what we were seeing a moment ago, and a stronger debris ball signature being picked up as well here. So I have a strong indication here that we're taking a look at a damaging tornado potentially in between Moundville there and then Tuscaloosa as well. Wow, guys, we're going to continue to track this situation as it unfolds, obviously.
Ian, thank you for the new member. Also, I got to jump in here. We do have another confirmed tornado. 235 confirmed tornado is located over Wayne, 12 miles south of Linden, moving northeast at 35. Weather spotters have confirmed the tornado. Ashton, it's going to be in that line of thunderstorms right where Linden is, just directly to the south and northeast of Sweetwater. Locations impacted: Linden, Thomaston, Sweetwater, Dayton, Wayne, Freddie Jones Field, Calvary, and Octagon. If you are in these areas, this is a confirmed tornado. Looking at velocities here momentarily, it's in kind of a bad spot, but wow, Ashton, look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at that gate to gate on that particular cell once you can pull it up.
Yeah, I'm
That
getting a new frame here as we speak.
That has just crossed a highway too.
Okay,
I'm going to check
wow.
correlation coefficient. Unbelievable.
Okay, guys, potentially large and damaging tornado now, a confirmed tornado here that is on the ground. We're picking up levels of rotation that is usually associated with some stronger tornadoes. So we have some indication that there is a strong tornado in here potentially. I'm seeing some areas in there picking up 65 up against 33. So we have two tornadoes of similar caliber. That's right on par with what we're seeing up here north of Moundville. With that most recent update, we have 58 up against potentially 98 up there for north of Moundville. So that one is actually increasing in rotation there. Very large debris ball now north of Moundville. Also more dense. So this is a unfortunate situation that's unfolding here. I'm going to look just near West Jefferson to see if we have any indication that that tornado is still ongoing. I'm seeing potentially, obviously there is still that rotation, but I'm not seeing any clear defined debris ball or anything. But that tornado warning still does say confirmed tornado. Now, as we look near Goodwater, it's so hard to tell if there's a debris ball in here. But there's a very broad area of correlation coefficient. There is a delay between me and Brendan here, what he's able to see that's on my screen. But I'm curious, be sure you're looking, Brendan, because I want to see what you think of that. Yeah. It's a very blotchy area, but it is moving with it. So it's not an error, but it could be hail being picked up very close to where that tornado would be located.
Yeah, that's a totally good point. Correlation coefficient sometimes, guys, doesn't pick up on what people see on the ground. it's really important. Meteorology is a qualitative and quantitative science. It's not just what you see on radar, it's about what you also see on the ground. So in this particular situation, they are still confirming a tornado on the ground. There is a tight couplet of rotation that you talked about. Ashton, I want to just real quickly, though, go back to Moundville. This is getting closer and closer to the Tuscaloosa metro. At 2:41, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Sheldon State Community College. This is now a tornado emergency. This is a
Wow.
PDS tornado emergency, and this is going to be heading towards the Tuscaloosa metro. I'm going to read over these towns here very quickly. The National Weather Service emphasized here, guys, this is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Like I said, this is heading right towards Tuscaloosa Metro. Just going to be on the east southeast side of Tuscaloosa. We got Moundville, Coling, Little Sandy, Maxwell, University of Alabama, as well as Taylorville and Duncanville, just to name a few. A large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Seek shelter now. Do not try to spot this. Protect your life. Get in a low, sturdy room and away from windows. But Ashton, this is a very, very serious situation. Is heading towards Tuscaloosa, and major interstate, major highways, and more dense population. And right now, just to recap, guys, 4 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. I believe the one just north of Birmingham is also still confirmed. We have the one northwest of Goodwater. That is a tornado producing storm that we've talked about. But the main event here, because it's densely populated, we got to really keep an eye on that cell. Again, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So if you know anybody in Tuscaloosa, guys, now's the time to share the stream. Let people know, call them, message them, tell them that this is a very life-threatening situation as it's about to cross over into east and southeastern Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the rotation right now. I want to kind of break this down for everybody as we're getting this information coming in. We're getting a new frame here right now as we speak, so I want to see what that shows here in just a moment here. Uh, so it appears like, yeah, we have very strong rotation. There's an error here, unfortunately, with that velocity. But on normal velocity, I'm picking up 56 up against around, also around the upper to mid 50s. So like 55 up against 56 on the rotation. Obviously, a lot of rotation going on there with a large and damaging tornado such as this one. But that correlation coefficient, we've been watching as that debris ball is very large at this point. I've only seen a couple debris balls this large since I've started streaming before. Maybe one other that was close to this. But this looks like a large, large, large tornado here for sure that is picking up a significant amount of debris right now. Yeah, so this circle here is basically where that tornado is, right here, and we've been watching this as it's tracked basically from Moundville straight to where it is now, and we're gonna watch this as it approaches closer to Tuscaloosa. This is looking like a very large tornado at this point, like Brendan has alluded
Yeah.
to, and rain wrapped at this point as well, as there's more precipitation developing around it as well. So this is just becoming a more dangerous situation with every moment here that goes by. So I want to take a look at some of our other ones real quick just to get an update, make sure we're not missing anything over here on any of these. So yeah, it does appear like there could be some debris ball of sorts here in this one on the very eastern front there, but nothing like what we're taking a look at near Tuscaloosa now. There is still some rotation near that West Jefferson one as well up to the north, but again, still just nothing compared to this one near Tuscaloosa. So we're going to draw our attention really into just this one that is approaching the Tuscaloosa area. It is just past Moundville, Alabama there, and now we're taking a look at a potentially, it's basically been confirmed as a large and damaging tornado by this point. Tornado damage threat is considerable. Again, that tornado is observed there.
In Ashton, like I said, I think it's just going to be to the southeast of Tuscaloosa Metro. It's still going to impact Tuscaloosa Metro. It's not going to hit directly downtown though. This is my biggest concern is not only just the University of Alabama, but also that interstate it's about to cross over. I this is a very densely populated area nonetheless. And it looks like just on the last run, Ashton, I don't know about you, but that couplet is tightened even further. Maybe a little bit of a weakening on the velocity, but not by much. I want to just stress that. This is still very much so on the ground and just ripping across very close to Tuscaloosa area.
Yeah, and just to kind of go based off of what you were just saying, I'm seeing 77.7 up against 26.2. Strong rotation, very tight, as Brendan was just alluding to. And I want to get an update there on that correlation coefficient. And it's obvious that we still just have a very large and damaging tornado here on the ground that is approaching the general Tuscaloosa region there. It's going to be on that more southern and eastern side there of Tuscaloosa. But if you are in this tornado warning, you need to really just take cover right now. This is a large and damaging tornado, and just seek the official guidance from the National Weather Service. Read that warning and do what it's saying. They're not going to leave you hanging. They're going to give you the information that you need to know as far as what to do in this situation for this particular tornado. And I'm urging you to do what they're saying. So I'm sure the tornado alarms are going off there in Tuscaloosa. I saw some comments alluding to that possibly being the case. We're getting a new frame here as we speak. Let's see. Yeah, new frame came in. Yeah, still seeing some strong rotation in there. Now I'm getting 77. Oh, that might be... Okay, we're still awaiting a new velocity frame here. Yeah. Luckily, here, it looks like this rotation has very much so broadened out over the past few minutes. We have 10 miles per hour up against 62, but that is very far apart here. I do want to check that correlation coefficient, and we do still have that debris ball. So regardless of what that rotation is showing, we do still have debris being picked up, which means, yeah, there's still a tornado going on around Tuscaloosa here, right around Tuscaloosa. I'm going to reload the program in here, guys.
And Ashton, while you do that, I just want to note everybody, we're keeping track of a lot of tornado warnings, specifically 4 confirmed tornado warnings across Alabama specifically. We are keeping track, of course, on the side. There is a tornado warning back over to the northeast of Shreveport. The good news there, it's just radar indicated, so we're really going to kind of pay attention to the ones that are currently on the ground in the situation in Alabama. But I just want to give a quick little video note to everybody that we are aware there is a tornado warning back in Louisiana. The good news so far is it's not confirmed. It is just radar indicated. Our main focus, once again, is on the ongoing tornado threat that is impacting major metropolitan areas of Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and even back by Alexander City and just to the south in places like Linden.
Absolutely. And we're waiting another frame to come in here very shortly, but again, the structure of this hook echo here is absolutely out of control. We see great inflow, great hook echo, and that's what's leading to this storm being such a threat right now. Our debris ball, luckily, appears to have weakened a bit. We're going to continue to track this one, and that does not mean the threat is over by any means. We're just trying to give you the latest information we're seeing from this radar here. Reports of injuries in Moundsville down there in Alabama is what I'm hearing. Somebody's asking what program I use. That is WSV3. Yeah, we're waiting another radar frame here for this one to get any updates there. I'm going to go down and see if we have any other confirmed tornadoes as of right now. We still have that one that was confirmed. We have a. Oh, well. Oh. I clicked on the severe thunderstorm warning there and it said tornado possible. Uh, and we still have an observed tornado warning here near Silacuga, Alabama. But the debris ball there.
Yeah, that one in particular, Ashton, it looks like. Yeah, I was just about to say, it looks like it's weakening a little bit on the velocity, but we have seen it recycle, so you never know. If there's any good news there.
Right. Yeah. Let's just continue to watch this Tuscaloosa system. Still have that rotation. We're momentarily about to get another update here of that rotation. We can only hope that this trend continues of this weakening of this cell here. That's all we can hope for at this point. Let's see.
Yeah, and it does look like it's weakening, Ashton. It looks like it's weakening just a little bit. Still confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, but if it's always good news to see. Hopefully that continues that trend because it is making its way towards the interstate right outside of Tuscaloosa.
Right. And before we get into the frame, I'm going to go take another break for like 1 minute here. Very, very brief. I'm going to keep this reflectivity on and it's going to update here probably momentarily here. So you can update them on that, but I'll be back, within 1 minute here.
Sounds good.
See you guys back in 1 second.
All right. So for those that are tuning in, again, we are continuing the coverage of what is a very serious situation across Alabama. We still have 4 confirmed tornadoes that are ongoing as we speak. One just to the south of Tuscaloosa, one also to the northwest of Birmingham that is weakened just a little bit, but is still confirmed to be on the ground. And we also are taking a look at the other confirmed tornado that Ashton had just alluded to the northwest of Goodwater. And then finally, as we work our way more into lesser populated areas, but still very important nonetheless, just to the southeast of Dayton, right around Thomaston. That is also a confirmed tornado at this time. Conditions are really starting to ramp up here, folks. Shear is elevated. Our helicity values, all those tornadic parameters that we look for, continue to go on the rise. And we still haven't even seen even the other wave of severe weather that will be impacting this region later on tonight. So it's going to be a 1-2 punch, unfortunately. We do expect that. And also, like somebody had mentioned in chat, we do have unconfirmed report of multiple injuries around the Moundville area. Mods, if you guys find any more concrete information on that particular tornado about injuries, damage, go ahead and put that in chat. I'm continuing to keep track of this entire situation, and I'm also going to, at the same time, keep track of what you guys are saying in chat. Carlos, you mentioned the central Tuscaloosa County until 3:45. I think that just it might have just gotten updated, so we'll get back to that very quickly and momentarily. Let me see here. Love the stream. Thank you so much, Stuart. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also, thank you guys for donating. Thank you for liking the stream. And thank you, of course, for tuning in as well. It really means a lot to us, and it makes it possible for myself and Ashton to continue the tradition of doing live streams during these severe weather events. I want to get back to Tuscaloosa. We have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to go until 3:45, something that Carlos had just alluded to. A confirmed tornado was located near McFarland Mall. We're 7 miles southeast of Tuscaloosa, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. The current hazard at this time is damaging tornado in ping pong ball size hail, and this has been confirmed by the public. So we still do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is going to be moving just off to the east of Tuscaloosa, making its way through just to the southeast and the east side of Tuscaloosa Metro. Just to give you an idea of locations, again, Mercedes-Benz of Alabama, Sheldon State Community College, North Bibb, Cottondale, East Brookwood, Peterson, Lake Harris, and Fleetwood. If you know anybody in these locations, or if you're in this location, seek shelter now. There has already been a PDS tornado warning on this storm within the last 15-20 minutes, and it is still on the ground. So you need to take shelter now. This is a very serious and potentially deadly situation. So you need to get into your safe space, surround yourself with as many walls as possible, and away from windows. So that said, I want to also update you guys on the cell that's to the north of Birmingham Metro. This is going to be crossing another major interstate, and it is still confirmed as of 2:47. And this has been confirmed by emergency management. This is going to be impacting Gardendale, Adamsville, Graysville, Brookside, and West Jefferson, to name a few. Another area of a tornado observed. So we're now talking about areas to the southeast of Tuscaloosa, just to the north of Birmingham. And we also do still have a tornado warning in, it would have been Silicagua or Talladega Springs. I can't pronounce that city. Ashton just nailed it perfectly. I apologize.
Which one?
This is a radar. The one. How do you pronounce it? Silacuga? Silacuga?
Silacuga. Yeah, Silacuga.
There you go. All right. That one's going to be radar confirmed. And then finally, just to the southwest, Linden is under quite a few tornado warnings. That is a very messy situation. Just a big line of thunderstorms, all of them producing its own rotation. We previously had a confirmed tornado, and that still is confirmed over Wayne and 12 miles south of Linden, and that also is confirmed by weather spotters. So we have right now still 4 tornadoes on the ground across multiple areas of the state of Alabama, in particular south central and even up to north central Alabama at this time.
All right, so
Ashley, I'm sorry. Yeah, were you ready for me? Are you good to go?
yeah, I'm good. So
Okay.
what have I missed? First off, is there anything that I have missed significant here?
Not much. I was just going over the fact that they did extend that tornado warning to the northeast of Tuscaloosa now to include
Yeah.
Brookwood and Aberman. So that's the only new update. The other 3 that we've been watching are still currently on the ground at this time. So we still have 4.
Yeah, okay. Apparently it's Silicagua or Silicaga. Apparently, so
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, that rotation does seem to be broadening out on that Tuscaloosa one. Unfortunately, that did seem like it was a significant tornado, and we still have a very strong signature here of a hook echo. So I don't think this one is completely done by any means here. We still have a strong signal of a hook echo here near Silicaga as well. But again, that rotation isn't exactly the most well-defined. I guess I should be looking at correlation coefficient to make sure, because it does appear like there could be a debris ball there for sure on that one. And I want to check out that Tuscaloosa one as well, what's ongoing there with that correlation coefficient. And yeah, it does appear like we still obviously have a tornado on the ground with that one, possibly a re-intensifying tornado now. There, just based off of correlation coefficient. Let me see here. And we're getting another updated frame here.
Yep. Ashton, real quickly, just north of Birmingham, that tornado warning has been extended to include Kimberly, Warrior, and Morris, right just parallel to that interstate.
Mm-hmm.
That is now radar indicated, so it has been downgraded. We've seen kind of a trend of a decrease in the rotation with that particular storm. It can still re-intensify. It still has a decent velocity to it, but the couplet has sort of looks like it might be in a transitionary period. So if you are in these areas, again, this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. So be very, very vigilant about that particular cell. That's just the update that I had there. I also, Ashton, did that one? Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought one got extended. There are also 2 other tornado warnings all the way back in Louisiana. Those are still radar indicated. Ashton, I'll keep an eye on those on the side. But again, the main event right now is definitely Alabama. No question about it.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a big surge in that rotation, actually, around Interstate 59 there. And it seems like this one is kind of making a comeback with that rotation a little bit. I want to see if the correlation coefficient. So the correlation coefficient actually has been generally weakening over the past few minutes. Very curious to see if we see this get downgraded to a radar indicated. We're getting a new frame here as well. It still says observed here, so yeah, very broad
On
areas.
which one?
That's going to be our Tuscaloosa storm.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So again, some stronger rotation being picked up in that cell, and as it's crossing Interstate 59, that correlation coefficient just does not have as strong of an indication of a debris ball at this point. It still has that look of a very classic hook echo, so this is a very dangerous storm, regardless to this point. Let's see.
And Ashton, for those keeping track, the SPC is continuing, along with keeping track of this event, updating their tornado reports. We are now up to 6 tornado reports on the day. This is going to be a long duration event, but right now 6. The SPC has not confirmed any injuries at this time. I know there's been some scattered reports of injuries out of that. What was that cell again? I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the town here. I think it was the Tuscaloosa one. Moundville, thank you.
Moundville, yeah.
Moundville, we've had unconfirmed reports of injuries. The SPC hasn't confirmed anything yet. We'll also keep you updated on that throughout the day if we do get any more concrete news on any injuries or, God forbid, any passings, any deaths, which is not something that we hope for. But these tornadoes have been very strong. They've been going through populated areas. So, of course, we extend our thoughts and our well wishes and prayers to these cities that have been impacted all day today. I would rather not have injuries and deaths, but unfortunately, with these storms, sometimes that can happen. So we, of course, are thinking of you guys, and that's why we're doing this stream, to continue to keep everybody updated for those who do live in these areas across Alabama and Dixie Alley all day today.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is just an unfortunate event, and it's one of those things you hate to see in weather. Tornado outbreaks, major tornadoes making landfall, major hurricanes making landfall there. It's just an unfortunate part of weather. Let's see. I want to get an update on this Tuscaloosa one here. See if we can't get an update here on our velocity. We're about to get one come through. How many tornado warnings are we up to?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got about 9 tornado warnings active right now.
I'm looking at the comments.
As far as the total on the day, I'm not sure. I'm really not. We'll see.
Let's see. Okay, coming through. Yeah, we still have that rotation in there. Again, it is broadening out a lot. Possibly that debris ball is just trying to reform there near Interstate 59.
Yeah, a little bit. You know what? As a matter of fact, that it may be recycling, is what I'm seeing, just based on reflectivity.
Yeah, the reflectivity is where you usually don't see much weakening. There, it's mostly the rotation and the correlation coefficient that you see really dramatically change from frame to frame. But oftentimes it's pretty clear if a storm is just recycling when that structure of that supercell is still just super clean the whole way through. And sure enough, when you take a look at that reflectivity, this is just a serious supercell here. And at this point, it's heading straight for Brookwood, Alabama. I would say, let me put that in motion real quick. Yeah, I would say Brookwood, you're right in the path of this hook echo at this point. And this has been our strongest signal of a hook echo all day, and our most classic looking supercell we've had all day here. This one had a large damaging tornado south of Tuscaloosa a little bit earlier on, so this one does have a history of some more violent tornadoes within this cell. And I mean, towards the end of this radar here, I mean, this is just some classic stuff here with this supercell. I want to walk you through the structure here. Again, for those of you that have been with us, you're probably getting irritated with me doing this, but we have tons of new viewers here. We're watching this V-shape here for a classic supercell structure there, and then this hook echo. This is what I'm referring to down here, that hook down below. and that's where that tornado would be, right at the end of that hook. So we're getting another frame, and it actually looks even more intense here. So I want to see.
Hey, real quickly, Ashton, I just want to get to a quick donation while you do that. Electric
Yeah.
Edge with $2. Will I see any tornadoes or hail in Williamsburg, Virginia? Ashton, I think that moderate tomorrow, does that go all the way up to Virginia by chance? Do you recall?
Unless they updated it, it's just an enhanced for areas
Okay.
in Williamsburg, southeastern Virginia. But there is some tornado and hail odds up there.
Okay. Yep. I saw that too. Go ahead, Ashton. Continue. Just wanted to highlight that real quick.
Yeah, so I'm reading the comments here. Thank you for the donation, by the way. We're watching this one. Again, this is a kind of concerning look, just because of the fact that we have that very strong rotation there. It's just not like fully coming together. So it's just like we're imminently waiting for this one here to do something. And it makes you feel so powerless over the situation when you're looking at a storm like this. Just wow. I mean, this is maybe the
unbelievable.
Yeah, this maybe the most clearly defined supercell I've ever seen since starting my YouTube channel, at least. It doesn't get much more classic than this, really. And this looks to be intensifying. So if this one does put down another tornado, I'm highly concerned about what that's gonna look like. I really, really am. We do have that live scan on. I'm just making sure everything's good to go. Here we go. We're about to get another frame here. So we're going to wait for this to come out together. Yeah, so I think we did get that, and it's looking even more classic on this frame. Look at that, Brendan. You're going to see that in a couple seconds on my screen. Trying to see the rotation.
My goodness.
Yeah, as that update came in.
Wow. I mean, and we're still talking about outside of Tuscaloosa. It's moved a little bit more northeast now, heading towards Brookwood. Guys, if you're in Brookwood or Aberman, I mean, take this seriously. Take shelter now, and you should be already, because this is a confirmed tornado. But now it looks to be retensifying again. Ashton, that hook looks incredible.
Yeah,
that is unbelievable.
Yeah, a moment ago, what I saw from that hook echo is, again, one of the most classic hook echoes I've seen here, and I'm actually going to take another screenshot of this one. So, for a later date. Again, I'm going to work on some sort of project by the end of the year for you guys. That's why I'm constantly taking screenshots of all of these, just for remembering there. Let's see. Is that a debris ball? No, I don't think there's a very strong debris ball in this one right now. I can try to see if it ends up being right under this hook echo, but I thought it didn't. It would be somewhere like right here.
It's really hard to tell, Ashton. Yeah, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, no, there isn't one directly under that hook, from what I can tell. So let me get that velocity on screen here.
Somebody asked, how many confirmed has there been? Right now at this time, there's been 6 confirmed tornado reports out of the SPC, but Ashton, I mean, I know you'll agree with me here. We expect that to be higher as we get more and more reports out of these areas.
Absolutely. We just got another frame come in, and again, this one is not dying down by any means. If anything, it's very much so intensifying, actually. The tornado might not be intensifying, but that supercell itself is what I'm referring to there, is absolutely just growing and evolving. Yeah, that rotation is getting tighter, though, in the most recent frame we got, and more intense. I mean, I'm taking a look at, I'm going to try to get the numbers on the screen here, about 33, and then on that more eastern edge, we have about 68 mile per hour outgoing. So yeah, if that just squeezes together a little bit, I mean, that is easily, tornado coming down there. And this storm has proven that it can do that. There is a bit of a correlation coefficient area that are being picked up right by Brookwood, and I'm really hoping that is not a tornado at this point. It does appear to be a little bit too far to the east, so I have my fingers crossed that is not a signal of a tornado there. We're gonna await that next frame. Somebody said to look at what do they say? Hold on. Somebody said Clanton. Forget which one that was. I thought that was this one, but which one was the
That
Clanton
wasn't down
one?
south, was it?
I think that was. Here, we're getting another frame, so I just want to move up in here. So at this point, it does appear that there is some sort of correlation with that correlation coefficient to the storm here. I can't tell if that was actually a new frame or if I've had that one.
Yeah, I think, like I said, guys, give us like a general region when you say the towns too, because sometimes when there's so much going on, guys, it's really hard to keep track, especially when we have a ton of tornado warnings happening at once. So give us a general region or a reference point, and then we can help you out a lot better and clear up some confusion. But the one that we've been looking at, as Ash and I have been talking about for a while now, is that tornado warned storm now just to the northeast of Tuscaloosa, heading towards Brookwood. I'm just looking around now. The one that we'd actually been tracking that had a while back. What town was that here? That would have been Clarendon. That one has now expired. It's weakened quite a bit, way off to the northeast. That's good news there. And then we also still do have tornado warnings to the southwest of Valley Grande in Uniontown. But as of right now, it looks like the only one that's confirmed still is that one to the northeast of Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, and we just got an updated frame, and this still is an observed tornado. We just got an update to that tornado warning, actually. Or they at least snipped away the back end of that, which usually I think they would update the status on that. So apparently, look, on this back end, people are pointing this out. There is another cell coming straight for Tuscaloosa. And this one also has a bit of some rotation in there. So that's an interesting situation as well unfolding. A little bit. I think that this one obviously is just nothing compared to this one up to the north, but it is interesting to see that second supercell coming very close proximity there to where we just had that other one.
Yeah.
And that's what today's like today can do. It really is. It's a wild day that we're having here. Let me get that update on that velocity here on that northern one, the one near Brookwood now, and it looks like that rotation is rapidly closing in. We have 70 up against about 30, but that has over the past few frames been closing in closer and closer. So I think we are getting a more defined area of rotation there. And at this point, I'm going to say there is a little bit more of a clear indication of a debris ball going straight towards Brookwood. Considering that came in about 1 minute ago, I would say this debris ball, if it is in fact a debris ball, and really it is kind of in that clearing. So, I mean, I think it is a stretch, but this does say a confirmed tornado, guys. This does say a confirmed tornado. And this hook echo is very strong. We're just going to assume there is very likely a tornado somewhere in here. And considering that fact, this one is becoming very close there to Brookwood. And it's going to imminently...
I'm gonna concur with you on that, Ashton. I mean, you're seeing debris. I mean, it's not as much of a ball, really, as much as if a huge swath of debris getting kicked up. It's.
Right.
I know what you're trying to say. I mean, I see the same thing as you do. It's not as well defined on the correlation coefficient, but it's clear as day that there is debris being uplifted, whatever it is hitting near Brookwood. And the other storyline to watch, Ashton, this is also moving towards getting closer and closer to, once again, we heard this for the second time today, Birmingham Metro. So we'll see if it lasts as long and it gets all the way up there, but it is on a direct collision course for, once again, for the second time today, the Birmingham Metro.
Right, and we're taking a look at two very large metro areas within this severe weather event. I think Birmingham is in that moderate risk. No, they're both in the high risk. Sorry. So yeah, we're taking a look at that the high risk for both Tuscaloosa and Birmingham there. And when you see metro areas like that in a risk area like that, I mean, you do see situations like this that are very frightening. Obviously, I'm going to reload in my WSV3 here. Regularly scheduled reloading of WSV3. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, with the motion of these storms, and I think when I've tracked storm systems that do come through this area, it is very frequent for them to hit Tuscaloosa and then eventually hit Birmingham as well, just because it is, Tuscaloosa is just to the southwest there of Birmingham, and usually that storm motion is kind of like northeasterly. So that is just an unfortunate thing that is pretty frequent there. That rotation, I mean, is just very intense there as well. And we'll continue to track the correlation coefficient there, but as you alluded to, I mean, that is a pretty broad section, but it's almost, a lot better to assume that there is rather than there isn't in this situation like this, especially when we just saw a large and damaging tornado from this one moments ago. And on our next frame...
Yeah, you're totally right, actually.
On our next frame, it is a lot closer to being straight under that hook echo, but again, just like a little bit off of it. So, and I have to turn live scan back on. I forgot to do so. So, yeah, this is our most imminent threat right now as we continue to track this one. Let me turn all that stuff back on. Let's see. Yeah. So our most recent radar update was 4 minutes ago. So we should be getting a new one coming in very shortly here as we continue to track these storms. Here we go. Just got a new one. So we kind of maintain that structure of a very well-defined hook echo there. Let's see. Radar indicated. Radar indicated down there. Yeah, so this is our only tornado that's actually an imminent threat right now. As far as like observed tornadoes, on the ground tornadoes. We had that one in Tulsa expire there. So let's see what this most recent frame looks like on velocity.
Ashley,
yeah.
Did you want to take a look at the cell just real quickly, just to the north of Birmingham? I looked on velocity here. It may be re-intensifying, but gosh, it's just so highly precipitated. It's very hard to tell on reflectivity, but the rotation looks like it's really starting to ramp up again right by Warrior and County Line.
Yeah, and we're so far away from a radar site there with that. Well, actually, we're not too far. It looks like it's having some distortion issues there. Let me see. Yeah, that is pretty tight, that rotation. I definitely agree. That's near Warrior, Alabama. So just to let you guys know what I'm talking about, you see how it was a little bit further apart, that red and that green down there at about 4:08, about 20 minutes ago. We've seen that really come together over the past 15 minutes or so there. So yeah. Oh, hold on. So we're getting a public confirmed tornado there near Brookwood, apparently. And that does kind of go along with what we're showing here as far as where that would be located. So I want to see this next frame come in real quick. Can anybody give us a population of Brookwood, Alabama? Our mods or viewers alike.
1,800, so close to 2,000 people.
Okay, this is closing the closer and closer together. Still just very strong rotation there. And again, just a very general area of correlation coefficient popping up with a potential debris ball. And we do have a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa now that just got added, by the way, as well with that second supercell. So Tuscaloosa is now getting a second tornado warning like within the past hour. And I do want to see the rotation on that one. Obviously, this is a huge metro area just being included in this one, and it does appear like there is a pretty decent amount of rotation in there as well. This one is radar indicated at this point, so we're gonna watch
Yeah,
that.
you're gonna have to forgive me, Ashton, because the radar scope is a bit delayed, so you're gonna be a little bit ahead on the warnings. But definitely good call there. We've been looking at that for a while now, along with that cell that's now moved through Brookwood. So yeah, good catch there, Ashton.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're watching this very closely as we're getting another frame here as well. Um, it is a very crucial update here to make sure there's no rotation here in Tuscaloosa. And we can also watch that ongoing situation there for Brookwood. Obviously, potentially devastating impacts there. Tuscaloosa, and that cell does have a good hook to it there. We're watching that correlation coefficient very closely as well. There is no sort of confirmation coming out yet. And then out of Brookwood, I'm pretty confident there is not a debris ball there in Brookwood. I'm pretty confident there is not, but there is a lot of rotation. And that warning has actually
Yeah, a
been
lot of that
downgraded to
debris
a.
that we saw.
Was
Go
that?
ahead, go ahead.
Well,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we got downgraded to a radar indicated. I'm pretty sure there. Or no, sorry, that's
Yeah,
still observed. That's still observed.
no worries, no worries. A lot of that debris that we saw kicked up, it's the correlation coefficients really kind of distorted that a lot more than we saw before. So I definitely agree with you there.
Right. Regardless, that rotation though in that cell is concerning. I just want to put some numbers on the screen here. So I'm picking up about 73, pretty close there to 30 miles per hour going in the opposite direction. So if this just pushes together a little bit more, I mean, this one would easily be putting another tornado down if there isn't already one down. But yeah, you're completely right about that distortion there with the correlation coefficient. Sometimes it's so hard to tell there, um, what's really going on with that. But that hook echo is rapidly becoming a little bit less defined there with that one. Meanwhile, that Tuscaloosa one is looking a lot more defined. So I would be kind of curious to see if maybe that southern one is taking a lot of the energy away from that northern one. We do see that happen sometimes, obviously. There's still a very strong area of rotation within that Brookwood one.
Yeah, Ashton, that's such a good point. We have talked about that a vast majority of the day here. Storms feeding off each other, taking energy from one another. And like I said before, when you have a cluster of multi-cell thunderstorms in such close proximity to each other, they tend to do that. And the trend right now is we're starting to see that take place, like you just said, with the Tuscaloosa and Brookwood cells. We could still have, confirmed tornadoes going simultaneously with both of those. Right now, of course, the Tuscaloosa one is just radar indicated, but that rotation is starting to become a little bit more well defined than opposed to say the Brookwood one. So we may start to see this trend, especially towards tonight, when we have that front catch up with these additional thunderstorms and basically form a line of rotational kinks, and we may not see those tornadoes, unfortunately, because they'll be at night and possibly rain wrapped. And we're even starting to see that right now with many of these because of how much saturation is in the atmosphere as we speak. So you hit it right on the head, Ashton. It's totally what we're seeing take place within the last 30 minutes to an hour as these storms start to converge on one another.
Yeah, and it's really interesting watching this. Like, we just had that experience in the panhandle of Texas doing that live stream and seeing the difference here with that saturation, uh, with this type of a situation versus what we were taking a look at then. Um, with mostly due to just the difference in location, but completely different type of severe weather event that we're taking a look at. As I am picking up some stronger rotation now north of Brookwood in that northern supercell there. So I'm going to try to get the latest on that one. That would be if there is anything going on in this one, it would be completely rain wrapped by this point, unfortunately. I mean, just completely no visual on that at all. But the rotation is very much so closing in. We have 77. I'm talking a pixel of 77.7 up against a 30 mile per hour incoming. So obviously, within the past few minutes, there's been a significant increase in rotation right there. And as I was alluding to earlier, like all it would take was this just to close in a little bit. We already had that strong rotation there, uh, and it appears like we might have seen that occur here, unfortunately. So we're getting a new frame again. Thankfully, that Tuscaloosa one looks to have maybe, if anything, some loose rotation. Obviously, take cover. Obviously,
Yeah.
heed all those warnings. But for now, it does appear like there is some more loose rotation as we watch that one just pass over that very obviously highly populated area. Now we have 81 miles per hour up against 62 on that Brookwood cell. Rapidly, this is becoming in clearly an ongoing tornado as we have a debris ball directly underneath that rotation now. That's been developing for a couple of frames, but I would say this is obviously, in my opinion, obviously a tornado is on the ground north of Brookwood, Alabama. And Brendan, you can kind of check me on that one, but
No, you're absolutely right, man. Debris ball is clearly prevalent and existent within that correlation coefficient. Kind of contrasting to what we saw before, it was like we talked about. It wasn't really a well-defined debris ball. It was more just debris just getting kicked up. But now we're starting to see more of a well-defined debris ball with this thing, and it's still, it looks in terms of reflectivity, the storms are getting a little bit more messy, not as structured as we saw with the discrete cells. Um, but man, this tornado is not giving up. It's just continuing. It's already raced across Brookwood and it's heading right towards North Johns. So, people in North Johns, anybody that lives there, and even towns just to the north and east, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but you most likely will be momentarily as the storm makes its way towards those locations.
all right, and we're getting a new frame here. I think Brendan just cut out for a little bit there.
Yep, sorry. Are you
You're
hearing
good.
me
You're
now?
good. Yeah, we're getting a new
Okay.
frame right now. It appears very strong rotation is now developed there with a huge debris ball now with that next frame. Look at that explosion. Uh, this was at 4:26. That was at 4:30. That's 4 minutes different there as Brendan just disconnected, so he'll be back and he's back already. Um, but look at this explosion from 4:26 to 4:30. This is why we say you can't rely on these radar frames because we're only getting one of these updates every 4 minutes. It can become a large damaging tornado within that time frame, and this is clearly becoming a larger tornado as we speak, literally as we speak here. Um, as there's a million crows outside of my room right now, so hopefully you're not hearing that. I literally hear it through my headphones. We have Brennan. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Yep, I
Okay.
just had to restyle the connection. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure because we do have a large debris ball now with that northern one, very well defined north of Brookwood. Again, that is going to be generally heading towards Birmingham, so we're watching closely for that as well. As this is clearly a tornado that is picking up debris at this point. Um,
Yeah. Gosh, look at the one by Tuscaloosa too. Man, that's really starting to ramp up as well.
yeah, so this is just going to be like back to back supercells coming through, and we're getting another radar update already. I think they're. Is there any way they're speeding this up as there's a situation like this unfolding? Because it seems like we're getting an update like every minute. I mean, it seems like they've.
That's a great question. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It seems like we're getting a radar update. I mean, every single minute, if not every 2 minutes. One typically it's more like 4 or 5 minutes. Uh, yeah. So again, still as we get another frame, we still have a clear area of rotation there, a clear, very large debris ball for the second frame in a row. I'm gonna go ahead and reset here my WSV3 here. We have
By the way, guys, while you do that, Ashton, just want to let you know we are very, very close to 2K likes. Thank you so much. Be sure to continue to like, to share the stream. We are monitoring a very serious situation. both in Tuscaloosa and Brookwood. So if you have any family or friends that live there, um, please share the stream, like the stream, so this can get out to other people that live in these areas of central Alabama. So thank you all so much for the support throughout this entire stream. I really do appreciate it, and continue to share.
Now we're getting rotation of 84.6 miles per hour up against 27.4. Very strong rotation there in that area. We also see the correlation coefficient getting still picking up a very large tornado here. I want to put this in motion here. So yeah,
That's definitely increased, Ashton. I'll tell you what, that looks pretty bad.
That very quickly, and that's the importance of understanding the radar. We were able to identify that there was that rotation in the area, and then we knew that there was going to be potentially something very rapidly developing in that location right there. And sure enough, that is what occurred. So I'm just so thankful for all this radar data that we have available to us in today's day and age. I mean, it is life-saving stuff. It never ceases to amaze me, but being able to pick up the debris, pick up the rotation. I mean, these are not things that were available for 100 years ago. None of this stuff was even close to being invented. So I'm just so thankful for the tools and all of this stuff that has been developed in recent history.
Ashton, real quickly, I want to jump in. This is the tornado warning that we've been following at 3:31. This has now been re-upgraded back up to a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Brookwood or 13 miles east of Holt, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is now, once again, for the second time today, a particularly dangerous situation, and this has been radar confirmed, as Ashton and I have been talking about for the last 20-25 minutes. I just want to go over some towns that are in the impact zone. We have Brookwood, Abernant, and East Brookwood. So if you know anybody in these towns, or if you are in these towns, again, this has now been re-upgraded back up to a particularly dangerous situation, large and extremely dangerous tornado. So take all precautions necessary to protect your life and your loved ones. This is a very, very bad situation. Ashton, what's the latest on that debris ball and the velocity? Because we've been really on top of this one for just the last half an hour, and it's looking really, really bad right now for Abernant and points west.
Yeah, so right now I'm getting a frame of rotation as we speak. It does seem like that rotation is at a similar intensity, I would say, although maybe a bit lower at this point. I'm getting about 53 up against 16, whereas it was a bit higher in a couple frames ago. That correlation coefficient, though, is still picking up a large and damaging tornado on the ground, and that has remained a similar size and intensity throughout this, past, I would say we're going on 10 minutes here of having this thing on the ground. So it is rapidly turned into a large tornado, and it still remains that way at this point. We have lots of new tornado warnings popping up, by the way. For Louisiana, we have 3 there in northern Louisiana and 1 for southern Louisiana. Let's see.
Yep, those are all 3 of them at this time radar indicated so far. But yeah, we're starting to see, Ashton, we talked about this. I wonder if this is going to be that new line that forms later on this evening and then races across Mississippi and Alabama. It looks like it might be.
I'm sure that is the case, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and we're still just seeing this debris ball. We got another frame here, but this is still just looking very intense here. A little weaker, potentially. Still a similar size here, so there's so many variables. I'm trying to read some of these comments now.
I wonder, too. I'm really keeping an eye on that Tuscaloosa one. Especially. I know we're also keeping track of the confirmed tornado. We actually just got a new tornado warning. This is going to be an extension of that one in Abernant. And this is going to be, like we talked about and alluded to, the western portion of Birmingham Metro. Confirmed tornado at 3:34 was located near Bull City, 14 miles northeast of Holt, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So damaging tornado, ping pong ball size hail, public confirmed tornado. Remember, guys, we've been tracking this. We've actually just talked about this within the last 30 seconds. This is the same cell. They're just extending the tornado warning, and this is going to include Pleasant Grove, Adamsville, Graysville, West Jefferson, and many other cities within that Birmingham metro. This will be the second tornado warning for Birmingham metro today. If you guys remember, just within the last hour or two, we saw a tornado warning go across Kimberly and Warrior, and that was a confirmed tornado at one point during the day. So again, they are extending this, Ashton. It's going to be a confirmed tornado, as we've been watching here on radar. And this is now going to be heading towards Birmingham metro for the second time today.
All right, so for those of you joining in right now, we're getting a huge influx of viewers, I'm sure, as this tornado extension has entered into some populated areas, obviously. So we're getting more people that are searching up things about tornadoes and such. We are tracking a currently on-the-ground tornado with a supercell just to its south, just following right behind it. This debris ball here is indicating that there is damage being picked up in this region. That is going to generally head throughout this new tornado warning area for this observed tornado, and that is going to last through 5:30 p.m. tonight. So we're watching this very, very closely here. Apparently, there's an unconfirmed report of a funnel cloud in this southern supercell as well, near Tuscaloosa. And obviously, if anything was happening with that supercell, we would very rapidly get reports of that coming in. And that hook echo is becoming more and more defined with every frame here, and we are getting some rotation, although broad, still rotation being picked up there in that one as well. As far as the debris ball, and I haven't been seeing anything as far as that yet in that one. So it's underway, and we're just keeping our eyes peeled on that one for sure for you guys as that one progresses and grows. We're going to make sure no tornadoes come down from that one, and if there is, we're definitely going to spot it. So we're getting a rotation of velocity update here. So we're going to watch and see if that rotation closes in at all on that one. And it has intensified a tiny bit there, actually. We hit 2,000 likes, by the way. Thank you, guys. Great job there. And then that northern cell, we still have plenty of rotation going on. I'm curious, though, that correlation coefficient, and sure enough, we do still have that debris ball being picked up. Nowhere near as intense as it was about 10 minutes ago, but it still appears that there is some debris in the air there, indicating there is some tornadic activity still ongoing with that northernmost supercell there. So this one, at this point, the National Weather Service is kind of indicating that this one is going to go kind of west of Birmingham, although I think it might close in a lot closer than what they're indicating. But
yeah,
it looks like they've steered this one a little bit away from that, maybe to avoid panic or something. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but the storm motion to me throughout this entire storm system seems to be taking this a lot closer to Birmingham than that warning would indicate there. But we will see what happens with that. Nobody's perfect, of course. As we're getting the most recent frame here, I'm going to update you guys on all of this stuff coming in now. Let's see as we get this next frame.
Ashton, real quickly, we're just as you're tracking that, we're getting a lot of photos coming in. Thank you, of course, to all the mods who are linking us these photos. A lot of trees down, some pretty remarkable damage images just out of Tuscaloosa. This is going to be right off of Rosier Road. A lot of trees down, trees snapped. We're not going to make any assumptions on what the strength of this was until the National Weather Service conducts their own survey. But I'll tell you what, it looks pretty bad from some of the reports that are coming out of that Tuscaloosa area. This would have been from that cell that we're tracking that is now well off to the northeast of Brookwood. There was at one point a PDS tornado warning on that. It has now just been downgraded a bit to confirmed. Still a bad situation nonetheless. But Ashton, I'll tell you what, we're going to be seeing a lot more of these photos come in throughout the evening. And it just really makes your heart sink. There's a lot of devastation so far across Tuscaloosa Metro, where we saw that cell move through just within the last half hour, 45 minutes.
Absolutely. And just with that supercell, I would say that's one of our first higher end tornadoes there, potentially, that we saw twice from the same supercell. Actually, one much earlier down there to the south. near Moundville, where we got reports of some potential injuries or such things happening in that area. And then now north of Brookwood, that same supercells dropped two tornadoes that were some more intense ones, in my opinion, there. Um, so we're getting a new update on that radar. Luckily, the rotation there on that northern one seems to be very quickly diminishing. Um, we're still getting a tiny bit of a signal that there might be a debris ball, but that has significantly also uh, diminished for the time being right now. Um, it's that southern one now, and this keeps happening where it keeps looking like that southern one is the dominant one, but then that northern one makes a comeback. Uh, we lost Brendan for a moment there, but and we got him back. Uh, but that northern one keeps making a comeback. Brendan, the thing that I'm finding interesting throughout the day today is we've seen it now with two of these supercells throughout the day today that we're seeing them kind of really recycle multiple times. We saw it like 3 or 4 times with that one for Eastern Alabama there. And then now we've seen it twice with this one that hit Moundville, kind of had to reform a little bit, and then now north of Brookwood. So do you think that's a theme for today that we're going to be watching throughout the rest of the day and night tonight?
Yeah, Ashley, no question about it. And, the really important thing is a lot of that has to do with the fact that the shear has been increasing. All those tornado parameters that we talk about, shear, helicity, except for Cape, of course, those are actually continuing to increase, allowing these storms to recycle and do that process that we see a lot of times with discrete supercells. The good news is with these cells, however, they are starting to converge on one another. So we are starting to see some gradual weakening of one cell. However, strength of the other cells tend to be increasing. So you're absolutely right with that. And a lot of that has to do with this environment becoming more and more unstable as we go throughout the evening and as shear continues to ramp up and all of those tornado parameters that we talk about. Quick question for you, Ashton. Do
Yeah,
we have any update on those tornado warnings, especially that one in Tuscaloosa? I want to make sure. Is there any update on that? Is it still radar indicated?
it is still
Has that?
radar indicated at this point. The northern one is now, like you said, downgraded to an observed tornado, which is hardly a downgrade, honestly. Um, Obviously, an observed tornado is a bad one. But we are taking a look at now at this point, I would say two very strong supercells with the potential to put down tornadoes. That northern one, we've seen that velocity really weaken there to where there's hardly any rotation at this point being picked up. And then that debris ball, maybe a minimal area of a debris ball being picked up. That could also change in a hurry here, guys. I want to just make sure you guys understand that we could quickly see this one become a very strong tornado again, um, in a hurry for sure. So there, like I said, I mean there is just like
Yeah,
a
if you guys are referring,
what were you saying?
um,
I got to reset.
no, I was saying, well, no, it's okay. I was saying, I asked that question, Ashton, because some people in chat were saying PDS, the southern one. That was the original warning from Abernant, from what I see. I only see radar indicated and then the confirmed tornado to the northeast. I don't see another PDS um, from what I understand. I don't see that at all. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, there's been a lot of as I'm eating a little bit of food here, so sorry about that. There's
You're
been
good.
there's been some errors with some of the tornado warnings coming in today from my radar app that I'm using here, where there'll be like little boxes left over a tornado warning, and I keep clicking on it, and it's kind of sticking around. When I feel like they've probably clearly gone ahead and retired that said warning. Uh, I want to just get a solid update here on what's going on, but
Words. While you do that, Electric Edge once again with the donation $2. The only thing I've gotten so far is a Gale watch. Hey, you never know. We got 4 seasons for a reason. So, um, I forgot Electric where you live though, particularly if you're down south or if you're I think it was the Northeast. Isn't he by Virginia? I'm pretty sure. Ashton Electric Edge. I thought he was.
yeah, I think
I think
that's
he
what he
is.
did say. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so you could definitely be seeing severe weather tomorrow. You are under that enhanced area, enhanced slight. So I think that will change fairly quickly tomorrow. But once again, thank you so much for the donations, Electric Edge. We really do appreciate it. And to all those who have donated as well. That really helps out with the stream, and it helps us continue to provide you coverage throughout the entire severe weather season. And of course for today. So thank you for the donations, the likes, and the views. Really do appreciate it.
Yep, for sure. We just got another frame that came in. These are just rapidly updating here. It seems like they're updating before I can even finish talking about each individual frame at this point. Let's see. Yeah, so, I mean, we still... I want to remind you guys, if you're just getting in here, that northern one where we just saw a large damaging tornado take place, that started out looking a lot like this one down here. That is now near Brookwood, where they just got hit with potentially a damaging tornado down there, just to the north of there. On velocity, this storm, it looks an awful lot like that one that just rolled through looked. A lot of rotation, very strong rotation. We have 61 and then 30. That's a very similar intensity as well to that very northern supercell up there. But it was very loose like this and very far apart, and then it really just squeezed together last minute, and that's what caused that tornado to come down and just, become what it was.
Couldn't have said it better myself, man.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're watching this, and even though we're seeing only that broad rotation, it really could quickly change in a hurry and put down a tornado. It could happen before we get our next frame. That's what happened last time. So these storms are rapidly changing here and evolving. As we just got another update. Want to see as we get that newest scan come through in just a second. Yeah, so still just some very strong rotation, but it just isn't together yet at this point. Correlation coefficient, I want to check that northern cell there. Yeah, and again, we are picking up just a very broad area, and that could be still some debris left over in the sky. These tornadoes pick up these pieces of debris, and they fling it very high up, and this stuff can stick around well after a tornado actually is all said and done. So I suspect that could be taking place at this point, but we still do have that continued tornado warning ongoing there for that northern supercell still. And it does still say that is an observed tornado, although I just don't know if that hasn't been updated or if that really is the case, because that's been that way for quite a while now.
Right. We also have some other tornado warnings just to the south I want to get to. They're going to be all radar indicated, so areas just to the south, Linden, that's a very familiar city that we talked about earlier today, Valley Grande, as well as Sealis, as well as tornado warnings in Louisiana. These are all radar indicated, guys, and we'll keep you updated if anything drastic changes with that. That said, we also did get a donation from Teresa Walker. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. She says, are y'all going to be on when it comes through Georgia tonight? We're going to certainly try. I know Ashton's going to pull an all-nighter. I, unfortunately, because of class, have a cutoff probably around 9 Eastern. But depending on how Ashton's feeling and how his voice is doing, I think he'll try to do as long as possible.
Yeah,
but we also understand that those storms are going to go well into the morning, so we'll see. I know Ashton's got to get his sleep too. I certainly do, so he'll try to go as long as possible.
Yeah, what you guys have to keep in mind is there's going to be a new upload coming out at 5 a.m. Well, it's not going to be coming out at 5 a.m. It is going to begin getting recorded at 5 a.m. regardless of how late I stay up tonight, so I have to be mindful of that. We have a moderate risk of severe weather again tomorrow, and I still haven't even updated you guys. I didn't actually say anything about that in today's video outside of the fact that, hey, there's a moderate risk tomorrow, because I knew that tomorrow morning I'm going to have another huge video talking about that one in particular. I don't even think it's worth talking about both in one video. They're both such big topics that they each deserve their own video, and that's what tomorrow's video is going to be completely dedicated to, as well as recapping a lot of things that happened throughout the day today. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, and I'm going to try to stay on as late as I can, like Brendan alluded to. But that depends a lot on how I'm doing, because by time like, let's say I stream till 11, I would be streaming for 12 hours by that point, considering we started at 11. So obviously that's an
Right.
extreme stream right there, to say the least. Um, so I'll just see how I'm feeling by then. We do have some stronger rotation picking up now. Guess where? North of Brookwood there, with that second supercell that is directly training behind that upper one now. I mean, this is like right where that one went. Um, and that rotation is intensifying at this point. It has not come together yet, but it is intensifying. So we're going to watch that as it unfolds and really just have our fingers crossed that this does not put down a tornado like right on top of where that other one was.
Yeah, and like we talked about, Ashton, again, this storm looks like it's trying to feed off the energy as to the one to the northeast. Abermant, this is going to be, or excuse me, Brookwood. I'm sorry. This is going to be off to the north of Brookwood. If you remember, Ashton, that first one went to the south and even directly through Brookwood and Abermant. So this is just a 1-2 punch, like we've been talking about. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's got a nice supercell structure to it, trying to get its rotation together. So far, just radar indicated. I don't see anything on correlation coefficient that would indicate anything beyond that current warning. But this is just, I mean, this has really been the theme of the day for a lot of these areas in Alabama and even Mississippi.
Right, and looking at the current reflectivity, it's very clear to me that over the course of the past maybe 20 minutes, that southernmost supercell has become the dominant one at this point. Very quickly that transferred because, I mean, if you would have asked us 20 minutes ago, it was very clear that there was a tornado on the ground, a large tornado on the ground, and that was the most dominant supercell up there. As we're watching that southern one, the rotation has just taken a big leap towards coming together here, north of Brookwood, in the same, excuse me, in the same exact location there that we saw that other one come together. There is no debris ball at this point, but that rotation has taken a significant leap in the direction of dropping a tornado. As I'm going to reset this app real quick.
No worries.
Yeah, I got to get this figured out. That's for sure. I'm sure WSV3 is still very young, and they're constantly coming out with updates. So it is a complete work in progress here. Let's try to get this on screen here. What were we
By
saying?
the way, just real quickly, we're now up to 8 tornado reports. These are coming in from the tornado that had just hit through Brookwood within the last half hour, 45 minutes. So we're going to see this climb throughout the day, like I've already talked about. But so far, 8. We do have a mesoscale discussion. I'm going to kind of look into that a little bit more. It's really just about more like Oklahoma, I believe, Oklahoma and Arkansas. Which is totally fine. But again, the main event is right around Alabama. And we're also keeping an eye on that second round that will move through tonight. And that's starting to establish itself right around Louisiana. Good news there is that those storms in Louisiana, as well as even the ones in southern Alabama, those are still radar indicated. So if there's any good news, that's the good news right now. The more radar indicated, the better, at least until there's a tornado. But we would rather much see that than a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that we've already seen quite a bit throughout today.
Without a doubt. We're getting another frame here of that velocity here. It appears like it is still closing in closer. I want to try to see on the correlation coefficient here if that still is the case. Let's try to get a nice visual of that. So nothing for sure yet. Yeah. As I just completely glitched out. Let's see. Okay, looks like we got another frame again. Trying to get this to load in with the velocity here, because this rotation is rapidly closing in. Not looking good here. We've got 51 up right up against 58. So, I mean, this is rapidly looking just like its twin, basically, of what just happened a minute ago. Also appears based on radar data here that this would be rain wrapped as well if this was to drop a tornado at any point here. So we're about to get another frame
And
again.
Ashton, we're seeing so much in the way of rainfall right now too. It's not the top of the list, but of course it's something that we have to talk about. This air is incredibly saturated, and we already see in these same areas where the supercells have moved through in a 1-2 punch like format, flash flood warnings for places like downtown Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. A lot of rainfall at these storms. It's very humid. The atmosphere is very saturated, so we're going to be talking a lot more about tornadoes and the potential for those as we have, but it's always important to mention that too. That's a very serious threat as well, and we cannot underscore that enough. Along with threat for tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. It's been a hell of a day, Ashton, honestly, to say the least, so
Yeah,
far, and it's
yeah.
only getting worse.
So rapidly, the latest information here that I can give you from this radar is that we have 70 miles per hour up against around 40 miles per hour and a debris ball underneath it now, north of Brookwood again. That debris ball has just recently popped onto the scene, but it is right underneath that rotation. This is not a confirmed tornado at this point, but we are seeing some signs that that could potentially be the case. But we're gonna momentarily see if that is the case or not. We will, if there is a tornado, that will rapidly become apparent in just a moment here. But yeah, we got a second frame here that looks like an even stronger defined debris ball there. So I'm thinking right now we do have a tornado underway. This is wild, especially, I mean, this would be the second tornado in a row for almost the same exact spot. But again, we're seeing the same thing here. Very strong rotation, just became very tightly squeezed there together. Rapidly changing, rapidly changing. I mean, we saw this one again. I mean, I guess the good news is that we had a very clear warning with that rotation, even though it was broad. And then that closed in, and then it very quickly appears like we possibly have a tornado now. We're awaiting that confirmation. So are we getting any confirmation of anything right now?
Not on my end, no. Still radar indicated. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. That same cell that you're looking at, Ashton, at 3:58, confirmed tornado was located near Bull City, or 14 miles northeast of Holt, moving northeast at 30. This is a damaging tornado on the ground and quarter-size hail. This is radar confirmed. So the locations impacted are Bull City. So if you're in these areas, take cover now. Ashton, you were exactly spot on with that, and I've been looking at that too. But WSV3 tends to pick up more of detail with correlation coefficient than say radar scope. So you have a bit of an advantage there, but you hit it right on the head, Ashton. We got a confirmed tornado. Same areas that have been impacted by the first tornado and still cleaning up. This is a really bad situation, especially just getting hit by another tornado after just getting hit by one within the last 15, 20 minutes of impact.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good stuff there, Ashton. You nailed that one right there.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And look, just unfolding here as you were just talking, we have 76 miles per hour up against 42 miles per hour now. That is an increase in that rotation, and a much larger debris ball has just developed there. Maybe I'm not even joking. Maybe a quarter or a half mile away, if not right on top of where that previous very large debris ball was located. So there's a very decent chance that we just saw a tornado, literally a very large tornado at this point, just hit the same exact spot that just had a very large tornado back to back. If not, this is off again by maybe like a quarter to half a mile as far as where these two have hit. Very unfortunate.
Ashton, we've actually seen that extend now. That tornado warning, that same tornado warning has now been extended into Birmingham, Alabama. They're classifying it as a tornado producing storm. If you actually notice, those two cells have actually merged for the most part into. It looks to be Ashton. Is that one rotation now, or do we see multiple? Oh, actually, you know what? There's two. One is weakening a little bit, but then the other one to the south of it, just to the north of Abermant, looks like that one is taking over. But they have actually extended that tornado warning to include the entire northwest portion of the Birmingham metro with that particular cell.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing that. Yeah. Um, this is. I think the trend here is that this is generally becoming one big cell, and over the next 20, 30 minutes, that will completely have taken place. And typically, that is what happens when we see these supercells interact like this. Usually, one is going to win out, the other one will break up. Just there's too many things going on here for these storms to like coexist in that tight of a location there. But there is generally two areas of one very tight rotation and then one quite loose actually there. So we're still seeing very strong rotation as of the most recent update I have for you guys. Still a very large debris ball being picked up there. We have not gotten an update on that CC in the past. I don't even think maybe 5 minutes. So we're still awaiting an update there on our correlation coefficient, which is going to be able to let us know here how large that debris ball is. But a very weird situation occurring here, very odd with back-to-back
Absolutely.
tornadoes.
Absolutely. Ashton, I'm going to break in for a second. We have now another confirmed tornado. This is going to be just 4 miles northwest of Sealis and 16 miles northeast of Waynesboro, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. That's going to be well south of the one that we've been looking at, sort of near the, let's see, just well south of Demopolis, if you want to pull that up. But again, confirmed tornado. And I just, let's see, I just had it. There we go. This is going to be impacting Gilberttown around 410 Central and Toxie around 415. So this is a confirmed tornado. Ashton, do you want to talk about that real quick? What do you see on velocity on your end with that line in particular?
So clearly this is going back to that area where we have a very bad view of the rotation. That's the only unfortunate thing. So actually getting information for this one is going to be a little bit more tough here.
Absolutely.
We're getting this update here that's coming in. Yeah, I mean the rotation there is quite strong, obviously, and it just got stronger actually with that most recent update. It's very very hard to see anything here, and I'm sure that that one was actually confirmed from the ground there, not from radar there. I don't know how anybody would confirm that from the radar. I do want to get an update here real quickly on our other confirmed tornado, and that one's debris ball appears to have possibly gotten larger. That rotation is generally more broad at this point than it was a second ago. I really wish we had a radar site there in um, I guess it would be west central Alabama or maybe east central Mississippi. They really need a radar site there. Um,
Yeah, it's a pretty bad spot, Ashton. I mean, it's we that was really something that we talked about a couple days ago with the Oklahoma Texas tornado outbreak. There, a lot of dead zones with those storms makes it very difficult to track. But I guess yeah, it must have been maybe from a neighboring radar site. They must have collaborated and said, "Hey, do you see this on your end?" A lot, probably some communication between some weather service offices to see if that they can confirm some rotation on their end. So that's really the only thing that I can think of because this is from what I see. Ashton, was this not a radar confirmed? I think it was. So yeah,
so
that's
that
my
was
only.
radar confirmed. That is impressive, to say the least. I don't have the eyes to spot something like that. So I mean, the people at the National Weather Service,
Yeah, radar
either they
confirmed.
have a secret radar site that they have access to right there, or they're just really good at what they do. I'm going with the latter of those two. Um,
Right.
but yeah, I want to update you guys here on our northernmost um, confirmed tornado here, the one of two. And this one, unlike its twin that we had maybe about 30 minutes ago, this one is still actually on the ground, very strong, possibly even still intensifying. Um, with a very strong indication of a debris ball that is not back down at all. Um, yeah, so I'm extremely concerned about this one actually, to possibly be a long-lived tornado based on the fact that it has already lived pretty long. Um, yeah, just not what you want to see, to say the least. Really, really not what you want to see there out of that one. And that one is looking to track a little bit closer to Birmingham, Birmingham, uh, Birmingham.
You
Uh,
got it. There
unlike
you
the
go.
unlike the other one, because the one before it, we saw that one kind of dissipate pretty quickly. But let's see, Bowl City, where's that?
You got
Yeah,
to
they're
bear with us, guys, by the way, because we've been streaming for a while. So sometimes we're going to mispronounce some things.
yeah. We're on
We've
hour
been at this for a while.
6 hours and 22 minutes, man. I feel good for 6 hours and 22 minutes, honestly.
Me too, man. Me too. I guess the adrenaline's kicking in, and for you, the energy drink. So
Yeah,
I guess it's working out.
yeah, absolutely. And yes, um, somebody asked, is there a tornado on the ground? And yes, that is very evident here from radar that there is a tornado on the ground here, and this tornado warning is a what they would call an observed tornado warning, which means that either has very recently been a tornado on the ground or is still a tornado on the ground. But based on what we're seeing here from our radar data, I'm going with a tornado currently on the ground still at this point here, now about to just extend straight into this northernmost tornado warning here that we have. This tornado is roughly moving at about 29 miles per hour. Um, that tornado warning was actually issued at 4:34 because what they've done is they've actually just kept that same tornado warning up there, as this next tornado is going to just cross right behind that other one. I find that kind of interesting that they're not going to just get rid of that one and then add a new one. They're kind of just keeping it there. I don't know
Yeah.
how good that is for informing people, because if you think about it, like if the first tornado passes over you and then you're like, oh, good, we're safe, uh, because there's only been one tornado warning, and then you kind of just get hit by another one. I feel like the best way to go about that would be to kind of retire that first one and then reissue another one, so those notifications come back out. Everything gets redone to make it more clear that there's a second incoming event there. But this one is still just hasn't been reissued. They're just keeping it up.
Yeah, it's a great point, Ashton. And, the Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has really, in the last few years, tried to improve their communications to people such as ourselves and, just ordinary citizens, maybe not attuned to the weather and everybody in between. I think they've done a good job at that. Of course, as we talked about with the dead radar zones and even kind of these polygons, the warning format of them, there's always areas of improvement. Um, but man, it just gives me an opportunity to take a second and thank the Weather Service offices across Alabama, Mississippi, the Storm Prediction Center. This is an incredibly difficult job to keep track of all these storms at once. And you and me both have really kind of at one point struggled. We had 9 tornado warnings at once to keep track of them. It sort of calmed down just a little bit in coverage, but still present. Just really makes you thankful. These weather services, shouts out to you guys, doing a great job. The storm spotters, and even our law enforcement, thank you as always for putting your lives at risk for the sake of helping others and keeping everybody aware of the weather. That said, Ashton, I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes, and I'll be back momentarily. Just kind of run downstairs here, and I'll let you take it away for a bit.
All right, all right. Well, just let me know when you're back. I'll take over from there. So yeah, we're watching this ongoing tornado still here, as it's heading generally northward. As you can see, this debris ball here is less blue. So what this is telling me is this is actually less of a defined tornado right now at the moment. This doesn't mean you need to change anything as far as your preparations go. Still just heed those warnings. Absolutely pay attention to what the National Weather Service is saying with those warnings that are coming through. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Just heed those warnings for sure, and do exactly as they're saying, because they're going to give you the best advice exactly on what to do with each individual storm. Me and Brendan here today, we're talking about so many different things for just 2 people. We can't touch on every single thing going on. So those warnings is going to be the best way for you to know exactly what you need to do based on every single individual information. So we're just going to keep watching as new frames come in, but this could either be reforming or this could be the end of this tornado. So far, from all the tornadoes we've had today, not that this guarantees anything about what is going to happen with this one, but every single one we've had today has been shorter so far, a shorter lived tornado for the most part. Um, we haven't had any long track tornadoes so far today. I want to see. Yeah, so that.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No, you're absolutely fine. So I was just talking about, just to update you on kind of what I was just talking about. I was talking about how we haven't really had any long-lived tornadoes yet today, and it seems like all of them have ended rather quickly, actually, after beginning. And this one seems to be broadening out on that correlation coefficient. So my gut feeling is that this one is generally going to anything, but I do think that this one does have a chance to kind of go ahead and break up at this point, hopefully. But I'm also making sure to let them know to obviously heed all those warnings still that the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center puts out. Let's see.
And Ashton, while you say that too, I mean, we've also kind of turned our attention while we can to the tornado warning, the confirmed tornado that's in more of a rural area, not as heavily populated, obviously, as Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. That is still radar confirmed. Again, going to be impacting Gilbertown 410, which should have already passed through it by this point, and Toxie around 415. That is the only confirmed tornado warning that I have right now at this time. The other thing is, as I look more towards the north, is that a new? We actually kind of have. It's not necessarily new, but do you want to take a look, Ashton, at that cell just to the northwest of Orville, to the south of Uniontown and to the northwest of Orville? This is that tornado warning that's heading. It should actually pass to the northwest of Selma, and there's actually a couple of different rotational areas there, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at that in a moment, but something that we've kind of let pass us here is that that one for Gilbertown and Silas there is actually a tornado damage threat considerable warning here. So we're getting an observed tornado, possibly a large one in there that we've kind of just missed here. I think because obviously that radar hole in there. It's been very difficult to track this one, but this one does look like potentially a large damaging tornado. But I will take a look at that one just a little bit further south.
You can see that in the radar hole. That's absolutely true. That was the one I just went over. So they may have just updated the tornado warning on that, because the one I just read was for around, it would have been 358. Looks like they've just updated that again. But yeah, that one, you can go back to that other cell. We also have another tornado warning in Selma. So we got two new areas of rotation for areas that have already experienced tornadoes today. So I'll let you take it away from there.
Yeah, so does Selma sound familiar to you, Brendan? Because that's where we had that other tornado a little bit earlier today, maybe around 1 or 2. So we're seeing these areas get kind of repeat tornadoes here a lot of the time here so far today. Very interesting. So which one is the Jefferson County tornado warning, by the way? Because somebody's saying that that's a confirmed one. I don't know exactly which one that is, but
that's going to be okay. This one is just is this the northeast of? Yeah, it's going to be to the northeast. It's the Birmingham one. Confirmed tornado over Oak Grove at 412. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So that is radar confirmed once again. Ashton, that's actually somewhat surprising. I did not expect for that to be confirmed again. It looked like it was somewhat weakening, but we might have actually seen some re-strengthening again. And like I said before, this is going to be in the northwestern portion of Birmingham Metro, actually making its way towards closer and closer to downtown Birmingham. If you can actually see that hook there, let's take a look at rotation, super-res velocity. It's really, it doesn't look as well defined. Ashton, are you looking at correlation coefficient on that by chance? Because honestly, it's kind of hard to tell. But again, it's been radar confirmed, so we'll go with it. And this is going to be getting closer and closer to downtown Birmingham, right close to the northwest Birmingham Metro. Do you see anything on that, Ashton? I'm really trying to look through here. It's kind of hard to tell as those storms have really merged into one multicellular complex. There is still rotation that I see, but it's gosh, I mean, it's definitely weaker than before, but I mean, I guess there's a confirmed tornado on that.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's obviously one that probably has just been ongoing still. The debris ball was a lot more defined at around 5 Eastern, which was obviously about 8 minutes ago, or sorry, 18 minutes ago, 16 minutes ago, something like that. But we still do have an area where that correlation coefficient is looking obviously a little bit like there could be some debris there. It did seem pretty broad, but if there was a confirmed tornado just a couple of minutes ago, I'd have to imagine that it is underneath that area where there was just a tornado. Um, but yeah, this one's
Yeah.
really hard to
Ashton,
pinpoint here.
I'm going to break in real quickly. I want to turn our attention back to the tornado warning to the northeast of Celis. This has now been upgraded. You had touched on this before, but just within the last 5 minutes, just want to remind everybody this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 4 miles southeast of Gilberttown, 17 miles south of Butler, moving northeast at 35. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This has been a storm that we've been tracking. It's kind of in a bad spot on radar, but once again, they are confirming it. Radar confirmed tornado locations. This is going to be, thankfully, if there's any good news out of this storm, it's going to be over rural areas of southwestern Choctaw County. So not very heavily populated whatsoever, but there are still people that live there. So again, PDS tornado, large and extremely dangerous tornado, 4 miles southeast of Gilberttown. And we'll, of course, continue to monitor that. The velocity on that one, Ashton, is unbelievable. And at the same time, there's also other rotations near and around Orville and Selma that we've talked about. Those are still radar indicated, but we got to really just keep a close eye on those because those are starting to really ramp up here. But man, that one just north of Coffeyville is just unbelievable rotation on that, even despite the fact that it's very de-aliased, meaning it's in a bad spot on radar. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and I'm actually getting photos sent in right now via email of what looks to be a large and damaging tornado there in Silas or nearby Silas. So this has been going on for a little bit. That was sent to me at about 5:17, which was a minute ago. And that does look to be a large and damaging tornado, like I said. Um, yeah, potentially a major tornado there. Just based on what I'm seeing there. Uh, Also, this rotation near Selma does appear to be closing in a little bit, so I am watching for that as well. Um, yeah, so we have multiple events here unfolding. As I just lost Brendan for a second. Usually he comes back after a second or two. There you go. So I'm getting a confirmation that yeah, from a few hours ago.
Ashton.
Yeah.
We got a new extension of that tornado warning that we've been talking about. This is now going to be for southeastern Choctaw County and northwestern Clark County. This is the same storm that we've been tracking now, and it's starting to now move over into a little bit more populated areas, but still over mainly rural areas of southeastern Choctaw and Clark counties. This is still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles east of Gilberttown, 16 miles south of Butler, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Like I said, Ashton is still a PDS tornado warning. Um, Again, any good news would be it's over mainly rural areas, but hopefully that storm weakens as it moves very close to Thomasville over the next 10 to 20 minutes. But this storm is really starting to ramp up still. It's got a very good rotation, very rain wrapped too. It's probably why it's more radar confirmed rather than spotters. I assume there have been spotters that spotted it, like you just said, and via email somebody sent you some photos. Um, but man, has this got to be rain wrapped? What did you see in those photos, Ashton? Is it very visible? Is it rain wrapped? What did you indicate from that email?
Um, Actually, the tornado was quite visible in that email
Really?
that I
Okay.
got. But that
Okay.
might have been from a while back because apparently that was in Silas, and it seems like it's been away from that area for maybe about 20 or 30 minutes. So it could have just been a little bit less rain wrapped back then. Now becoming a little bit, more. or less visible by this point. I'm trying desperately to get a better view on the radar here, but even down in Mobile, we're not getting a great view of that one, unfortunately.
Right.
And that, as far as I can tell, based on that picture, I haven't seen any pictures of the Tuscaloosa area tornadoes that we've had. That could be the largest tornado we've had so far today, so it's unfortunate to not really be able to get that data out to people here, or be able to see that. I'm sure we'll get more information, throughout the day tomorrow, and future updates on that one. But for now, it's really tough to see anything in that storm at all. I want to draw your attention back. We do have that obviously large and damaging tornado ongoing down there, but we do have this hook echo that is looking still just very extreme up here near Birmingham. That rotation is still decent. I want to get an update on that correlation coefficient. I'm getting an update as you guys do, so just bear with me here as I'm trying to unfold this situation here. Yeah, so I can't tell if there's a clear debris ball in there. I don't think there is at this point, thankfully. If there is, it's a little bit to the south there, but I don't think that is. So at this point, I'm not seeing anything like that, although that supercell does seem to be getting a little bit more defined on reflectivity, especially over the past 10 minutes or so. It hardly had a hook echo at 5:14 there, but now at 5:23 or so, we definitely have a much more defined hook echo there. So that's going to be interesting to watch that event unfold there, because of the fact that this one has constantly been kind of reforming, and now it's gone ahead and done so again. Let's go ahead and see here. I'm trying to read some comments here.
Nice hook on it too, by the way.
Yeah.
Really kind of trying to reestablish itself, like you said. It's recycling again. General theme of the day: recycling storms.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is obviously just crazy stuff we're watching here.
By the way, we are up to, last time I checked, 2100 likes? It looks like it is. Yeah, 2100 likes. Thank you guys so much for liking the video. Continue to do so. And thank you all again for the donations. That means a lot. That helps us to be able to continue to bring you live severe weather coverage throughout the spring, summer, and fall, and even into hurricane season when that starts back up again. We'll provide you live coverage then too. To all the viewers, to all the mods, thank you for being here. In particular, the mods, special shout out to you guys, Carlos, Tony. I know I'm forgetting some names. Tyler Base was here, and everybody else. Thank you for providing us additional information regarding reports, tornado warnings, etc. You guys have all been amazing today. Keep it up, and we'll continue to provide coverage throughout the evening. Ashton, I mean, we haven't had a chance to really pause for a second, and I want to take that chance. I know there's a lot going on. I mean, what has been your general sense of today? I mean, everything's happening at once. It's just been a crazy day so far with trying to keep track of everything. I mean, are you surprised by what we've seen? Is there anything that sticks out to you so far? I mean, what's your general consensus of today so far?
I mean, today so far, obviously, the theme here has been that Alabama has been, I mean, absolutely getting most of that action compared to Mississippi, whereas we probably thought it would be more Mississippi rather than Alabama. So that's one of the more surprising things so far to me. As a matter of fact, I think all of our confirmed tornadoes have been outside of Mississippi. I don't think there's been one in Mississippi at all. We have one there in northern Louisiana that came in much earlier today. And then we have, I think, 5 plus, maybe 6 or 7 here in Alabama. So that's been one of the more surprising things ongoing here. Also, just the lack of long-lived tornadoes. They've been very quick and evolving, and they've been coming to an end as quickly as they're starting. That seems to be what's happening with those so far. So,
Absolutely. I,
let-
I couldn't have said it better. I can't disagree with you. I really, honest to God, I feel the same way that you do about today's event. And just in the nick of time, as soon as we, just get a little break to talk about that and analyze the event, I got to get back to the cell that is still a PDS. This is that cell that's in southeastern Choctaw and northwestern Clark counties. That tornado warning has now been extended. At 4:23, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 9 miles north of Coffeyville, 14 miles south of Butler, moving northeast at 40. Once again, still a particularly dangerous situation. Um, still, over rural areas of Choctaw and northwestern Clark counties. I do expect this to start to move over more populated areas. As we've talked about for the last half hour, the good news out of that particular cell is it's maintained itself over rural areas of those two particular counties. So I guess if there's any hope, it's that that storm starts to weaken as it moves into more populated areas. Unfortunately, though, what I'm seeing on the mesoanalysis through the Storm Prediction Center, the shear is still continuing to increase, and those parameters are really starting to ramp up. That's why, Ashton, we've really seen two things happen. We've seen storms recycle, like we've talked about, and we've also seen storms continue to reignite in the same areas that have been impacted by tornadoes later and earlier this afternoon. So, because of that, we're starting to see storms re-intensify, re-strengthen, and restructure themselves across the same areas that we saw, unfortunately, really strong tornadoes rip through um, within the last few hours. It's just been remarkable, to say the least. It's been a crazy day so far.
yeah, absolutely. It's been really interesting to see this unfold in the way it has. Uh, so far, I wouldn't say this is underformed or overperformed thus far. I think this is going around as expected. Now, let's say the activity with that second punch is just as active as this, then I would say this probably underperformed, obviously. If we were to
Sure.
only end up with, under 20 tornadoes, I would say that that wouldn't warrant that 45% chance at that point. Um, but I'm thinking generally since, well, I need to get an update here. I'll get us updated here on this Cape because I want to see how everything's holding up. Oh yeah. So a lot of that Alabama Cape has been eaten up. That makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
But south of Jackson, we're picking up 3,200 Cape right now. Widespread 3,000, or sorry, 2,500 to 3,000 amounts within those white regions. Pretty much the central and southern regions there of Mississippi for the most part. So there's still a lot to come there for Mississippi, I'm pretty sure. Alabama, we're going to see if that Cape is going to make a comeback after the beating it's taken, obviously, from all of these storms rolling through. I'm sure we will see a general increase in that Cape again with just how moist the atmosphere is and how high those temperatures were able to get, and still likely are at this point. Um, Here, I want to see one thing. Okay,
But
so we
one thing, Ashton, real quickly, you're looking at Cape and stuff, and I've also been looking at the shear. I think we should have like a count, like a a count of how many times we've said wind shear today. But the shear out ahead of those, the PDS warn cell is actually even higher. For example, surface to 3 wind shear is close to 40 knots and holding. So that's why a lot of these storms, as we've talked about, have been able to re-strengthen and re-intensify. You're absolutely right. The Cape has really been eaten up. A lot of that having to do with just ongoing thunderstorms, a lot of torrential rainfall, and oversaturation of the atmosphere has allowed that Cape to really drop. It's still relatively high in some spots, but not as high as what we saw early this morning and during peak heating. So I'm really curious as to how this all comes together tonight. We've been talking about that second line moving through these same areas later this evening in the next couple of hours. It's going to be really interesting to see how that holds up. Is it going to be more of a wind threat, or are we going to see rotational kinks within that squall line that sweeps across Alabama and eventually into places like Georgia and South Carolina early on tomorrow morning and it's tomorrow afternoon?
yeah. Um, that is the question, really. That is the question. Uh, let's see. So Here's an interesting question for you guys. Do you think this will end up being the biggest severe weather event of the year?
Ooh.
That's kind of a juicy one. Just based on this is obviously very early estimates, but um, based on how this has gone and how you expect it to go, but basically at this point, it would take another high risk to rival this.
I wonder too, is there going to be another high risk this year? That'd be another great question to ask, kind of going along with what you just said.
Yeah, because that is what it would take. Likely. We've seen moderate risks.
People are saying, look at Birmingham. Chat saying that. We also just had a new tornado warning come in. I think that's an extension. Where is this one? Let's see. No, that's actually for the Selma storm. Um, let's see. Is that still radar indicated? Capable of producing a tornado for that one. Nice velocity signature on that. Pretty well defined. Not as strong as what we saw with the first tornado that went through that area, but still very nice structure to that. Just to the southwest, that's also capable of producing a tornado. Also, you know what, Ashton? Somebody had mentioned the cell all the way back in Mississippi. If we can just take a quick second to just go over that, and then we'll head right back to Alabama. That's got a really solid rotation to it. Reflectivity may not tell the tale because it's very, kind of oversaturated in that area. So sometimes that hook echo can be masked within the rain. But man, that has one hell of a velocity to it. If you just go over to the KDGX radar site for that one,
So which storm is that again?
that's going to be the one that just got warned in southwest Mississippi. Actually, it may just be crossing into. Oh wait, hold on. Give me a second. Is that in Mississippi? It should be on the KDGX radar. Yeah, it is Mississippi, right on the Louisiana border. You see that right there?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of in a tough radar spot, but
Yeah.
somebody pointed
That's
out to it.
another one of those. I remember northeastern Mississippi being. Northeastern Louisiana being a very tough spot with the radar as well.
Yeah.
Southern Arkansas is also very difficult. So I'm sure throughout the year we'll see situations where we end up there.
Sure.
Tony H is still here. Thank you for being here. Okay, so this is near Roxy, correct? Roxy.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, again, just a tough spot. But yeah, that rotation, I am seeing some pretty tight rotation in there. 43 up against 43.
Not bad.
Definitely some more significant rotation going on in there.
Quick update, Ashton, on that cell that we've been talking about in southwestern Alabama. This is now, as I talked about, starting to move into populated areas. If you recall, it was actually over rural areas of Choctaw and Clark County. This is at 427. Tornado-producing storm is located near Putnam, 12 miles southeast of Butler, moving northeast at 40. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. And as we've been talking about, radar confirmed tornado. So this time around, we're starting to get into more of a densely populated area. Locations include Linden. That should sound very familiar to us as well. Thomaston, Sweetwater, Dayton, Putnam, Freddie Jones Field, just to name a few. So if you're in these areas, once again, this is a confirmed tornado, and it's also had the history of being a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation, and more specifically, large and extremely dangerous tornado. So a very lengthy history with this storm, so please seek shelter. Lowest floor of a sturdy building, away from windows. So right now, Ashton, it looks like that's the only confirmed tornado right now. I'm looking over here at the cell in Birmingham. That has been downgraded to capable of producing a tornado. You and I have been talking about that within the last hour. The rotation has weakened a bit. However, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like it might be trying to recycle around Adamsville. So we'll have to keep a close eye to see if it, escalates in that part of Birmingham. But again, just radar indicated. Just trying to check here on some other cells. Yeah, looks like the one in Selma. Rotation, trying to get its act together. still relatively strong, but no confirmed tornado there, just radar capable of producing a tornado. Radar indicated on the other cell to the southwest. So, really, the big story at the moment is that tornado warning in Sweetwater, Thomaston, and Dayton, and as well as Linden. That's another area that's been battered by storms throughout the vast majority of today. And that would have been earlier on this morning that Linden got involved. Also, new tornado warning within the last 6 minutes, all the way back in Arkansas. That's also radar indicated. This is going to be near McGehee and near Dermott, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So locations impacted there: Rower, Tiller, and Baxter. So just right now, one confirmed tornado, and we'll keep an eye to see if anything changes with that Birmingham cell, as well as the one just to the northeast of Selma, even to the southwest of Selma.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff going on here. Um, so it seems like a lot of these cells. I mean, honestly, this one near Birmingham. Okay, so we just got another tornado warning on that one. I was about to say, um, that looks like that just came in a minute ago because I was about to say that looks very odd that there is not a tornado warning there, and that actually is an observed tornado warning. So we are back on the ground there. Yeah, there is a total debris ball right underneath that one. So
I was just about to say because it looked like it was recycling itself. I found that kind of odd. I was thinking kind
yeah,
of the same thing. I was like, huh.
yeah. So we totally have a debris ball under that one. So that's probably the third time this one is reformed now. Um, if we're keeping count here, but who's counting anyway? Um, yeah, and that's actually intensifying as well. So I'm gonna keep that live scan activated so we can get the latest information on this one. Oh wow, yeah, that does have some very strong rotation in it. We have 62 up against 46 mile per hour. Very rapidly, that rotation is becoming violent there with that one. That's going to be heading towards Adamsville, it appears. Adamsville, Alabama, Graysville, somewhere in that area. Then eventually Brookside as it crosses over Interstate 22. Gardendale, you're going to be right there in that as well. Morris, Kimberly, Warrior, Trafford. Trying to get some other names in there. Fultondale. So we're watching multiple areas here where this is going to be eventually crossing into. We're about to get a new frame here, guys. Yeah, so same story here. We're just seeing that large debris ball there that is actually intensifying still. Let's get an update on that velocity. Well, we didn't get one yet, so can't give it to you till it's here. Okay, so that did weaken a little bit. See 33 potentially up against, here if that wants to load in. It doesn't. 22 up against about 33 there, so still some rotation. But yeah, that debris ball for sure heading towards Adamsville is concerning, to say the least.
So now it looks like, Ashton, we got two confirmed tornadoes right in those areas that we've been really monitoring here. Um, Gosh, and it just goes to show. I mean, the radar is having a tough time keeping up with the warnings, and just when you think that it's a radar indicated, it's a radar confirmed, um, and we're trying our best to keep up with that, and there's a little bit of a delay, but Mods, thank you for being amazing and sharing those updated warnings as soon as we get them. Yeah, like I talked about, Ashton, that storm is really starting to recycle and ramp up that good hook echo there. And these storms, I mean, because we're it's going to be pretty much rain wrapped. A lot of these, we've seen a theme of radar confirmed, with the exception of the one to the southwest in near Linden. So it's getting to that point in time now. We're just about to approach 5 o'clock in the evening, where in the next couple hours we're going to really start to see sunset and nighttime. It's going to be a lot harder to confirm these, and even more difficult as they start to become more in a multi-clustered like format that we've seen around Birmingham and areas south.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see. So we did get another frame there from just south of Adamsville. We still do have that debris ball there. It has weakened a bit, but it is still there nevertheless. And we have seen these at points kind of weaken a little bit and then come back a little bit as well. So we're watching for all these things here. Let's see.
Ashton, real quickly, just if I have the time here, there has been an update to the SPC outlook for those who are wondering.
Okay.
For the day one today, they have pretty much kept everything the same. It says here that the only changes that they've made is to just remove the enhanced risk from Southwest Missouri. No surprise there. The front has pretty much moved through. And then the second is to extend the slight risk westward into parts of northeast Oklahoma. So that's going to be related to the second line of storms that we're starting to see come together in Mississippi. So they've actually kept a lot of that risk in place and intact, that 45% that we've been alluding to. And I think a lot of that, Ashton, has to do to, just the increase in shear, increase in helicity in that second line that's going to move through tonight. So in that case, it's a good call by the SBC to keep that because this is not going to go away anytime soon. We expect to see additional rounds of thunderstorms move through in the next hour or two across these same areas that have just been pummeled by some really strong thunderstorms, including, in many cases, some large and destructive tornadoes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is I think we're seeing a little bit of a lull here in activity, a tiny bit. Obviously, there's two potentially ongoing tornadoes right now, but um, we're about to. Well, actually, you know what? That Arkansas tornado warning is observed right now.
Oh, really?
That is.
Yep.
We have this debris ball still near Birmingham, and that does look to be generally weakening, but that is heading straight for Adamsville, straight to Brookside. But we are going to go ahead and try to check out that one in Arkansas here. A potential ongoing tornado. The thing is, we're right in a radar hole there. Like,
gosh,
that's the
bad
worst
spotting.
one. That's way worse than what we've been dealing with. I think Little Rock's going to be the way to go here. Yeah, so it is very hard to tell. I'm sure this tornado was seen from the ground, but
and you know what, Ashton? I remember the same conversation of regarding kind of the dead zone of radars coming into question when the Jonesboro tornado happened just last year. That was the same discussion because that was also one that was very hard to detect on radar, but was observed, and they were able to at least have some sort of lead time for that area. So it's kind of a repeat, a deja vu moment for Arkansas because this is the same thing that we talked about for Jonesboro happening once again today, and even for a lot of spots in Alabama and Mississippi with these dead zones.
yeah, it's right over McGee there in or McGehee, right there in Arkansas. So we're watching that closely. I can see that rotation. It would be hard to indicate a debris ball of any sort. Let's see. So yeah, we're gonna await the latest information on this one. If you guys get any information, especially mods there, if you have any links, please be sure to let us know. Let's see.
Ashton, the Selma ones, those two cells that we've been monitoring, still really strong rotation. Those have been updated. Still on my end, radar indicated. So we'll of course continue to keep watch of that because those storms are really, really well defined and organized to say the least. And then obviously going back here, see to what would be Marengo County in southwestern Alabama, tornado producing storm. So still a damaging tornado there in more populated areas. So that, along with the Arkansas cell, we'll definitely have to keep watch of. Also, too, if I can mention, and I know we haven't had the chance to talk about this today just because of everything going on. There have been, a lot of wind reports and even some damaging wind producing storms. There was actually a line of thunderstorms that were producing 70-mile wind gusts in Baton Rouge today. So we cannot forget there's also a damaging wind threat. There's a lot of wind energy aloft in the mid levels of the atmosphere. And when that's channeled down, you're going to get some pretty strong winds. And speaking is that 60-mile-an-hour gusts outside of Jackson, that could even increase, up to even 70 miles per hour as that cold front starts to catch up with these storms. So tornado threat has been the main discussion today. We've talked a little bit about the flash flooding, but we haven't really talked about the damaging winds, which is understandable because tornadoes have really taken the headlines today. Ashton, did we get any updates on tornado warnings that just crossed through, or no? I thought I saw
Okay,
something.
I'm gonna go one by one here and make sure that we haven't.
We yeah, we did, Ashton. Do you want to go over? There was the same one we've been talking about by Sweetwater. That's 445. That has also again been confirmed for now, probably the fourth time. And the same locations that we talked about, Linden, Sweetwater, and Dayton, same towns. That they just updated that tornado warning. But if there's any other ones that I missed, please, let me
Yeah,
know.
so we're gonna go back down to Alabama here, where most of the action is taking place today. These two cells here in between Orville, Selma, Billingsley, these do actually have some really nice structure in here. Let's see. And some nice rotation as well. So we're going to be watching those closely. Those do have tornado warnings. All are radar indicated at this point. But we do have that observed tornado here. It is no longer a damage threat considerable tornado warning. This is just a typical observed tornado warning here. It still is a little bit difficult to see here on the radar, but it's not as difficult as it was a little bit ago. So we are getting more info on this one. Then, let's see. I kind of lost my train of thought there. Let's move up into Birmingham there, because this one still is also an observed tornado. I want to see if that debris ball is still there or not. Let's see. That's kind of what I'm curious about because we did have that debris ball just a few moments ago there. And it does not appear that we do it. It appears that has gone ahead and broken up, thankfully. So again, another very short-lived or potentially short-lived tornado there. The third one that's come from this cell, pretty much. So this is this has just been the trend all day. Really short-lived tornadoes. Really.
But ones that just continue to recycle. I mean,
Yeah.
that's been the biggest kind of headline of today. Um, right now, I'm just gonna real quickly, Ashton, since we have a little bit of downtime, since there's just technically two confirmed, one in just Alabama and then one in Arkansas. I wanted to check and see what the reports are at now for tornado reports. So we are now up to 11 tornado reports. A lot of those have to do with the tornadoes that moved through right around the Tuscaloosa area, as well as Selma earlier today. So a lot of that concentration around there. We did have a tornado report, northern Louisiana. That would have been, I believe, way earlier in the day, probably around mid morning. And then earlier this afternoon, we had those tornado reports right around south central Mississippi. So 11 so far. Good news at the moment is, according to the SPC, no confirmed injuries. That was a fear that we had earlier in the day regarding any. I think there was a report that came in that was saying multiple injuries. I don't see the SPC publishing that right now. I could be wrong, but if there's any good news, not a lot of injuries to report so far. And let's keep it that way, and let's hope that a lot of that has to do with the early warning that people had from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center for the last couple days.
All right. Let's see here. So this hook echo here that is generally to the north of Birmingham. The interesting thing here is that even though we've seen that debris ball kind of die down and we've seen that rotation, generally not quite as tight as it was before, that reflectivity is still looking very classic as far as a hook echo goes. So I really feel as though this one could imminently put back down a tornado, obviously. This is just to the east of Graysville, to the south of Brookside, and to the north of Adamsville, and as well as Forestdale there as well. We're watching that one very closely.
Ashton, I'm also keeping an eye on the cell to the northwest of Selma. If you want to very quickly just take a look at that, and then obviously head back to Birmingham. That hook echo is starting to become well more defined, and even the velocities now are really starting to kick up here. I'm going to check correlation coefficient. You do the same on your end. I want to see if there's anything. Gosh, it's so hard to tell, Ashton, but I'm really keeping an eye on that one because it has really gotten its act together and is ramping up in the last 5 minutes or so. Still radar indicated, but we got to really keep an eye to see if there's any CC drop out of that or any radar confirmed tornado. What do you see on your end? I mean, this cell also is really starting to get its act together too.
So both those cells down there are looking defined. As far as rotation, the one that's really catching my eye a little bit more is that one that is to the west of Selma there. I don't know if that's the same exact one you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the one to the east as well is looking like if you give it a little bit, that would have the potential to also go ahead and put down a tornado eventually down the road. That one on reflectivity is also looking very classic. That one might even have better inflow there. So it's probably just a little bit earlier in its development there as compared to the one we're watching now. But based on rotation, this one does actually have a good amount of rotation, as you alluded to. I want to see how that's progressed, actually. And that looks to have tightened very recently on there, so I would not be surprised if we are kind of very close to a touchdown there on that one, actually. So good catch there for sure. But on correlation coefficient, like you said, not really seeing much there.
Yeah.
Let's see. That is about to go over, looks like Route 80 maybe. Or maybe Route 8. Can't really get a clear indication of which one it is. I'm seeing either.
Yeah, I'm just that cell is looking really good. Also, Birmingham, like you talked about, man, does that have a hook echo on it too? Damaging tornado radar confirmed tornado still as a 435 that we've talked about already. So again, this is the same area. I mean, we just, earlier today had a supercell, another confirmed tornado by Kimberly and Morris, and it's about to once again cross that interstate leading into Birmingham. So this is going to be another region of Alabama that gets a 1-2 punch of back-to-back tornadoes. So we'll have to keep an eye as that supercell crosses over the interstate for now the second time today in the northern Birmingham metro. I want to just check here too and see another storm. This is going to be, once again, we're continuing to monitor the tornado warning that was in effect for Marengo County. That's well to the south and near Dayton. That's going to be a confirmed tornado near Nanafalia, or 15 miles east of Butler, moving northeast at 40. Damaging tornado, quarter-size hail. That is also radar confirmed. Towns, Linden, Thomaston, Sweetwater, Dayton, Putnam, as well as many others. So we got currently 2 confirmed tornadoes, as well as even the third one that was in Arkansas. That actually has been downgraded now. It's now capable of producing a tornado. So this is radar indicated rotation. It was confirmed prior, but now has been downgraded. So good news there out of Arkansas. Also want to go back here to southwestern and even, I should say, south central, excuse me, Mississippi. That one we've been keeping an eye on. Good news there, just radar indicated rotation, nothing confirmed yet, but we'll keep a close eye on those. But Ashton, like we've been talking about, those particular cells right to the northwest of Selma have been really catching my eye. Even the one in Birmingham and Sweetwater, Alabama. Just Alabama as a whole has really been the hot zone for tornadoes today,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
should be throughout the evening.
Like I said, I think most every tornado, except maybe a couple here, have happened in Alabama so far today. I want to draw your attention here to this one. Now, I know just a minute ago we were saying the one that was west of Selma there was the stronger looking one, but all of a sudden that one just to the north, I mean, I'm taking a look on velocity at 71 miles per hour, right up against 37. I'm not
Yeah.
seeing a debris ball yet, unless we're about to get another frame there. But I am seeing very tight rotation there, and the shape of that hook there is telling me that we could be momentarily about to see a very serious situation. This is reminding me of pretty much every other tornado we've had so far today. So I want to go ahead and put this in motion, see if that correlation coefficient is telling me anything here. I'm not, but I would not be surprised if on the very next frame we see that we get a we get some sort of debris ball there. That rotation
Yeah, you're so
is
right.
looking
I mean,
rather
it's
tight.
unreal on that. Do you see anything on correlation coefficient? I'm sorry, I don't know if you just said that or not.
No,
Um,
I do not yet, but we're about to get another frame come in here. And by the way, on rotation, I'm trying to get an update here. Okay, let's see. So I'm seeing something like, yeah, maybe 40 up against 40, something like that. Let me see on correlation coefficient if there's anything. And there, I mean, there is like a little lighter spot there, but nothing that would tell me there's any sort of damaging tornado under there. But yeah, this is heading straight for Billingsley, by the way. But that hook echo is a very classic looking one.
Hey, Ashton, just a quick update on that. Just to the north, we were talking about that storm. Just heading over the northern metro of Birmingham. 454 confirmed tornado was located over Brookside near Gardendale, moving northeast at 25. Damaging tornado quarter size hail, and that's been radar confirmed. So they have just extended that as it crosses over the interstate right by Kimberly and Morris. So just wanted to real quickly get that in there, and I'll turn that right back to you to go over those cells in Selma.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing exactly what you're talking about up there near Morris. Yeah, definitely looks like an area there of correlation coefficient that is indicating potentially a debris ball there. So that is probably the fourth time that cell has dropped a tornado here. Yeah, definitely right outside of Gardendale, it appears. So very interesting there. We're gonna need to keep up to date with that one as that one unfolds. I really want to
Right.
see if a tornado is going to come down from this one.
It is still radar indicated, Ashton, but yeah, I'm with you on that. That rotation is really the velocities on that. The gate to gate is really increased, especially even now it's both of them actually. The one just the northwest in Valley Grande, and even the one to the east of that. Those two cells have actually done the opposite of what we saw earlier with one storm weakening and one the other. They actually both are equally as strong, really.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So we're
Still
going to need
radar
to see.
indicators though.
Yep, yep. Um, and that one, by the way, down for near Linden and Sweetwater, that is now a radar indicated. So we've seen that one go ahead and weaken a bit. Again, another short-lived situation. That was probably our longest tornado that we had. That was said to be confirmed. I'm getting another frame here, so stand by. Okay, Billingsley. Usually the velocity comes in a second later, but this one seems to have come in right away. Oh yeah, here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, now it appears we have 36 up against about 45. Still no debris ball. This one seems like it's imminently close, though, I have to say.
We'll see as it crosses the interstate if we get more of a debris signature than we already have now.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of trees, so I feel like there should already be something showing up. By the way, south of Morris, we are getting a little bit of more of, or sorry, no, that's not even the right spot, so never mind. Should be, okay, So maybe a little bit of a signature of a debris ball there. Very minimal near Gardendale so far. That is about to cross Interstate 65 there. So we're watching both of these.
Just another thing, real quickly, Ashton. We
Yeah.
got a new tornado warning just crossing over the Arkansas-Mississippi border. This is going to be radar indicated, and this is going to be for Chickett County, Washington, and Bolivar. Just wanted to get that out there very, very quickly before we turn back to Alabama. Just to let everybody know there's a couple tornado warnings to the northwest and even to the southwest portion of Mississippi.
Yeah, and obviously if those become a confirmed tornado warnings, we will pretty instantly go ahead and switch over to those and check those out. We're trying to track these more ongoing tornadoes that are actually actively occurring here. Again, this debris ball just to the north of Birmingham is very subtle, but apparently we did have a confirmed tornado with that one. So I'm treating it as if there is a tornado on the ground. That rotation does seem pretty broad here. Yeah, right along Highway 65.
Hey, Ashton, do you want to go to that extension? We just got a brand new extension of that tornado warning, the storm that we've been watching in Billingsley. Do you want to go to that real quickly? And I think that's going to be radar indicated from what I saw here.
Okay, yeah, so that is still radar indicated. That rotation is very... it honestly looks pretty similar to how it looked earlier. Still no debris ball. So far, this is... out of all the storms that we've had all day, I think this one has been the one that's surprisingly struggled to try to put anything down based on what we've seen from the structure of it on radar. I didn't think that one would struggle quite as much, and it did seem to be in a little bit more of a favorable region, but I guess maybe the shear up here to the north is a little bit better, and that might be the reason why we've had I'm thinking these ones to the north might have had an easier time putting these tornadoes down for sure, just based on that shear, like we've said a million times. Shear. Let's see.
Yeah, these are really, I mean, they have great, you bring up a good point, Ashton. Great rotation signatures, great structure to them in terms of what you'd find in a supercell, but no indication of any sort of CC drop with these or what we like to look for in debris. So, like you said, struggling to touch down here, but gosh, the rotation is so strong with these for the most part that, it's actually a little bit surprising, but we'll keep a close eye on those two in particular. Let me go back up here just north of Birmingham. This would, I think we still have a confirmed tornado there. Ashton, what is the debris looking like with this? We've been talking about that one as well. Any difference in the correlation coefficient there?
With the one up near Birmingham.
Yeah, correct. Just crossing the interstate now, just south of Morris.
I'm seeing that rotation generally weaken maybe a little bit. That debris ball is so subtle, and it's not really establishing itself. I really do think that this one could be on the ground. Like, if I'm being honest, I think it really could, but I also could see it, have been maybe a brief funnel cloud there being what was reported. We never saw a strong signal there on the correlation coefficient, despite it being, on main roads, main areas. That one never really, really got its act together like you would expect.
Hey, Ashton, this has been the theme of the day too, just kind of jumping in on one another. And it's not to be rude, it's been that kind of day. That cell going back to Billingsley, that has now been confirmed just in the last 2 minutes. That is now a damaging tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed it. This is going to be impacting Clanton, Billingsley, Pletcher, Mitchell Lake, Higgins, and Pools Crossroads. So we've been talking about that cell. It hadn't really shown any way of a debris signature. I haven't looked now. I'm going to let Ashton do that momentarily. But yes, that is now a confirmed damaging tornado on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters approaching Billingsley, Alabama.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how quickly this can change in a hurry, We don't see that signature there on the correlation coefficient, but it really just probably by the time we get the next frame, we're just going to see that pop up. And that goes to show that a lot of things can occur here within just 1 or 2 frames, where you can't even pick up those changes, and that's why we have to just take these tornado warnings very seriously, regardless of how it looks on radar. Uh, let's see. Um, let's see. Clanton sounds familiar. Yeah, Clanton does sound familiar. Somebody said something about Clanton. I think we've been talking. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've been talking about all these areas earlier today. I mean, we're talking about very similar areas here. Um,
Also, hey Ashton, real quickly too, the tornado warning to the southwest we've been talking about as well. The one that was affecting Thomaston, excuse me. That one is now been also extended. Still confirmed tornado located over Miller, 10 miles south of Linden, moving northeast at 40. Damaging tornado. This is now, I remember earlier it was radar confirmed because it was in a bad spot. And then it was later confirmed by actually a viewer of yours that sent in photos of the tornado. This is now for the first time been confirmed by weather spotters. This is going to be
hmm,
impacting Linden, Thomaston, Sweetwater, Dayton, Wayne, Freddie Jones Field, Half Acre, and Octagon. These are all areas that had a tornado before. If you guys remember earlier this afternoon, right around the 12 o'clock time frame, just around noon, 11:30, they actually experienced a tornado around these same areas. So, Ashton, you just talked about Clanton. They probably will be experiencing another tornado today. Hopefully not, but Billingsley's been under the gun. A lot of these areas have been hit multiple times, and now we're seeing that again in both Thomaston and even up towards the Clandon area, now making its way into Billingsley as we speak.
yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy stuff we're seeing here. The interesting thing is we're hearing those reports. I still have yet to see that debris ball develop here on our correlation coefficient. I'm waiting for it to show up, and I'm confident it will, especially after crossing what looks like Route 82 there in Alabama. With that Sweetwater one, again, it's in a better spot for the radar, but it's not nearly perfect yet either. Um, but that rotation, yeah, I can see that in there for sure. Goodness.
And it just goes to show, you know, I can't say this enough. Even despite all of our technology, um, we still depend on storm spotters because we've been trying to find a debris ball or any sort of debris signature out of that storm in Billingsley, and we've kind of had a tough time doing that to no fault of our own. It's just technology can only do so much, even with dual polarized radar. We still greatly depend on law enforcement and storm spotters. That's really kind of the only way we've been able to confirm a tornado out of those two particular cells. Um, so, of course, hats off to them. Just goes to show, Ashton, that meteorology, it's both, what you see with your eyes and what you see on the radar, even in 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, on this most recent frame we've gotten here, I think I might have seen a bit of a drop on that CC. So we're watching, and I'm gonna be waiting for that next frame here on this cell that we've kind of been tracking here for a little bit. The rotation seems sufficient, obviously, for that, uh, for there to be a tornado. So I'm not doubting that by any means. We see that other one also looking actually
Yeah.
quite sufficient as far as rotation. So we might have another situation where they're back to back. Tornado observed crossing I-65 near Billingsley. So I-65. Well, that's kind of far away. That can't be.
Isn't, you know what? Isn't that, because that I-65, doesn't that run just parallel to Clinton? That would have had to been, am I
Yeah,
right
that
on that?
that might be the one from earlier,
Okay.
or something. But I'm confident there wasn't a tornado anywhere near there. Anytime recently at all. Um, so I'm watching here, and that CC drop has kind of disappeared here. So I'm curious if there is, in fact, still a tornado anywhere near here. Perhaps a bit of a drop, but very minimal here. Somebody's saying it's better to use the KMXX uh, site to view this one. I'm gonna try, but that seems a lot further than the KBMX. But it's worth a shot here.
Let's see. I'm checking it too. Yeah. I mean, even still, it's kind of hard to tell. Honestly, I don't think it really matters either way.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Here I'm gonna go back to the other one. The only, I guess, the big upside with using KBMX is I get to see both the Birmingham and also these ones to the south all in one site.
Just looking here, checking on our warnings. Yeah, nothing new right now. So just to recap, guys, um, let's see. We have really three confirmed tornadoes ongoing. One to the northern portion of Birmingham, so northern part of Birmingham Metro. We still have a confirmed tornado just passing through Billingsley and just to the southwest of Clarendon. And then, of course, the other one that we've been watching is just to the southwest of Thomaston. I don't know why I keep trying to pronounce it like that. Thomaston, Alabama. So three confirmed tornadoes ongoing in Alabama. We also do have a couple of other tornado warnings in Mississippi. As of right now, those are still radar indicated rotation. Let me just real quickly check over the other one. Yeah, radar indicated. So a little bit quiet to the west of Alabama, but as we've talked about, Alabama's really been the hot spot throughout the day today, and I think that's what it's going to conclude as once this event is all said and done.
Yeah. Um, Somebody asked at direct weather, is this considered a bust? Because people are debating in the comment section if this is a bust or not. Um, at this point, guys, we have been watching round one of these storms, and if you watch this morning's video, the significant tornado parameter on these initial storms was pretty high, but it's that second punch where we get extremely high significant tornado parameter and the very large amounts of cape that's still over Mississippi. We're starting to get tornado warnings there on that very western front there. So, no, I think it's very soon to say it's a bust at this point when the half of, if not less of this event is over at this point. It's way too early to tell here because we could see an explosive finish to this event here for sure.
Yeah, and Ashton, if I can just chime in real quick on that. I mean, there's really a couple things to consider when we start to get into the conversation of a bust, right? We still have a lot of reports still coming in for many of these tornadoes that have still not been verified and confirmed yet. We got to take that into consideration. Right now, there's only 11 reports. I think that'll be a little bit higher. Um, but you can only have that conversation once the event is all said and done. And whether we have 20 tornado reports or 50 or 60 at the end of the day, um, I think either way, whether this thing was a high or a moderate, this was a very severe event. I mean, we're talking about large and extremely dangerous tornadoes that have ripped already across Alabama and approached major metropolitan areas of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. It's such a tough conversation to have, Ashton, because we really don't have a clear cut definition of what a bust is. But it just remains to be seen on how this all plays out as that second line moves through. We still got to consider that. And either way, I think everybody involved has done a great job in notifying the public. I just don't think it's really the right time to say whether or not this event was quote unquote a bust. It's just too early in the day to say that at this time.
Absolutely. And really, we're looking at the Cape right now as we speak here, and it's very clear that there is tons and tons of that convective available potential energy still available. As we're taking a look at generally anywhere in the reds, the dark reds there, we're taking a look at 2,000 plus. So for a lot of Alabama, that is cleared out. I am curious to see if that is going to make its way back into Alabama or if Alabama is pretty much mostly done with these events because model guidance suggests that there's going to be some more strong storms later tonight, probably after I'm already done here on this stream, rolling through Alabama again. That's going to be more in the time frame of potentially 12, 1, 2 a.m. potentially. Um, So yeah, this is a little early to call a bust. I mean, we're taking a look at significant amounts of Cape there in Mississippi. And actually, Brendan, on these last few hours here, I'm talking the next 1, 2, 3 hours here as we lead up to 9 p.m. I'm thinking we're going to start to see this Alabama stuff begin to die down. And you might disagree here. Just let me know. I'm up for a healthy debate, but I think that this Alabama stuff is really going to die down, and we're going to begin to see the story shift more towards Mississippi, and that's based off of current trends here with these storms popping up, and then also the amounts of Cape over Mississippi. I think there's a lot more potential still left over for Mississippi versus Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, I still think the threat exists, for Alabama, but you know what? Honestly, here's the thing with that. We've seen a lot of storms take the energy out of these areas. So, I think Mississippi, it's had a little bit of time to recharge here for any additional tornadic storms to form. They might be a little bit more linear, kind of what you're saying, but honestly, I can't really disagree with you for the most part. I think the chance still exists for Alabama, but I think the shift will start to be more west with that additional line. And by that time, because we've seen repeated rounds of supercells in Alabama, that might help to stabilize the environment a little bit. But then again, they could still rotate. So I think the threat's still there for both states, but I totally understand what you mean with Mississippi being more of that target zone over the next hour or two as we get closer into the evening.
Okay, so I'm seeing a new observed tornado here, north of Billingsley. So that is that cell we've been tracking. And now we do have that correlation coefficient drop. Actually, uh, finally, a pretty sharp drop in there. We have around 50 up against 50 on the shear, or sorry, on the velocity there. So yeah, we're seeing a pretty healthy tornado here on the ground north of Billingsley. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, and
Yeah,
for
that was just within the last minute too, Ashton. It's pretty brand new.
absolutely, and within the past, even the past 30 minutes, we've had strong rotation from this one, but we've been talking about how it just could not get itself together and actually drop a real tornado down and get that sharp drop in the correlation coefficient. And finally, that does occur as expected there, actually. Not surprised at all. Let's see. I got to reload this
And
because.
also, I'm going to cut in just a bit here, very, very quickly, of course, because I don't even know if this is on the ground, the one I'm looking at. I just got a tornado warning all the way up in Missouri. This is going to be extreme southwestern Missouri, right near Branson. It's just going to be radar indicated tornado golf ball size hail for Table Rock Lake, Seligman, Eagle Rock, and Emerald Beach. Just wanted to quickly get that in there. But Ashton, of course, our attention is still in Alabama, so please go ahead and provide us the updates on that particular cell that we've been looking at for a while here.
Yeah, yeah. So I had to reload the radar in real quick. So perfect timing. I have a fresh new uh, version of WSV3 running here. Let's see. I want to get those storm reports back on. Okay, we're ready to go. So now we're watching that cell north of Billingsley here, and we do have that correlation coefficient drop, as I alluded to. We've actually seen that going on for a while now. It seems like that became pretty apparent around 6:12, so maybe 9 minutes ago, and that has been increasing in intensity. And we've recently seen an extension of that tornado warning there to be more aligned with where it's actually located. So I'm going to go with the fact that we do have a pretty intense tornado on the ground. Nothing, I don't think it's too major at this point yet. It's very hard to speculate that, but just based on that correlation coefficient drop and velocity that I'm taking a look at, this has room for growth. Yeah, let's see. Okay. I am curious if this one behind it will end up developing as well, as we're watching both of these. This one up here, yeah, everything else is radar indicated at this point.
Just trying to see on correlation coefficient if there's anything. Yeah, there's definitely, as you talked about with the Billingsley one, there's definitely a debris ball signature for sure. Much more defined now. And then the other one to the northwest, not really a CC drop there. Um, but, again, still really strong rotation. Let me take a look here. I think we also had a update recently on the tornado warning that was impacting the northern Birmingham metro. This tornado warning has now been extended for Locust Fork as well as Cleveland. Confirmed tornado located over Kimberly, 7 miles north of Gardendale, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. This has been a public confirmed tornado, specifically a damaging tornado. So this is going to be impacting Dallas, Locust Fork, Trafford, Allgood, Fairview, Hayden, as well as Nectar. So these are towns just directly north of Birmingham. You want to be able to seek shelter immediately at the lowest floor possible. Ashton, I'm kind of looking here. Do you want to take a look at that very quickly? It looks like there's a very, very faint CC drop, but I want your second opinion on that because I'm not too sure on that one.
Where is that exact cell located?
North of Birmingham, that one we've been looking at.
Yeah, I was looking at something
Really
viewer.
well.
Yeah, okay. So I see where the hook is. So let me just switch over here. Yeah, if anything, that would be very faint at this point, but we will see. It does say, yeah, it does say confirmed there. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is one, and that's going to be headed towards Locust Fork. Generally, if it stays right in the middle of that tornado warning, this can turn towards Hayden. It can turn towards Allgood here. And we're just going to continue to track that one. So now we have 2 confirmed tornadoes ongoing, it appears, if not more. But yeah, I think 2 at a minimum here. This one has been upgraded to a threat considerable tornado warning, actually, here. And that CC is dropping. Oh, my goodness. Here, as this approaches Interstate 65, we've seen a massive drop in that CC. Large tornado here. And that is heading generally right for Clanton. So if you are in Clanton, or if you know anybody in Clanton, be sure to let them know. This one is going to cross, possibly just hit Clanton directly, if not cross probably to the west there. Also, we haven't asked you guys in a long time, but be sure to like this stream and help that algorithm out and suggest this to more people. Be sure to share this to your Facebook and friends and family, especially if you live in this region. And generally just help get the word out. Yeah, this is the Billingsley storm, and yes, you can see the CC drop 100%. This is just another tornado to add to the list at this point. On an absolutely crazy day that we've seen so far. I want to see what that velocity looks like at this point.
You know what, Ashton? And just to underscore that again, yeah, it is a PDS. You're right, Hydra. Please do not spam though, guys. You will get timed out for that. But yeah, it is a PDS. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, just what Ashton said. So that is a very, very bad situation for Clinton that's already been hit by a tornado earlier on this afternoon. We also did get an extension of that tornado warning to the southwest, and this is just radar indicated rotation. This was the same storm that we saw produce a large and extremely dangerous tornado nearly an hour and a half ago in mainly rural areas of southwestern Alabama. But again, it is still going, this time radar indicated rotation. Marion, Uniontown, Thomaston, Dayton, Freddie Jones Field, as well as Marion Junction. You guys are under the gun for that storm. I want to also take a look here at the storm just west of Clinton. That one is also still radar indicated, but had a pretty impressive radar, or a pretty impressive. Let me quickly go back to Missouri. We cannot forget about Missouri. It's pretty far off, but still, got to take a look. Still radar indicated. So right now, it looks as though we just have, I think, is it just 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground at this time. One, of course, just north of Birmingham, and then the other one closing in on Clarendon. Ashton, that debris ball, that CC drop is still going. it's so well pronounced, and it really. I know the rotation may have weakened a little bit, but there is clearly still a CC drop at that particular cell heading towards
Yeah.
Clarendon.
Yeah. We're watching this very closely. This has become a larger area. I'm curious if this is going to follow the trend of our previous tornadoes we've had today, which, if you're not familiar with what that trend has been, it's been these tornadoes living for about 10 minutes and then basically falling apart and then reforming about 3 or 4 times after that, over and over and over again. I am curious to see if we will see any long-lived tornadoes today, or if the trend we're in will continue. But I am going to wait for us to get a new frame of that. It seems like in this most recent frame I've gotten, it's become less of a debris ball and more of a scattered in area, which so far today has usually been a sign that is kind of weakening. But I'm curious to see what that next frame that we get will look like, because it could very well just be one frame that looks that way. Although we do have that tornado warning up here with the observed tornado, I'm not seeing a clear area where that would be located at this point. Again, like you alluded to a little bit earlier, like maybe a very, very subtle one. And that's what we started out with this one. If you remember 20 minutes ago what I was talking about, we did have a very subtle area of CC drop around, and then eventually that became a not so subtle area of CC drop. But now we've gotten another frame in that looks even weaker so on that CC. So we're going to wait and see what happens with that. But thankfully, it looks like it is possibly weakening just a tiny bit there before reaching Clanton. But we're going to take it frame by frame because the next one, it could very well look a little bit more intense at this point.
Absolutely.
So, let's see. Okay, I'm trying to pay attention to chat here. It's getting kind of spammed up.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna take a look at
yeah, we're getting a lot of spam in here, so I'm gonna go ahead and time out a few people. I'm trying to keep this to where everybody can kind of discuss in there without having it spammed by people messing up the chat. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like that one by Clinton, the rotation has weakened a bit, still confirmed tornado. That's actually been updated to just a confirmed, no longer a PDS. Nonetheless,
Yeah,
still on the ground.
absolutely, yeah.
And it looks as though here, just looking at correlation coefficient, we have seen that CC diminish quite a bit. Still present, so there's definitely still some debris being kicked up, but not in that debris ball form that myself and Ashton tend to look for in some of these storms. So that is making its way right towards Clarendon. The hope and the goal is that this storm weakens before it reaches downtown Clarendon, but one can only hope. It's still got rotation and it's still on the ground. So definitely keep track of that too. Other than that, I think everything's still intact. The storm in Birmingham, or excuse me, not in Birmingham, just to the north of Birmingham, is still confirmed, and that was about 15 minutes ago. Ashton, to be honest with you, has that weakened a bit? Am I correct in assuming that, or is it strengthened? Because you know what, actually, it still has rotation to it. Now that I think about it, but the CC is very unclear in that particular part of the Birmingham area.
Yeah, yeah, it's very, very subtle if there is any sort of drop in there. So I'm continuing to track that one. It looks like there has been a little bit of an increase on the most recent frame we got, possibly in that drop. And again, like I alluded to just a little bit ago with this current tornado, which we got a PDS tornado warning for, it started out as a very subtle drop and it couldn't really get going. And then suddenly that one dropped a lot. So we could see that happen with this very northern one. So we're gonna watch it very closely because we could miss it. We could see a frame just come in very suddenly and see that drop occur. So that's why it's so important to keep scanning back and forth between all of these storms at this point. Uh, so I'm getting even more of a decrease in that CC drop there near Clanton. Hopefully that's just going to break up before getting anywhere close to Clanton. That's the most we can hope for at this point.
Man, meanwhile, to the south, though, the southwest of that cell, just directly south of Maplesville, really starting to see that inflow notch up a bit. Uh, Very supercell esque, but a little bit more organized than the one to the northeast now, in my opinion. We'll have to keep an eye on that, Ashton, because it may be even trying to take some energy away from that Clanton storm.
Yeah.
Still radar indicated with that one. Nothing confirmed, but it's really starting to hook out here. Nice hook structure, good inflow notch. Rotations a little bit messy, um, but nonetheless trying to reorganize and restructure itself from earlier today.
Yeah. Um, by the way, guys, we've been keeping track of how many PDS warnings we've had today. Because if I'm not mistaken, that might be like the third or fourth there that we just
Yeah.
had a moment ago. I mean, this has been. I mean, half of the tornadoes we've had here have been actually some pretty violent ones, I would say. So once these tornadoes have been hitting the ground, they've been quickly becoming some larger tornadoes, and then just very suddenly falling apart. It seems like that's been the trend. So suddenly changing, and if you think about it, that's the most dangerous kind of tornado. Very suddenly changing and unpredictable. Uh, Yeah, so apparently that Clanton tornado, people are seeing pictures and videos, and that was a very large tornado, like huge, is the words that most people are using here at this point. Uh, but we've seen that CC kind of dissipate even further to where now it's almost non-existent. That CC drop. At this point, that would be over Clanton if it was still there. But we've seen that completely dissipate, in my opinion. That doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground, but yeah, there's just less of that CC drop going on. The
Right.
rotation, the
I'm just
loc.
trying to I'm just trying to scream through Twitter here and see if there's any images while you talk through that. So go ahead. Trying to see if there's anything.
Yeah, I see that rotation mostly would have that tornado located just to the west of Clanton, crossing over Route 22 and then eventually 31 there. That's the general track it would be taken if it is still, in fact, on the ground, which it's hard to indicate at this point.
Hey, Scrub, somebody asked, or it was Scrub Hunter that asked this question. How many tornadoes have touched the ground today? How many tornado reports? As of right now, looks like it's now up to 14. Many of them concentrated around central Alabama and into south central Mississippi. So, as far as the location as the high risk is concerned, it looks like they had the correct placement. I know the weather community very well, as much as Ashton does. That's not going to be the question. The question is going to be, did it quote unquote bust? Is a high risk warranted, or should it have been just a moderate? That will be an interesting debate to follow in the next couple of days. But there's going to be a very quick turnaround because tomorrow we have a moderate risk across much of the southeast, the Carolinas, and even into Georgia and portions of Virginia.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm trying to see if near Clanton there is maybe a CC drop trying to reoccur there. That could be the case. So yeah, as Brendan just alluded to, as we're getting this update, this event is going to last straight through the night, and straight through the morning, and all the way through tomorrow. So this is going to be a very long-lived event, and I think it would be hard to rank this on just a one day, because really this is a 2 day event that's going to last the whole way through, and that's how history is going to look upon it. Typically, when there's days strung together like that, we would call it the March 17th through 18th outbreak, or maybe they're even going to start it yesterday, the 16th through the 18th tornado outbreak. They don't look at it in single day increments typically when they're strung together like that. So there's a lot to think about as far as how we're going to look back at this. Now that hook echo south of Maplesville, the western one west of Clanton, I am seeing what you're seeing as far as that one being the more dominant cell at this point for sure. Uh, Absolutely a beauty at this point of a cell. I mean, the hook echo is very intense looking at this point. I'm gonna save that photo. Yeah, very very intense one there.
That's heading right towards Maplesville too, and it's even on my reflectivity. It really tightened up here as well. Rotation is a little. It's still kind of a little bit unorganized a bit. So it's trying to get its act together in that respect. But
Right.
as far as just general reflectivity is concerned, I mean, it's just got a nice inflow notch to it. So we may start to see this ramp up even more as it makes its way into Maplesville and just areas to the north and east of Maplesville.
Um, so two things. I'm getting a new radar frame right now, so I'm going to update you on that. But also, hearing some people say that there is some chatter about potentially a tornado in Mississippi that
Let's see.
is ongoing. So don't know which warning that's with or what town, but
I
that's the
just, hey,
word.
Ashton, I just have capable of producing a tornado radar indicated. Very, very quickly, I just want to mention too, there's a new tornado warning out in Missouri. Those storms are starting to pop off a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit clustered right around areas south and east of Joplin and south of Springfield. Good news out of those is those are still radar indicated. So nothing confirmed there yet. We'll keep a close eye on that throughout the evening as that situation develops. But just to answer your question and chat's question on what's the situation in Mississippi, still radar indicated as of right now. The only confirmed would be in Alabama at this time.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. So Alabama remains the theme here. Hmm.
Just looking here. By the way, chat, if you do have any questions, please let us know. And throughout the day, it's sort of in terms of coverage quieted just a little bit. It's not as intense as it was, just in the last few hours. So if you have any clarifying questions that we can get to, or even mods that can help out with, please let us know. Do you want to real quickly, since we have just a little bit of time, just take like 30 seconds or to a minute, Ashton, just to go over to Missouri really quick, just to give everybody an idea of what's going on there before we head back over to Alabama?
Yeah, absolutely. So, let's see. Trying to figure out up in Missouri. Yeah, we do have that area. That's going to be generally southwest there of Springfield, Missouri. It appears. Um, yeah, so three tornado warnings ongoing with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Hmm. Yeah, so especially I guess that one on the very eastern front there has some serious potential there. Very strong rotation there. No drop in CC yet, but that one looks like it could imminently put something down for sure, especially that one. I'm sure some of these other ones have high potential as well. But yeah, definitely, especially this one at this point. Let's see.
And it just goes to show Missouri is such a great example, right? Because Missouri is under the slight risk for today, not under a high or a moderate or enhanced. So just because people are under a high risk, guys, it doesn't mean that you're all the tornadoes are going to be in Alabama and Mississippi. We have seen reports of tornadoes. We actually had a report of a tornado earlier today in Louisiana, for example. We had a confirmed tornado just right in the Arkansas area, extreme east central Arkansas, and we're also seeing rotating storms in Missouri. So it's a very kind of uh, it's a misconception to say the least that just because you're in a high risk that means you're going to get everything. That's not true. You may get the most severe conditions, but that's not to say you can't get tornadoes in areas outside of the high and moderate risk. And we've seen that play out today in Arkansas and even Louisiana. Excuse me, voice crack. It's getting to that point in time of the day where my
Oh
voice
boy,
starts to
join the
crack.
club. Join the club, Brendan.
But anyway, it's just wanted to point that out there, and that's why we wanted to quickly just turn our attention to Missouri while we can. If there's any good news as of right now, as we approach the 6 o'clock Central hour, there are no confirmed tornado warnings at this time. Like no confirmed tornadoes. Right now, it's just indicated rotation. So that if there's any good news as of where things stand right now, nothing confirmed at this time.
Hmm.
So a lot of those, like I said, have sort of weakened a bit. Ashton, I'm going to step away just to let you know for a quick minute or so. Just want to give you a heads up.
All right, yeah, I'm just gonna keep tracking these. See you when you get back.
Okay.
Let's see, guys. I want to take us back down here to Clanton. I feel like there could potentially be a situation about to just reform here, especially that one near Maplesville. Yeah. Whenever you see this shape, again, I always talk about it here, but we see the V. When you see this structure, you know that inflow is generally occurring at this point, and then you see the hook right here at the bottom. That is pretty.
Hey, I'm actually still in the middle of my test right now. Yeah. Sure.
Let's see. RAM usage is a little high here. You got to reload the program, guys. Sorry about that.
All right. Sorry about that. I'm back.
You're good. You're good.
Ashton, by the way, I hate to do this to you because I know you're by yourself here. If I leave, but I may have to leave in about 25 minutes. I just had something come up. I'll try to join back if I can later this evening, but I got another 20 minutes. I know I think I told you 9 Eastern, but I just had something come up here, unfortunately, with work.
Yeah, no,
So
you're absolutely fine. I'm gonna try to stay on here as long as I can. I feel myself kind of fading. But
okay.
we've been on here. Let's see, we're about to hit hour 8. So I mean, gosh, dude.
Yeah, I get you.
I don't I
So
don't know how we did this, man.
I don't know. Is this your longest stream,
Probably
like
double.
ever?
Like I'm not even joking.
Really?
I mean, probably before my longest was about 4 hours. It's a long time to try to keep talking with high energy. I mean, it is. I mean, I'm sure you've got to be feeling it too. Uh,
I'm kind of like in that what's the word for it? See, I can't even think anymore. The is it the circadian rhythm? Is that how you say it? Like your sleep patterns? I'm kind of like at that point where like I was really tired like 2 hours ago and now I'm just super wide awake. And I haven't even like done a damn thing. I'm just sitting here doing exactly what you're doing and going over the map. So
yeah,
um
I know.
it's been that kind of day. I don't know. But
Well,
I don't know how we do it.
I know it. I know it, man. It's my adrenaline gets going once there's a tornado on the ground, and that's kind of what keeps it
Yeah.
going. But whenever it gets kind of quiet like this, that's when it starts really draining because you're having to think of what to talk about. When there's a tornado on the ground, you don't even have to think about what to say. I mean, it's right there in front of you. Uh, but yeah, just absolutely insane situation. Um,
Let's see. Oh, was there a new tornado warning, by the way, we got to get to? I think there was an extension that you might have been saying on the Clanton cell. Do you want to get to that if you haven't already?
yeah. And that looks to have been downgraded to a radar indicated as well. But that's going to be heading towards Silacuga or Silacaga. I forgot how we were saying that earlier.
I know, deja vu.
Yeah, Childersburg. Man, we've been talking about the same exact spots. Talladega. Let's see.
Yeah. Trying to see other cells while you do that here. Lot radar indicated now. That's some good news. Any bright light here in this whole situation. Again, we don't hope for large tornado outbreaks. We weren't here saying this is going to be the next 2011. We actually hope for the opposite. We want there to not be anything close to 2011 ever again. And hopefully, at the end of the day, we've only seen, I think, about, like I said, 17 tornado reports. The lower, the better. But unfortunately, we have still seen strong tornadoes rip through. So, um, a lot of the coverage, as I somewhat anticipated, has been quite limited to a concentrated area across central Alabama. Um, I was a lot of fears out of many meteorologists was that this was going to be way more widespread and a lot of long track tornadoes across Mississippi and Alabama. As a matter of fact, a lot of that has changed. A lot of the tornadoes have happened across Alabama, less so Mississippi, which is something that I wasn't expecting, Ashton. I don't know about you. But it just goes to show no matter what the models say, some things don't always work out the way you think they work out. That's not saying today wasn't a bad event. It certainly was. But in terms of coverage, a lot different than what I think many meteorologists were expecting the coverage to be, mainly concentrated around portions of central Alabama for the most part of the day.
Right. Yeah, very odd to see the lack of activity in Mississippi so far.
Yeah.
I think that second round though, obviously could be a different story. I want to take a look at the national radar here, as we have a little bit of a lull here. I'm going to take a look at line up the past 8 hours, or 6 is as long as we can go, but that'll work. So basically, since 12, this is going to show us how things have generally progressed here. Yeah.
And Ashton, if I can just say real quick, we got a bit of some downtime here. That initial line, I was actually expecting those to be rotating a little bit more, right across Mississippi, and it seems like one big saturated mess. And things can change because that's not even the strongest part of the rotation. We'll see how that plays out once it moves into kind of the east central Mississippi, west central Alabama region, where the shear is much more amplified. Um, but I think a lot of the training of thunderstorms, because of that heavy saturation, has sort of stabilized the environment out ahead of it. It still, remains to be seen, Ashton. I got to say, I don't want to jump the gun here, but that line is a lot weaker than anticipated on the models, and I think a lot of that has to do with the early initiation that we saw right around the 11, 12 o'clock time frame this afternoon and morning.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm very curious to see how this whole event is going to play out once it's all said and done. But I generally agree with pretty much everything you're saying here. I feel like the entire area is very oversaturated at this point. And that area on the very western front so far seems to be, I mean, just an area of general thunderstorms and showers, for especially the further north of Mississippi you go. But it's going to be interesting to watch this turn tornadic, and I'm actually curious if it even, to what extent it really will. Um, but with the Cape available, even though it seems so, unimpressive right now, I really do feel like it's about to enter into some much higher Cape regions, and we're about to see some explosive development there in the southern half of Mississippi, especially. And then that's what's
Sure.
eventually going to push its way into Alabama. But I mean, Mississippi. I mean, the clock is ticking. I mean, we're looking at current radar. This system is halfway through Mississippi. The second punch. As we're looking at national radar. So, if we're going to see tornadoes in Mississippi, this is going to need to really begin to do so. At this point, I mean, Jackson, in about 2 hours, you might be in the clear. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I mean, this is about to cross over Interstate 55, Macomb, Jackson. What's some areas north of Jackson? Winona, Grenada, areas like that, Oxford, Holly Springs. I mean, these are areas that are generally dealing with some thunderstorms already. And if I'm not mistaken, I wanna see without that radar. Yeah, so that cape is dramatically lowering as those showers are entering in to under 1,000. So again, the clock is ticking there for Mississippi. Florida, somebody's asking what time it's going to hit Florida, and if you're on the very, very western extent there of that panhandle, it could be, throughout the night tonight. But mostly tomorrow for most of Florida, other than that very western portion of that panhandle there.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of these tornado warnings get extended. Again, still radar indicated rotation. I'm going to go ahead and switch over here to the KBMX radar site just to get a better sense of what's going on. I'll tell you what, though, the one still well north of Birmingham now still has some pretty decent rotation to it. However, still radar indicated. That's had a history of producing tornadoes. So as far as any correlation coefficient or CC drop, don't really see anything there. Um, Also, the same storms near Camden, those are also still radar indicated. Again, same situation for the North Birmingham cell. Just like with that one, this cell has also had a history of producing tornadoes, but right now just radar indicated at this time. Um, a lot of these cells that have produced tornadoes and long track and extremely dangerous ones for that matter, they've really weakened to more radar indicated rotation. So that's some good news out of those cells. Still nothing confirmed that I see. Missouri also still radar indicated with those in particular. So we are starting to hopefully see some things wind down in terms of those large destructive tornadoes being formed, and more so some weaker rotation. That said, the Alabama, the Birmingham one, that location definitely has some strong rotation still to it. But overall, Ashton, um, definitely some gradual weakening here in some of those cells that we saw earlier producing tornadoes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, right now, as it stands, I guess our biggest threats there are those ones surrounding Clanton. Also, those ones in more western Alabama there. But I mean, pretty quiet right now. Pretty
Yeah,
quiet right now. Um, let's see.
and by the way, guys, I know we've been at this for the last 8 hours. Um, I just want to thank you guys again on behalf of myself and Ashton for being here and joining us, sharing the stream. We got up to 2,300 likes and growing. Also, we had plenty of new subscribers to the channel, so thank you so much for subscribing. Like I said before, this is definitely not going to be the only severe event we have. We're only in March. Up here in the Midwest, I'm in Illinois. We're going to get our fair share of severe weather come April and May. So I know things get interesting up here, even in places like Minnesota and Iowa and the Central Plains. We'll definitely be covering that throughout the spring and summer. To our donators, thank you so much for donating. That means a lot. That allows us to continue to improve the quality of the stream and also allows us to continue to provide coverage on as many severe events as we possibly can. So that really goes a long way. And even to our mods, thank you for providing up-to-date information on, you know, uh, damage reports, tornado warnings for that matter. When we got really kind of behind at one point, you guys were there to help us out. And even our viewers, thank you so much for being a part of us here today and a part of the stream. It really means a lot in your support. We'll continue, of course, to provide this coverage, like I've said now, up until the spring and the summer months, and even into hurricane season. And that's all thanks to you guys. So thanks again for joining us.
Absolutely. And this has been a lot of fun. As my channel, I'm really this year in 2021 gearing more towards obviously the daily uploads. You guys know I stay on that grind. I think we have like a 2 year upload streak, so that's not ending anytime soon. But we're really turning things more towards a live stream based channel just for these bigger events. Um, and it's been a lot of fun interacting with you guys. It is a lot more interactive, obviously, and yeah, I can't wait to do live streams for some of these bigger events throughout the years, severe weather, hurricanes, and then even snowstorms or other events. Even model discussions, things like that. So, and I'm sure Brendan would be happy to join whenever he can for some of those. So it's going to be a lot of fun doing these for you guys. If you haven't subscribed already, I know like if any of you are in here at this point, you guys are obviously enjoying our stream because it is a pretty quiet moment, like I mentioned before, right now. But be sure to subscribe to the channel. We're going to be doing tons of live streams throughout the year this year for some of the bigger weather events, obviously. So I can't wait to do those, and I hope you want to be a part of those as well, because I would love to have you back there once we do those live streams beyond today. Um, Chocolate Cookie Boy donated $5. My disabled mom lives in Missouri where the tornado warnings are. Can you please look at that for me? Absolutely. Um, I'd be happy to. Thank you so much for the
Yeah, thank you.
donations, by the way, there. Really, really appreciate it.
Also, Ashton, real quickly, we had a couple new members as well, so I don't want to forget them too. Thank you, of course, for those who became new members of the channel. Your support is also appreciated as well, along with, of course, the people who have donated and liked the stream. But let's go ahead and take a look at Missouri, Ashton.
Yeah, so for both of these at this point, these are radar indicated, which means that there has not been a confirmed tornado here on the ground. So basically, that is good news. Now, I have no idea where your mom's at in Missouri, but this one here on the eastern end, I'm a little bit more concerned about. And throughout the whole day today, we've seen these storms, changing and evolving in a hurry. So you never want to feel too safe here with these situations because this can change in a matter of 1, 2, 3 minutes. But I think this one on the eastern end looks a little more intense, and that is going to be generally east of Cassville or Caseville, however you pronounce that. And that's going to be heading north towards Crane, Missouri, and then eventually maybe Springfield, but that is like if it's a very long-lived supercell. I want to go ahead and break down the day one categorical outlook, and we're in a slight risk here for most of Missouri, unless you're in southeastern Missouri there, then you might be in an enhanced risk, extreme southeastern Missouri there. So that severe weather threat is going to be going on throughout the rest of the evening tonight, and then maybe in through a bit of the middle of the night, especially there on that eastern end. But for now, we just had that. First off, I just wanted to mention we've had that one tornado warning come to an end there. The very western one. That one is ended now. So now we only have that one on the eastern extent there, near Cassville. Just to update you. So I hope that answers any questions you had about that.
Yeah, that said, Ashton, like I said, unfortunately, I had a work obligation come up unexpectedly, so I do have to attend to that. I want to thank you, of course, for having me on the stream and thank all of you guys for your support. Of course, Ashton's going to take the final home stretch here of hopefully what should be a ending severe weather event, but of course, I know he'll be on for a little bit longer than I will, just covering just to make sure, any severe weather pops up, he'll report on it. But Ashton, again, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure, my friend, and take it away, and I'll talk to you later on.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for joining us, and hopefully they'll be seeing you in the next stream. Can't wait for that.
All right, take care.
Yep, see you around. So obviously, guys, it was a great pleasure to have Brendan in here. I've been having a lot of fun doing the streams with him, guys. It makes it a lot more fun to do for me, and it makes, obviously, I never think I would have ever been able to do an 8-hour and 15-minute stream here. No way I would have been able to do this without him there. So I have to give a huge thanks to him. Me and him have been friends for about a year now. Let's see. Vasily Galenko Jr. donated $5. Thank you so much. Hey, friend. Hope you're doing well. I'm in Northwest South Carolina. Hopefully the storms hop over the mountains here. Hope over the mountains here. So I'm not quite sure if you're hoping for storms or if you're hoping that they don't hit you based on that comment, but I can go ahead and give you a little bit of a day two outlook here. So it depends how far northwest you are, but if you're in Greenville, or anywhere near there, you are in an enhanced risk. So it does appear like tomorrow you are going to have severe thunderstorms possible for your area at this point. So and that should be happening mid to late morning, maybe early afternoon there for you guys. So thank you so much for that donation. Be sure to like the stream, guys, as we're continuing to track these storms. I'm gonna try to stay on here as long as I can. My throat is kind of questioning how I'm gonna be able to make a video tomorrow morning. That's where I'm basically at this point. Um, let's see. Interstellis donated $10. Thank you so much. Thanks for the coverage. It's been really helpful to pass information down to family members that live there. Thank you so much for that kind donation there, Interstellis. I appreciate it so much, and it's people like you that make these streams possible for me, not only me, but also Brendan to do here. I appreciate that so much. Also the kind words. Let's see. I'm going to switch back to the more generalized base reflectivity here. And look at that. I mean, we have had so many storms throughout the day today. Arctis, the goddess. You know, I would take a break, but I know myself, and it's just going to continue to get worse no matter what I do here. So I'm just going to push through this as long as possible. At this point, based on how I'm feeling, again, we're almost 8.5 hours into this stream, and that's with minimal breaks. I went to the bathroom once for like 5 minutes, and then I went to the bathroom again for like 1 minute. So minus 6 minutes, I've basically been talking here for 8.5 hours on here. So there's no real recovery isn't really an option here. If I take a break, like it's just gonna continue to get worse here. I would keep drinking energy drink as well, but I really just have hopes and dreams of sleeping tonight. So I know that if I was to guzzle one down now, I wouldn't be falling asleep at all. And then making a video at 5 a.m. in the morning, it's a mess, guys. It really is a mess. I am considering leaving the radar on all night, though. No matter when I get off, I want to do my best to give you guys some sort of resource as far as to what's going on. So that is something I would consider. Do you guys like let me know, because there's 760 of you in here. Would you prefer me to leave the radar on here, or would you prefer me to go ahead and just fully end the stream at that point? Yes, the second line of thunderstorms actually is expected to impact Alabama. Yes. Emily commented, I'm going to put this in a the way that a monetized YouTube channel would put this. How screwed is Georgia? I have family down there, and I'm low-key worried. Georgia, the good thing here is that you are a bit spared. You're going to be in that enhanced risk if you're on the very, very, very western end. I'm going to assume that your family is pretty much in Atlanta, otherwise in some of those other surrounding towns. But the overwhelming odds is that your family lives in Atlanta. So I'm going with a slight or enhanced risk is what your family is going to be dealing with tonight. That's going to be very late. And yes, there could be tornadoes. Yes, there could be some very bad severe weather. But realistically here, as long as they have a way of hearing those warnings, your family is going to be just fine. But they have to make sure that they hear those warnings. There's settings you can put on your iPhone to make sure you hear those tornado warnings. You can search up exactly how to do that, because I'm not quite familiar with how to do that entirely. But also, a NOAA weather radio is also very useful as well. Let's see. I'm reading through these comments at this point. I want to check in on all of our tornado warnings here real quick. See if any of these are confirmed in any way. Radar indicated. Yeah, so all of our tornado warnings are actually radar indicated at this point. Uh, One thing I thought would be interesting to check in on is it looks like we have a very heavy area of thunderstorms. Excuse me. Down there for Louisiana. I want to try to see if I can't check in on what those look like at this point. We're not going to have a very close radar site here, but I do want to see what these look like because they look like they are some quite heavy thunderstorms at this point. Marty Raymond donated $25. Thank you so much for that kind donation. They didn't say anything, but thank you regardless. That means the world. Um, Really, it does. So yeah, this thunderstorm down here in Louisiana, I'm sure is possibly bringing some damaging wind there. I mean, look at those high DBZ amounts being picked up. Definitely some high precipitation storms rolling through. Nasty, nasty storms, I'm sure. Yeah, the velocity is pretty high as well. 30-mile-per-hour winds in there. So, I mean, nothing too crazy, but yeah, 65 dBz in here. And actually, there's some large hail being picked up potentially in there as well. Let's see. Tornado warning. Let's see. Want to get updated on each of these individually. Make sure that we don't have any sort of confirmed tornado. Let's see. Yeah, none confirmed. That's what I'm kind of seeing too. As this radar does not really want to load in here. Somebody asked what software I'm using. I'm going to reload in WSV3, guys, as we're just talking anyway. I am using WSV3 here. So this is my favorite radar service to use. I use it all the time. You guys know this if you watch the streams a lot. Use that absolutely all the time. Let's see. Okay, we should get this loaded in just a moment. Come on. Okay, here we go. Hmm. Yeah, so I mean, over here, uh, obviously we don't have any strong indications that there's going to be an imminent tornado there. Obviously, really stay tuned to those warnings because we've seen these really switch in a hurry all day today. Me and Brendan obviously alluded to that multiple times. That has been the theme throughout the day today. Let's see. Trying to read everybody's comments here. You can totally tell I'm just like so done right now. Uh, I know you guys can obviously tell that I'm pretty close here to my limit of what I'm capable of. Wow, my throat burns so bad, guys. Like dry burn, you know. Gosh. Well, guys, I honestly feel like like I'm trying to talk, but it's just excruciating. Like every single word at this point. Pain in my mouth and throat at this point. Not to make excuses, but we are now at 8.5 hours into the stream. Um, I'm still here, Carlos. I think this is it for me, guys. Really, I'm gonna leave this radar up until I go to bed. I don't know if I'll leave it up overnight. You know, I get really uncomfortable. I might disable comments and leave it on all night. Maybe I really get uncomfortable leaving it here, not knowing, not being able to monitor if there's being like inappropriate things talked about in the comments and stuff. I like being able to moderate that or have somebody moderate that. So I might find a way to turn those comments off if I do leave it up overnight. But yeah, guys, this has been a massive, massive stream here. Um, Never thought I'd be able to stream for 8+ hours here, but with the help of Brendan mostly, we've been able to achieve that. So uh, it's been really great to have him, uh, help out for sure. Uh, Guys, if any last minute, be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to like the stream. And if you want to use that super chat button last minute, if you really appreciated that stream, the bottom right is how you would do that. Any finishing comments here, guys? Leave it in. I'm reading all of them right now. No, thank you. Seriously, guys. Catbite, seriously, thank you. It's been a pleasure having you guys in here. Oh yeah, that is a little distracting. Somebody said nice job reporting. Thank you for those kind words. Uh, I'm gonna be really honest with you. I do not think I'm gonna be live streaming tomorrow, at all. I'm not feeling like I'm gonna really be able to do that. You guys know that I would if I could. Um, Damo's been here all day. Thank you so much for sticking with us, guys. I know a lot of you have been here all day. I'm just gonna zoom this just like that. Am I going to be affected tomorrow? Yeah, I am in that threat zone, so there is a chance, yeah, that I could be in that threat zone. Electric Edge donated $2 again. Thank you so much for that. Can I only get this radar on PC? Yes. So for now, WSV3 is a PC only program. I recommend Radar Scope for your phone. If you have an iPhone, it's going to be a $10 purchase one time. So that's a really good deal, by the way, for getting basically the same data that I'm getting here. The reason I have this is because of my YouTube channel. Well, and I think it's really cool. But outside of that, yeah, the reason I have this is because it looks more professional. It's more customizable. You can make your own color tables, like all this stuff I've made by hand. Obviously, the logo and the bar there at the top, but also that color table for the radar. I made that entire thing from scratch, just to my liking. I wanted it to be really aesthetic, and I feel like I've achieved that with that radar. Yeah, I really like how I've been able to customize everything through here. Jacob Vlog said, I'm impressed you usually last 3 hours. 8 hours is a long time to talk. Good job. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I usually do last 3 hours. Usually by 3 hours, I'm feeling pretty similar to how I feel now. With a little help from an energy drink there for a little bit, I was able to stick it through a little bit longer, for sure. BP donated $10. Thank you so much for that kind donation. They said, thanks again, guys. I appreciate it, and I'll be sure to go ahead and let Brendan know as well how thankful you guys are. Yeah, honestly, no, Harley. I don't know how I made it either. Between the two of us, I have no idea how I'm still here. Interstellus donated $10. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for the stream. Get some rest. You've earned it. Thank you so much for the kind words and the kind donation as well. Electric Edge donated $2. Don't you live in the Virginia Beach area? Yeah, I live in southeastern Virginia. Yeah, so generally, yeah. So I know you said you live up near Williamsburg, correct? So right around the corner. Thank you all, really. We've seen so many generous donations today. So many of you willing to like the video and really help that algorithm suggest us to more people. We got so many viewers today. So many people informed about this system. So, I mean, by the way, it's St. Patrick's Day today, isn't it? I didn't. Let's see. It's been a good day, guys. Um, less tornadoes than expected, in my opinion, so far. I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy. Minimal compared to what could have happened with the first half of this storm. We've had minimal damage done. Electric Edge donated $2 more. Thank you so much. Yeah, sometimes I go to Airsoft in Chesapeake. Oh yeah, Ballahack, right? Ballahack. One time, a long, long time ago, since you guys are here. Um, since you guys are here, I used to be a painter. A long time ago, guys. We're talking 2019, 2018. I used to be a painter, and I did a paint job right near Ballahack down there in Chesapeake. So had to drive past it for a month or so. Yeah, guys, I'm just talking so little and so infrequently because I'm just my voice, guys. I'm trying to respond to these comments, but I have nothing in me left to give. Hardly. BP, thanks for being here. See you around. Where's the other guy? Brendan had to go, so I'm just sticking in here a little bit longer. You guys want me to look at this, so I can't resist. McKay Mitchell said, "Best YouTuber ever!" All caps explanation mark. Thank you so much for the kind words. No, I agree, Cream Cake. We do have the best chat ever. Electric Edge Donated $2. Drink tea. Maybe that will help your throat. Yeah, I've been sipping on tea this whole time, guys. I've been doing that already. Chief Lizard, like, the weird thing is I'm not tired. It's just my throat and mouth. Like, mentally, I'm all here, but it's like pain. Like, especially the roof of my mouth. I don't know why, but I have a feeling I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be really struggling. John Bailey, of course, you can get a shout out. Shout out to you. You're awesome. Really, really awesome. I think everybody's awesome, but especially you. Any worries for Huntsville, Alabama? Absolutely. You're right in the heart of it with round 2, where you could potentially get those impacts. I think you're an enhanced risk, so we're gonna be watching that closely overnight. Oh yeah, the Missouri tornado guys. Sorry. Um, Cream Cake, you're amazing. I've seen you in here for a long time. I think other people are really amazing, but you really, really, really are. I've been seeing you chat a lot, so I'm really happy to have you in here. Um, the chances of tomorrow going high risk is really at this point. I think it depends on how today goes. Like, let's say overnight we get like a lot of tornadoes. Like, I'm talking 100 plus. Like massive tornado outbreak overnight. They would probably consider going high for tomorrow. But if we stick with like under 40 tornadoes, and it's kind of like a lower end tornado outbreak, 20 to 40 tornado type night we have tonight, I think it would be a very low chance of them upgrading tomorrow to a high. Yeah, we do have that observed tornado there. Correlation coefficient. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything too crazy here. I am seeing that correlation coefficient drop a tiny bit. Yeah. There is some velocity in there, but it's not the clearest one I've ever seen. Somebody's asking if they're in the high risk. Let me just put that on screen real quick. I'm so close to being done, guys. If you're north of Interstate 22, with some exceptions like Jasper and some areas right along that highway there, you are not in the high risk area. You are in a moderate or a enhanced, but that does not mean that you're not going to see tornadoes. Again, it does not mean you're not going to see tornadoes. Anybody in there could see tornadoes within any of these risks, honestly. Well, guys, I'm out of here. It's been a pleasure. I'm so done. Even my lungs at this point. I don't think humans should talk for 8 and 8 hours and 45 minutes. 10 out of 10 don't recommend talking that long, if optional. Uh, anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching the stream. I'm gonna keep that radar up. You guys are free. The chat's been awesome, so just keep. I'm just gonna keep that up. Keep it up, guys. Just stick around, hang out, talk to each other. And keep that playing like this. Yeah. So you guys keep chatting amongst each other. I might come turn this off right before I go to bed in a few hours, but if not, I'm gonna keep it up overnight. So yeah, stick with it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I gotta go. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Um, Today wasn't a bust. It's hard to say at this point. We need to see what happens overnight before that can be said. Subscribe if you haven't already. I want to see you guys back on the channel. I want you to be able to be a part of this next stream that we're going to have, obviously, eventually. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this stream and being a part of it. I'll hopefully see you guys in the next one. Hopefully I'll see you in tomorrow's video, too. Subscribe. I'll see you guys in our daily uploads starting tomorrow.